caddies of strength, but still failed to break the body's defenses, and then increased his strength. It was only after increasing the strength to 250,000 caddies that the skin was cut. But this is only to use pure skin to withstand attacks, and the real defense of the warrior is to use the Yuan Force Protector to defend, and the degree of defense of the Yuan Force Protector is directly related to the body's defense. Yuan Force Protector. A faint film of Yuan Force covered the skin of his body, and Yi Tian used the knife to cut the skin again. This time, Yi Tian increased his strength to 1.5 million jin before finally breaking his body's defenses. 1.5 million caddies. In this way, my body's defense is enough to withstand the attack of 1.5 million caddies, and most of the great warriors can't break through my defense. And this is just the beginning. Once my cultivation is promoted to the peak of the great martial artist, I'm afraid that even if I stand there and let the peak of the great martial artist's strong cut, he won't be able to cut through my defenses. Yi Tian was very satisfied with his current body defense. With this layer of defense, coupled with his top-level healing talent, his life-preserving ability has increased several times. For the next month, Yi Tian spent most of his time in the Little Chiba Forest, only returning to the Linhai base once in a while. During this period of time in the Little Chiba Forest, Yi Tian cultivated frantically, united with Xiao Jin, killed dozens of high-level fierce beasts, and obtained a large amount of high-level fierce beast blood. In such a crazy cultivation situation, whether it was Yi Tian or Xiao Jin, the strength of one person and one beast was increasing rapidly. Finally on this day, Yi Tian increased his physical strength to the level of 200,000 caddies, and Xiao Jin's strength basically reached the peak level of the early stage of the high-level fierce beast, and the speed also rose by one level, almost reaching 25 times the speed of sound, and Yi Tian's speed reached 23 times the speed of sound. However, such a frantic action by Yi Tian and Xiao Jin caused the number of high-level fierce beasts in this area to be greatly reduced, and finally attracted the attention of the top fierce beasts in the depths of the Little Chiba Forest. Rumble. A white giant ape with a height of 50 meters walked out of the depths of the small Chiba Forest and began to inspect the huge area where Xiao Jin was. This area is its territory, and those high-level beasts can be said to be its subordinates, and every once in a while they must offer some blood food in order to obtain its protection. But in the past few months, there have been too few high-level fierce beasts to offer to it. It was very angry, so it personally came to trouble these high-level beasts. But when it came here, it was dumbfounded. All those high-level beasts from the past are gone. Could it be that you ran away? The white giant ape thought. Thundered. The white giant ape strode forward, and the giant trees were knocked to the ground by it. Suddenly, it sensed the breath of a high-level fierce beast. So, it ran over. And this high-level beast is none other than Xiao Jin. Chapter 59. Xiao Jin was happily looking for high-level beasts in the forest, but it was a pity that the number of high-level beasts in this area was getting smaller and smaller, and it was difficult to find high-level beasts. As for the farther afield, it did not dare to go. Tell it that it's not where it should be. As a fierce beast, it also knows that the Little Chiba Forest has extremely strict hierarchical rules. Each area has a high-level fierce beast occupier, and as a medium-level fierce beast, it also has its own territory. Once, when it was an intermediate-level fierce beast, several high-level fierce beasts tried to subdue its group, but they were all defeated by it. Therefore, it is only a mid-level fierce beast, and it also occupies a small area and becomes a small landlord. However, that was in the past, and now it could easily hunt down a high-level beast, and the area was almost invincible. But it's limited to this area, and if you go deeper, it won't dare. It is a place where the top fierce beasts stay. If it encounters a top fierce beast, it will never be able to beat it, and if it encounters a stronger top fierce beast, it may not even be able to escape. Therefore, it is very well behaved. Only in this area, it is just a matter of being able to find high-level fierce beasts, and it doesn't matter if you can't find it. Anyway, the master said that he was not in a hurry to find a high-level fierce beast, and he would leave after a while, and he would take it with him. Suddenly, a breath that made it tremble came from afar. Top beast. Although Xiao Jin has never seen a top-level fierce beast, this aura is obviously a top-level fierce beast. Swish. Kim moved quickly to his master. It had to quickly inform its owner to leave the Little Chiba Forest. Distance. The white giant ape's gaze looked at Xiao Jin, and his gaze seemed to descend on Xiao Jin through layers of space. It doesn't know Jin, but if it appears in its territory, it should submit to it, and if it doesn't, it can only become its snack. Swish. The white giant ape moved, its huge body completely ignored the giant tree, and jumped thousands of meters in one step, only a little slower than Xiao Jin's, but its body was very large, and the bounce power was very strong. And it could bounce across the giant tree, ignoring the obstacles of the giant tree. Such a speed was amazing. But Xiao Jin still has to constantly avoid giant trees, so that his running speed is not as good as that of the white giant ape. Soon, the white giant ape caught up with Kim. Looking at the white giant ape's mountain-like body and the terrifying aura, Xiao Jin trembled. At this moment, it sensed the presence of its owner. The host is nearby. Master, come and save me. Xiao Jin used telepathy to contact Yi Tian and called. This is a unique contact between the pet and its owner, but only if it is close, and there is no way to contact it if it is far away. At this time, Yi Tian naturally also saw the white giant ape. That terrifying aura simply permeated the range of 10 miles, and there was no cover at all, and it was difficult for him not to pay attention to it. Kim. Yi Tian was very anxious. He heard Xiao Jin's plea for help, and with Xiao Jin's strength, there was no way to resist a top-level fierce beast. Fast. 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 Yi Tian kept shuttling between the forests, and finally came to a short distance from Xiao Jin. At this time, he saw that a huge hand of the white giant ape grabbed Xiao Jin as if covering the sky and the sun. Under that palm, the weak little Jin seemed to be unable to even move his body. It's not an ordinary top-level beast. Yi Tian's pupils shrank. That power is too powerful. I'm afraid that even at the top level of the fierce beast level, it is a medium or even an upper level. Yi Tian's strength may be able to bully a weaker top-level fierce beast, but a top-level fierce beast like the white giant ape, he is not an opponent at all. However, Yi Tian still made a move. Xiao Jin was his first beast pet, and he helped him a lot. If he couldn't even save Xiao Jin, wouldn't he be too useless? Besides, the white giant ape wasn't strong enough to make him desperate. Save. Yi Tian immediately made a move. Speed talent, open. Strength talent, open. Defensive talent, open. A door talent was opened, and Yi Tian slashed out the bronze-level sword skill, Qingfeng Slash in his heyday. This knife not only did his best, but also incorporated the dichotomy intent, which was one of the results of Yi Tian's efforts in the past few months. Under the blessing of the sword intent, the sword shook the void and was full of sharp aura, as if it could cut through the void. I saw that the brilliant cyan sword seemed to turn into a heavenly blade and slash the sky, greeting the palm of the white giant ape. Bang! The cyan knife slashed at the palm of the white giant ape, successfully cutting off some white hairs, leaving a mark on the palm of the white giant ape's hand, but it was only that, and even the skin could not be broken. Little Kim, run! Yi Tian shouted. Xiao Jin hurriedly understood, started the top speed, and ran quickly, while Yi Tian followed. The white giant ape was furious. It was actually hurt by a small reptile. This is a shame. Boom! The white giant ape slammed into the past with a punch. The void shook, countless giant trees turned into powder, and Yi Tian also felt a supreme force attacking, and slashed with all his backhand. Boom! The supreme force directly shook Yi Tian's body away, and the Yuan force shield was shattered in an instant, and even the flesh body had many cracks. But thanks to the top-level healing talent, the injury recovered in an instant. Such a powerful attack power, it definitely has a power of 30 million caddies. Yi Tian estimated. His physical strength is 200,000 caddies, and he can reach 2 million caddies under the increase of strength talent, and then after 6 times the increase of Qingfeng Slash, he can reach 12 million Jin of attack power, plus the power of Yuan Li can reach 24 million Jin, and the white giant ape can easily break his attack and hurt him to this extent, definitely has the power of 30 million Jin. Check. In an instant, the talent of the white giant ape was understood by Yi Tian. Species, Titan Ape. Bloodline talent, top. Strength talents, beginner. I'm going, it's a top-level bloodline, and I also have a primary strength talent. This Titan forest has definitely not grown to the limit, otherwise one move will be enough to kill me in seconds, and even the top-level healing talent can't let me survive. Yi Tianqin exclaimed. Escape. He was no match for him. Originally, he wanted to stay in the little Chiba forest for a while longer, but now it seems that he can't do it. Thankfully, the Titan ape is not fast, and he and Kim still have hope of escaping. Rumble. The Titan ape punched again and hit Yi Tian, but still did not kill Yi Tian, but only injured Yi Tian, and Yi Tian recovered under the top healing talent, just like a Xiao Chang who could not be killed. Attack after attack, and each time Yi Tian managed to survive. In this way, Yi Tian and Xiao Jin gradually ran away outside the little Chiba forest. Wow! With a flash of light in front of him, Yi Tian found that he and Xiao Jin had successfully escaped from the little Chiba forest, and there was a vast land outside. Chapter 60. When they came to the outside of the little Chiba forest, Yi Tian and Xiao Jin's speed could really be brought into play, because there were few obstacles outside, and they ran at a super high speed so that they would not bump into things. Compared to the helplessness in the small Chiba forest, this is the real world. Yi Tian rode directly on Xiao Jin's body, and Xiao Jin was full of strength, turning on 25 times the speed of sound, turning into a streamer and running quickly on the ground. Behind. The Titan ape chased out of the little Chiba forest, seeing that his speed was not as good as Xiao Jin. It was difficult to catch up with Xiao Jin, so he could only slap his chest and roar a few times, and then reluctantly return to the little Chiba forest. Seeing that the Titan ape did not return from pursuit, Yi Tian hurriedly asked Xiao Jin to stop. At this time, they were far away from the coastal base, estimated to be hundreds of miles away. Because he didn't dare to run in the direction of the Linhai base, and besides, the Linhai base was still too close to the Kachiba forest. If he really ran to the Linhai base, maybe the Titan forest would chase after him, and it would definitely be a catastrophe for the Linhai base. For the safety of the Linhai base, he asked Xiao Jin to run in the other direction, staggering from the Linhai base. Subsequently, Yi Tian and Xiao Jin looked for a way back to the Linhai base, and it took about half an hour to finally find the Linhai base. Of course, he won't admit that he almost couldn't find his way. Linhai base. When Yi Tian came back in Xiao Jin, he shocked countless people again. Surrendering the beast is something that many people can't do, because most of the beasts have low intelligence, and they don't have the concept of surrender at all. In the heart of the fierce beast, there are only two possibilities, the death of the enemy or the death of oneself, and I don't know how many great warriors want to subdue an intermediate fierce beast, but the result is all failed. And Yi Tian actually subdued a high-level fierce beast like the golden silk dragon leopard. If they knew that Xiao Jin had a top-level speed talent, they would probably be jealous to death. The value of such a fierce beast was too high. If it weren't for the beast pets that couldn't be traded, someone would definitely spend a huge amount of money to buy small gold. At home. Yi Yu saw Xiao Jin, who had a body of 10 meters, and was a little afraid, because Xiao Jin's breath was too strong, and she couldn't bear Xiao Jin's breath at all when she had just become a martial artist. Xiao Jin, converge your breath. Yi Tian patted Xiao Jin's head and said hurriedly. Master. Xiao Jin wagged his tail and roared at Yi Tian with some grievances, and then honestly restrained his breath, if it weren't for his huge body, otherwise he would really look like a kitten. Sister, this is Xiao Jin, the beast pet I subdued. You get to know each other. Don't worry, Xiao Jin won't hurt you. Yi Tian introduced Xiao Jin to his sister. With his encouragement, his sister Yi Yu finally greeted Xiao Jin. Xiao Jin, hello, my name is Yi Yu. Xiao Jin rubbed his head over and touched Yi Yu's little head to show friendship. It can know that the little, in front of it is the sister of its own master, and even the object of its own protection in the future. That's right, Yi Tian has already told it that when he is not there in the future, it will be Xiao Jin who will be responsible for protecting Yi Yu's safety. It didn't dare to disobey its master's orders, so it had a good relationship with Yi Yu in advance. This day. Wu Pavilion. Yi Tian met with the pavilion master of the Martial Pavilion as the #1 powerhouse in the Linhai base. This time, he had come to discuss something with the pavilion master of the Martial Pavilion. The pavilion master of the Martial Pavilion has always been very mysterious. Few people have seen him. If it weren't for Yi Tian's identity, the other party would not have seen Yi Tian. Originally, Yi Tian thought that the pavilion master of the Martial Pavilion was very old, but after really seeing the pavilion master of the Martial Pavilion, he found that the pavilion master of the Martial Pavilion was only in his 30s, and the other party's talent was very extraordinary. Human, Yu Chong. Cultivation talent, high. Swordsmanship talent, medium. Strength talents, elementary. High-level cultivation talent is nothing. Medium-sized bases like the Iron Tooth base have a lot of high-level cultivation talents, and Yu Chong, as the pavilion master of the Martial Pavilion of the Linhai base, comes from a large base, and the high-level cultivation talent can only be regarded as a small genius. However, the medium swordsmanship talent and the primary strength talent are very extraordinary, and the two can be superimposed, which shows that Yu Chang's strength is so strong that it is higher than Sun Kong and the others of the Sun family. I've seen the pavilion master. Yi Tian said politely. Yu Zhong hurriedly said, I'm just a Martial Pavilion sub-pavilion master in the Linhai base. Sect Master Yi is too polite. I don't know why Sect Master Yi wants to see me. Yi Tian did not refute Yu Chang's title. He deserved the title of Grand Master. Pavilion Master Yu is from the big base. I want to know how to get to the big base. Yi Tian asked bluntly. Yu Zhong smiled slightly. He was not curious about Yi Tian's question. After all, Yi Tian was already invincible in the Linhai base at such a young age. How could such a genius succumb to the weak Linhai base? He must be yearning for the big base. Yu Zhong didn't hide it, and said, I am from the Demon Sea base, 3,000 kilometers away from the Linhai base. This distance is not too far for the Grandmaster. The key is that this road is too dangerous, and even if you are unlucky, you will encounter a top-level fierce beast. Therefore, every other year, the large base will send people to the Linhai base. And there are only two real large base power branches in the Linhai base. One is our Wuga branch, and the other is the Bank of the Linhai base. This bank is affiliated with Mohai Bank. Mohai Bank rarely sends people, but the rule that our Martial Pavilion sends people once a year has always remained the same. Pavilion Master Yu, do you mean that only once a year when the Martial Pavilion sends someone here, can I follow the martial artists of the Martial Pavilion into the big base? Yu Zhong smiled and asked, it's not okay to go alone. Sect Master Yi shouldn't know about the big base, right? I don't understand. Yi Tian nodded. Yu Zhong explained, more than 100 years ago, the area of the earth was very small, and the cities were very close to each other, but when the end came, the fierce beasts outside the domain descended through the spatial cracks, and the earth not only generated vitality, but also became extremely huge, guessing that it was expanded hundreds of times, but no one knows how much it has become bigger. At the beginning, the number of human beings did shrink a lot, but in the past 100 years, the large bases of human beings have occupied large territories one by one, advocating more fertility. So the population of each large base is very large, the technology is also very developed, and there are many talents. Do you know how many people there are in the Demon Sea base? 1 million? Yi Tian said a number. You said in a deep voice, it's 10 million. What? Yi Tian was really shocked. This is the end of the world. There are 10 million people in a large base, which is comparable to the top first-tier cities in the previous life. With a population of 10 million, the power gathered is so great, and the Demon Sea base is actually no different from the metropolis more than 100 years ago under the construction of countless people. Many scientists have used Yuanli to replace electricity, and even Yuanli air conditioners, Yuanli cars, Yuanli elevators, etc., and the entire Demon Sea base is even covered by a huge Yuanli formation, and the fierce beasts can't attack it at all, and entering the Demon Sea base requires identity verification, and every person in the Linhai base has a Yuanli identity card, and only with this card can they freely enter and exit the Demon Sea base. Yu Zhong said again. Yuanli ID card. Yi Tian finally understood why he couldn't enter the Demon Sea base alone, because he couldn't enter, and only the martial artists who followed the Martial Pavilion could enter the Demon Sea base. Pavilion Master Yu, how long will it take for the people from the Martial Pavilion to come? Yi Tian asked the question he was most concerned about. The next trip is in a month. Yu Zhong replied. Chapter 61. After chatting with Yu Zhong for a long time, Yi Tian finally understood a little about the situation of the Demon Sea base. But what Yu Zhong said was just something very common, and as for the more secret information, he didn't mention it at all. Before leaving. Pavilion Master Yu, I wonder if you know Yu Ling? Yi Tian suddenly asked. Yu Chang's surname is Yu, and Yu Chang's surname is Yu, plus both of them are from Woga, maybe there is some relationship between the two. He was just curious, so he asked casually. Yu Ling and I both belong to the Yu family, and the Yu family is one of the 3 major families of the Martial Pavilion, and is in charge of 1/3 of the Martial Pavilion. However, I am only a member of the branch of the Yu family, and Yu Ling is the young lady of the main line, and her background is very deep, and her status is far higher than mine. Yu Zhong said. Sure enough. Yi Tian knew that his guess was right. Yu Ling's identity was really not simple, even Yu Chang's identity was far inferior to Yu Ling. It could be seen that Yu Ling's status was high, and it was no wonder that there were great martial arts servants following. Although that great martial artist is not very strong, it is amazing to be able to arrange a great martial artist to be an elite martial artist as a servant. In the Linhai base, the great martial artist is high, who would be a servant to an elite martial artist, and only a big family like the Yu family would do this. Pavilion Master Yu, in a month, I'll bother again. Yi Tian said goodbye. Back at home, Yi Tian began to think about the next arrangement. From Yu Cheng's mouth, he learned that the gold card and coins of the Linhai base can be exchanged for money in the Magic Sea Bank of the Magic Sea base, because the banks of the 2 places are the same and can be exchanged for each other, but the exchange ratio is only 2 to 1. In other words, the 2 yuan of the Linhai base can be exchanged for 1 yuan of the Demon Sea base. This kind of exchange seems to be a loss, but in fact, it is not a loss at all, because many things that are more precious in the Linhai base may be cheaper in the Demon Sea base, and the prices are different. There is still a month to leave the Linhai base, and some things should be disposed of, otherwise it will be a waste to stay in the Linhai base. Yi Tian thought. Among them, the first thing to deal with was those mid-level fierce beast blood, which was originally reserved for Yi Yu's cultivation, but there was only 1 month left, and Yi Yu alone couldn't use it at all. So, Yi Tian gave 1,000 pieces of mid-level fierce beast blood to the Wind Wolf hunting team, which was given to them for free. After all, Wind Wolf was not bad, and he was also his friend. As for the other mid-level fierce beast blood, Yi Tian sold most of it to Wu Gu, and sold it for a total of 1 billion yuan. 1 billion seems like a lot, but it is just a small amount of money for a martial artist like Yi Tian. In addition to the blood of the fierce beast, a large number of medicinal materials stored by Yi Tian were also sold one by one, and a total of 400 million were sold. The villa he lives in now, Yi Tian has not sold it. Maybe he will come back one day to take a look, and at least there will be a place to settle down at that time. For a month, Yi Tian basically didn't go out to hunt fierce beasts, but focused on cultivation, but only increased his strength to 230,000 caddies. It takes a month to increase the strength of 30,000 caddies, which is already very fast, and according to this speed, the strength of 360,000 caddies can be increased in a year. Although the speed of increasing his strength will weaken in the late stage of cultivation, Yi Tian can hope to be able to reach the limit level of a great martial artist of 1 million jin within 3 years, and then step into the realm of Grandmaster in one fell swoop. Achieving a Grandmaster in 3 years is enough to make countless martial artists envious. After all, they have no hope of being promoted to the Grandmaster level in their lifetime. Besides, this is just a top-level cultivation talent. I don't believe that the Demon Sea Great Base doesn't have a higher-level cultivation talent. If I copy a higher-level talent, the time to become a Grandmaster will be shortened a lot. Copying a higher-level cultivation talent, this was also one of the reasons why Yi Tian was in a hurry to go to the Demon Sea Great Base. If he had stayed in the Linhai base, he would not have had a chance to copy the higher-level cultivation talent at all, because the cultivation talent belonged to human beings, and only humans had cultivation talents, and the bloodline talent on the fierce beast was not suitable for him. Sister, let's go. Yi Tian said to Yi Yu, who was packing up his things. The things that Yi Yu packed were all her small belongings, which were of little value, but they were very nostalgic. If she couldn't bring too much, otherwise she would even want to take everything at home with her. Yi Yu packed 3 big bags and hung them all on Xiao Jin's body. Immediately, Yi Tian and Yi Yu left the central garden community by Xiao Jin and came to the north gate of the Linhai base. At this time, Yu Zhong was waiting at the north gate. When Yi Tian came to the north gate, he not only saw Yu Cheng, but also 7 or 8 martial artists. Lin Wanli, Grandmaster Old Manly, and several other great martial artists are all well-known big names in the Linhai base. They should also go to the Demon Sea base, but the purpose is definitely different from mine. Yi Tian guessed. He went to the Demon Sea base to settle down, and Lin Wanli and the others definitely couldn't give up everything in the Linhai base, because it was difficult for them to have room for improvement, and they couldn't improve their strength if they went to the Demon Sea base, so it was better to stay in the Linhai base. At least in the Linhai base, they are big shots. If they go to the Demon Sea base, except for the old man of the sect Masterly, everyone else has to hold their tails and be people, and they are not comfortable at all. Sect Master Yi. Lin Wanli and the others saw Yi Tian and greeted them one by one. Sect Master Yi, are you leaving the Linhai base and not coming back? Well, I'm going to settle down in the Demon Sea base, maybe I'll come back when I have time. Yi Tian replied casually. When Old Manly heard this, he was immediately overjoyed. As soon as Yi Tian left, no one in the Linhai base could suppress him. He was the only Grandmaster in the Linhai base, and he was also the first powerhouse. And if Yi Tian is there, he is always very aggrieved and does not dare to be arrogant at all. Therefore, if Yi Tian leaves, he is the most excited one. Of course, in front of Yi Tian, he didn't dare to show that he was too excited, so he could only suppress the joy in his heart in the depths of his heart. After waiting for about an hour, Yi Tian finally saw a caravan coming. Boom boom boom. The ground began to shake, and huge beasts came dragging a large amount of goods. The caravan is coming. You said in a loud voice. It was not the first time that Lin Wanli and the others had seen this caravan, so they were not surprised at all, but Yi Tian and Yi Yu stared at the caravan in the distance very curiously. To use such a huge beast as a caravan mount to transport goods. Yi Tian finally realized the strength of the martial pavilion at this moment, which was definitely not comparable to ordinary forces. Chapter 62. The caravan arrived at the north gate, and Yu Zhong stepped forward to discuss the handover of goods with one of the caravan's great warriors. These goods are transported from the large base and transported to the coastal base to be sold, exchanged for various other resources. These resources are lacking in the large base, such as some medicinal materials, specific beast materials, etc., and the large base can provide many healing medicines, yuan soldiers and other finished goods. The exchange of goods between the two bases is beneficial to both sides, and Wu Gu is also able to make a lot of profits from it. Yu Zhong sent someone to handle the goods, and this process took an hour or two. Old Manly and the others knew that they would have to wait a lot of time, so they closed their eyes and rested one by one, while Yi Tian looked at those huge fierce beasts curiously. These beasts are the same kind of beasts, similar to elephants, but several times larger than elephants, and have thick scale armor. The fierce beasts were not very far away from Yi Tian, and Yi Tian could naturally easily see the talent of these fierce beasts. Species, brute force elephant. Bloodline talent, medium. Defense talent, elementary. Strength talents, elementary. Talented. Yi Tian was surprised. This brute force armor elephant actually has two special talents, although they are only elementary talents, but they should also be good among the fierce beasts. The only pity is that their bloodline talent is only medium, and it is destined that they will not be able to become powerful fierce beasts. Although they are medium, but from the perspective of breath, they have all grown to the extreme, reaching the level of high-level fierce beasts. With the blessing of defense talent and strength talent, they should be of medium strength among high-level fierce beasts. Yi Tian judged. The brute force armor elephant has a huge body, the strength is not high, it is not low, and it is estimated that it is also very well domesticated, and it is indeed suitable for pulling goods and transportation. An hour and a half passed. Yu Zhong and the caravan's goods were basically handed over, and the caravan was ready to return to the Demon Sea base. If you want to come back this time, you can either wait a year or leave the Demon Sea base directly. It is more difficult to enter the Demon Sea base, but it is easier to leave. Lin Wanli and the others are preparing to stay in the Demon Sea base for a month or two, buy the items they need, and then return to the Lin Hai base. As long as they are careful, the possibility of encountering danger is not too great. If you follow the caravan, 10 million yuan per person, free entry certificate. A great martial artist from the caravan walked up to Yi Tian and the others and said, "Give." Lin Wanli took out 10 gold cards and handed them to the caravan warrior. Although Old Manly is a grandmaster, he can't break the rules, he is just an ordinary little grandmaster, and he can't break the rules of the martial pavilion, and there is also a grandmaster in the caravan, but he just stayed in a car pulled by a brute force armor elephant and didn't get down. Therefore, Old Manly did not dare not give money. You need to pay 30 million yuan, and the beast pet has to pay too. The caravan warrior pointed to the small golden road. 3,000 yuan was just a small number for Yi Tian, he paid it directly, and he didn't argue with the caravan. Soon, the caravan left. Old Manly and the others are not qualified to sit on the brute force armor elephant, so they can only run along, while Yi Tian and Yi Yu are more comfortable, sitting on Xiao Jin's back. It is not bumpy at all, it is extremely comfortable. The brute force armor elephant did not run fast, but ran at a speed of 100 meters per second, which is indeed very slow, but there is no way, this is the wild, and there are countless fierce beasts between the Lin Hai base and the Demon Sea base, and this line has not yet been opened. If you run too fast, the cargo is easy to fly, not to mention, it is easy to hit other fierce beasts, and then it will be a big trouble. At the speed of a brute force elephant, the distance of 3,000 kilometers is about 8 or 9 hours, which is not a long time. Yi Tian found a lot of fierce beasts, but most of the fierce beasts felt the breath of the brute force armor elephant and ran away. After all, the deterrent power of a group of high-level fierce beasts was still very strong, and ordinary fierce beasts did not dare to approach the caravan. The caravan is not afraid of high-level fierce beasts, but it is worried about the appearance of top-level fierce beasts. However, the possibility of encountering top-level fierce beasts is not very great, because the route taken by the caravan is a relatively safe route, bypassing the territory of many top-level fierce beasts. As long as it is not too unlucky, basically nothing will happen. 9 hours passed. Yi Tian sat on Xiao Jin's back, looking into the distance, and with super good eyesight, he soon saw an incomparably huge city. The city is not known how many times larger than the Lin Hai base, but it is not protected by a city wall, only a faint light curtain covers the entire city. Demon Sea base. Yi Tian muttered. Compared with the Magic Sea base, the Lin Hai base is undoubtedly a backward small place, and the two are like the difference between a modern city and an ancient city. What made Yi Tian even more curious was undoubtedly the huge light curtain that covered the entire Demon Sea base. It was said that this was a formation, but he didn't know how it was built. A minute later. It's here. The leader of the caravan, the warrior, said loudly. Leave with your entry credentials. The great warrior who led the team gave Yi Tian a paper voucher and set Yi Tian away. There are many entrances to the demon sea bass, and these entrances are not covered by light curtains, so you can walk in, but you need a voucher or a Yuanli identity card, otherwise if you find that you have trespassed on the demon sea bass, even the Grandmaster will have to die. Yi Tian took the 3 vouchers, passed through the entrance, entered the demon sea bass, and immediately separated from Old Man Li and the others. Old Man Li and the others obviously have their own things to do, and after he and Old Man Li and the others are separated, there may be no intersection in the future, so naturally there is no need to stay together. The streets of the demon sea base are very wide, even if Xiao Jin walks on the street, it will not look too big. This is the demon sea base deliberately built in this way, it is for the sake of fierce beast pets. Yi Tian asked some people, and finally found a place to handle the identity of a resident of the demon sea bass. Devil's Sea Resident Bureau. Standing in front of the skyscraper where the Demon Sea Residence Bureau was located, Yi Tian suddenly had a feeling of returning to his previous life. In fact, this feeling was felt when he came to the Demon Sea Base. After all, the Demon Sea Base is too similar to the modern city in the previous life, but the power here is composed of Yuan Li, and the breath of Yuan force is everywhere, and the Yuan force of the entire base is much richer than that of the Lin Hai base. Cultivating in such an environment, the cultivation speed is definitely much better than that of the Lin Hai base. Just as Yi Tian was about to enter the Demon Sea Resident Bureau, a martial artist wearing a security guard costume stopped Yi Tian. Friend, your beast can't go inside. Yi Tian looked at the martial artist in front of him, looked at the gate of the Demon Sea Residential Bureau again, and then compared Xiao Jin's size. He had no choice but to leave Xiao Jin outside. If Xiao Jin forced it in, I am afraid it would cause some damage. Xiao Jin, you wait for me outside, I'll come out soon when I go in. Yi Tian admonished. Master, hurry up and come out. Kim was a little scared and nervous. There are too many humans around here, and they are all very powerful humans, and it has even sensed a lot of humans who are much stronger than it, and they are in this Demon Sea Resident Bureau. As a ferocious beast, it feels too much pressure to stay here. If Yi Tian was there, it was not afraid, and as soon as Yi Tian left, it was worried about its own safety. Chapter 63. Walking into the Demon Sea Resident Bureau, Yi Tian found that there were not many people here. But it's right to think about it, this is the place to handle the identity, but the people in the Demon Sea base basically have an identity, unless the Yuanli identity card is damaged, they will come here to reapply for it. As a result, not many people come here to do business. Yi Tian came to a window, reported his origin, filled in a bunch of information, and the last step was to go to the 10th floor to pay coins to truly become a resident of the Demon Sea Bass. And this cost is very high, one person needs 50 million yuan. For ordinary people in the Demon Sea Bass, this price is undoubtedly sky high, but outsiders who want to truly become a member of the Demon Sea Bass need to pay such an expensive price. If it weren't for such a high price, wouldn't the martial artists of those small bases all have to pour into the Demon Sea Great Base? Yi Tian didn't have the coins of the Demon Sea Base now, so he went to the Demon Sea Bank next door, exchanged 100 million yuan, paid the fee, and successfully handled 2 resident Yuanli identity cards. Xiao Jin is a pet and does not need to apply for an identity card, he only needs to register with the pet administration. Subsequently, Yi Tian went to Mahai Bank to apply for 2 more bank cards, similar to the bank cards in his previous life, but Mahai Bank's bank cards are not ordinary cards, and there are simple formation patterns engraved inside, which can store information. If you want to apply for a bank card, you must have a Yuanli identity card, and after Yi Tian and Yi you have handled the Yuanli ID card, they have the qualifications to apply for a bank card. The identity card is done, and the bank card is also done. Subsequently, Yi Tian went to the Animal Pet Administration Bureau to register for Xiao Jin. It can be said that Yi Tian's most basic things when he came to the Demon Sea Base have been dealt with. And then there's one more thing, and that's buying a property. Yi Tian has a lot of funds, and after being exchanged for the coins of the Demon Sea Bass, there are also as much as 800 million, which is the capital he has accumulated in 2 years, and it is more than enough to buy a villa. The most central villa in the Demon Sea Bass, Yi Tian definitely can't afford it, and even if he can, he won't buy it, it's too wasteful. After screening, Yi Tian bought a small villa in a community near the core area of the Magic Sea Bass, spending about 300 million. The biggest advantage of this villa is that it has a soundproof formation, which can be soundproofed and will not be disturbed by external sounds. There is also a cultivation room. The yuan power inside is much richer than the outside world, and it is said that it is also the effect of the formation, and if you cultivate in the cultivation room, It is about 30% faster than the outside world. Brother, is this our new home in the future? Yi came to the villa and shouted excitedly. Although this villa is much smaller than the original, she has never seen a modern villa, and she feels that this place is 100 times better than the original villa, and she is full of curiosity about many things. Although it was the first time Yi Tian came to the Demon Sea Bass, and it was also the first time he had seen a modern villa in this era, but the villas in this era were not much different from the villas in his previous life, and he would not be as curious as Yi Yu. In fact, the things researched by the people of the Demon Sea Base were completely imitating items from more than 100 years ago, so Yi Tian was no stranger to them. The next few days, Yi Tian bought daily necessities on a large scale to decorate his new home, so as not to make the new home too empty. At the same time, Yi Tian also began to understand everything about the Demon Sea Bass. Cultivation room. Yi Tian looked at the huge pillar he had just purchased in front of him. This was the force measuring column. When he was in the Linhai base before, he had also seen this kind of thing, but the force measurement equipment of the Linhai base was undoubtedly the simplest, and the force measurement pillar in front of him was relatively advanced, and even the attack power of the Grandmaster level could be accurately tested. But what made Yi Tian more curious was that the attack power of the Demon Sea Base against the Grandmaster and above was not with the word caddy, but with an elephant. The power of one elephant is equal to the power of 1 million caddies. This elephant is not an ordinary elephant, but an ancient mammoth giant elephant, and it is also a high-level fierce beast, but its physical strength is 1 million caddies, and almost all ancient mammoths are at this level of strength. Therefore, people use the elephant as a unit of strength. After all, as the cultivation increases, if you still use the gene, it will be tens of millions of gene at every turn, and the power of hundreds of millions of gene will sound a little weird. And this unit is generally recognized by the Grandmasters, and the grade is much higher than that of the caddy. Rumble. Yi Tian punched the force measuring column, and a 232,356 number appeared on it, which meant that Yi Tian's strength had reached 232,356 caddies, and the strength was calculated very accurately. This is Yi Tian's pure physical strength. Immediately, Yi Tian tried to urge the strength talent, and added the Yuan force amplification. There was a bang, the force measuring column shook, and a number appeared. 4.6. There is also a sign of a baby elephant after 4.6. This is naturally not 4.6 caddies, but represents the power of 4.6 elephants, which is equivalent to the power of 4.6 million caddies. Then, Yi Tian took out the intermediate Yuan force knife weapon and slashed at the force measuring pillar with all his strength. At this time, a word count of 27.6 appeared on the force measuring column, representing the power of 27.6 elephants. 27.6 The power of the elephant represents the power of 27.6 million caddies. The previous article wrote the wrong protagonist's attack power in the Titan Sen ape, which has been modified. Such an attack power is very good in the realm of the Grandmaster. After all, the weakest Grandmaster can only exert the attack power of 2 more elephants. Of course, that kind of Grandmaster is the weakest among the Grandmaster level, and he doesn't have much status in the Demon Sea Bass, not even a high level, but only a middle level. According to the information of the Demon Sea Bass, the ultimate body strength of the Grandmaster is 50 million caddies, that is, the power of 50 elephants, and under the increase of Yuan force, the power of 100 elephants can be exerted. Even if the peak powerhouse of the Grandmaster without any special talent is enough to kill me in seconds, my strength is still very weak in the Demon Sea Bass. Yi Tian said darkly. What makes Yi Tian like the Demon Sea Base more is that the Demon Sea Base pays attention to the legal system. Just like in the previous life, it is very strict about illegal behaviors. Even people from big families can't bully ordinary people at will. And the coastal base doesn't seem to be able to kill, but if the children of the big family really kill people, no one will care. But the Demon Sea Base is different. Even if the Grandmaster deliberately kills an ordinary person, he will be imprisoned for hundreds or even hundreds of years at every turn, and in serious cases, he will be directly sentenced to death. It is such a good environment that has created the prosperity of the Mohai base. Of course, if you are out of the Demon Sea Bass, if you are in the wild, fighting will still often happen. Because there is no way to prevent this situation, and there is no way to stop it. There are 2 more things to do next. Send my sister to school. There is a martial arts school in the Mohai base, and you can get a better education in it, which is very suitable for your sister. The second thing is to find a cultivation talent above the top cultivation talent, and then copy it to make my cultivation talent transform. Yi Tian planned. Since the second thing needs to depend on luck, it is useless for Yi Tian to be anxious. For now, let's take the lead in dealing with the first thing. So, Yi Tian called Yi to him. Sister, I'll send you to school tomorrow, okay? Okay. Yi Yu nodded. She knew that her brother was very busy, and he usually didn't see anyone, even if he was at home. He was practicing alone, she was bored alone, and Xiao Jin didn't know how to speak, so he couldn't chat with her. In contrast, she prefers to go to school, where she can at least make a lot of friends. Okay, then I'll send you to school tomorrow. Yi Tian touched Yi Yu's little head and said with a smile. Chapter 64. There are many schools in the Demon Sea Bass, which are mainly divided into two levels. One is the ordinary school for ordinary people and martial apprentices, and the other is the martial arts school that only martial artists can attend, and the martial arts school is also divided into several grades, among which the high grades even have grandmasters to guide the practice. But as long as the age reaches the age of 25, or the cultivation reaches the level of the great martial artist, you must graduate from the martial arts school. After all, the path after the great martial artist needs to rely on yourself, and the guidance of the martial arts school is of little use to the great martial artist. Originally, Yi Tian thought that what he learned in the martial arts school was just the body forging method and some theories, but when he learned about the martial arts school, he realized that he was lonely. There are many things that can be learned in the martial arts school, such as sword techniques, fist techniques, palm techniques, and various secret techniques, and even the foundation of formations, the art of forging yuan soldiers, and so on. But everything has a premise, that is, there must be a corresponding talent. For example, only those who have swordsmanship talent can learn swordsmanship, but if they don't have swordsmanship talent, they can't apply for swordsmanship courses at all, and they can't even borrow swordsmanship books. The martial arts school pays attention to teaching students according to their aptitude, and all people with special talents are very welcome objects in the martial arts school. But even if you don't have special talents, it doesn't matter, you can also learn some basic things, such as basic swordsmanship, etc., which can be learned for free, and the talent requirements are not high. If it weren't for my special nature, I couldn't casually expose my talent, otherwise I would also want to enter the martial arts school to study. Yi Tian sighed. The procedures for signing up for a martial arts school are not very complicated. Yi Yu has an identity card, plus he is a martial artist cultivation and a medium cultivation talent, so he easily entered the martial arts school, although it is not the best martial arts school in the Demon Sea Bass, but it is closer to the villa, and it is more convenient to go home. It took a few days, and after completing all the formalities, Yi Yu successfully enrolled in the school. Originally, Yi Tian planned to inquire about the geniuses of the Demon Sea Great Base, so that he could find them and copy their talents. But the arrival of one person disrupted Yi Tian's plan. Yu Ling. Yi Tian had just come back from outside and was a little surprised when he saw Yu Ling standing outside his villa. It was clear to me when I thought about it. Yu Cheng knew about his coming to the Demon Sea Bass, and Yu Cheng and Yu Ling belonged to the same family. Perhaps it was Yu Cheng who sent the news to Yu Ling. Yi Tian, long time no see. Yu Ling smiled. Let's go in and talk. Yi Tian invited. Okay. Yu Ling followed Yi Tian into the villa and sat down in the hall. Yu Ling, Yu Zhong told you that I came, right? Yi Tian asked bluntly. Yes, Yu Cheng told me about you. At first I thought that what Yu Cheng said was false, but now that I see you, I know that Yu Cheng is right. In such a short period of time, I didn't expect your strength to be raised to the level of a great martial artist. According to what Yu Zhong said, is it true that you killed a grandmaster? Yu Ling stared at Yi Tian very nervously, waiting for Yi Tian's answer. It's just an ordinary grandmaster. Yi Tian hurriedly said. This is equivalent to admitting it. The simplest grandmaster, that is also a grandmaster. If a great martial artist wants to kill a grandmaster, he must have a special talent that can increase his attack power. I want to invite you to join the martial pavilion again, are you willing? Yu Ling said. I'm still the same, I don't want to join any forces for the time being. Yi Tian shook his head. Regarding Yi Tian's answer, Yu Ling was not surprised or disappointed, she just said it casually. Then, Yu Ling said the true purpose of this trip. Yi Tian, I don't know if you've heard of the secret realm? Yu Ling asked. Secret realm? Yi Tian shook his head. He really doesn't know what the secret realm is, it should be the kind of secret realm in the novel. But in this day and age, he really hadn't heard of it. Yu Ling knew that Yi Tian was from a small base, and it was normal to not know the secret realm, so he explained, the secret realm is a kind of subspace that is free from the earth, there are mountains, water, trees, and even fierce beasts, and each secret realm is different, some secret realms have many treasures, and some secret realms are very barren. The appearance of the secret realm is also related to the disaster 100 years ago, and the entrance to the secret realm is a spatial crack that only opens in some specific states. I see. Yi Tian understood. Yu Ling continued to explain, there is a secret realm in a mountain range not far from the demon sea base, but the powerhouses of the Grandmaster and above realms cannot enter this secret realm. Once they forcibly enter, they will be crushed into nothingness by the power of the secret realm, and only the martial artists of the realm below the Grandmaster can enter the secret realm. Yu Ling, what are you telling me about this? Yi Tian asked. In fact, he already had some speculation in his mind. I want to invite you to enter the secret realm together, because the secret realm is very dangerous, and the great warriors will not live in harmony after entering the secret realm. If they really encounter treasures, even if they are from the same family, they will fight each other. After all, the news in the secret realm cannot be transmitted, and no one knows about each other. And I believe in your character, so I want to invite you in, and whatever you gain in it is your own. Yu Ling showed his attitude and said. How many martial artists will enter the secret realm? Yi Tian asked again. A lot. Yu Ling said solemnly, that secret realm is opened every 10 years, and each time it is opened, it can accommodate 1,000 people to enter, and the great martial artists in the Demon Sea Great Base are far more than 1,000 people, so only the big forces have a quota, and I have a quota because of my identity. There are 1,000 great warriors entered. Yi Tian gasped. It is simply unimaginable for so many great warriors to be placed in the Linhai base. At this time, he also understood Yu Ling's worries. Yu Ling's talent was indeed good, but it was definitely much worse than the real Tianjiao, so when he learned that he had the strength to kill ordinary grandmasters, he wanted to invite him to enter the secret realm together. What strength are you now? Yi Tian asked. He could sense that Yu Ling was in the realm of a great martial artist, but he couldn't sense which realm he was in a great martial artist. Late stage of the great warrior. Yu Ling said truthfully. So fast. Yi Tian showed a look of surprise. Yu Ling is just a high-level cultivation talent, how can he be so fast? Even with the support of the Yu family, it won't be so fast, right? Is it? Yi Tian thought of a possibility. Originally, he had checked Yu Ling's talent, so when he saw Yu Ling this time, he didn't check it. Now, he's a little skeptical. Human, Yu Ling. Cultivation talent, top. Swordsmanship talent, medium. Speed talent, inferior. The original high-level cultivation talent became a top-level cultivation talent. Yu Ling, who has a top-level cultivation talent, joined the resources of the Yu family, and now it is too normal to cultivate to the late stage of the great martial artist. Sure enough, Yu Ling's talent has been promoted to a top-level cultivation talent. If I'm not mistaken, the treasure she took from the Lake of Death that day should be a treasure that can increase her talent. Yi Tianming enlightened. Chapter 65. Yi Tian, are you willing to accept my invitation? Yu Ling said with great anticipation. Yi Tian was silent for a moment and nodded. Okay, I am willing to enter the secret realm with you. In fact, he was also very curious about what was inside the secret realm. And at the level of a great martial artist, he thinks that he is almost invincible, and he is really not afraid of any great martial artist. For Yu Ling, it may be dangerous to enter the secret realm, but he doesn't care about the so-called danger. And there are a lot of benefits to be gained by entering the secret realm, so why wouldn't he do it? But don't be too excited, it's better to keep a low profile. Yu Ling, I want a copy of the information about the great martial arts genius of the Demon Sea Base, can you get it? After all, we are going to enter the secret realm, so it would be better to know more about other geniuses. Yi Tian said. No problem. Yu Ling agreed, in 3 days, I will send the information to you. In addition, there are still 20 days to go, and the secret realm will be opened. During this time, you'd better not go out, in case something delays, you won't be able to get in. Understood. Yi Tian nodded. After sending Yu Ling away, Yi Tian began to cultivate. There are still 20 days left, he can use these 20 days to cultivate hard, and occasionally go out for a walk. If he can really encounter a good talent, then copy. If he can't meet it, he will keep the opportunity to copy the talent. After all, in another 20 days, he will meet many geniuses, and these geniuses must have very good talents. If you use up the copy opportunity now, you won't be able to copy it in 20 days. 3 days later. Yu Ling sent someone to send a piece of information, which was dozens of pages. Yi Tian slowly flipped through these materials alone. Fortunately, Yu Ling gave these geniuses a simple ranking, otherwise so many geniuses' information would be really a little confused all of a sudden. Cultivation genius. Combat genius. Geniuses are mainly divided into these two categories. Cultivation genius refers to having a relatively high cultivation talent, which is beyond the talent of ordinary people. And the battle genius refers to the genius who has the ability to increase the attack power. They completely crush other great martial artists at the great martial artist level, and even those cultivation geniuses dare not offend these combat geniuses. If they were both combat geniuses and cultivation geniuses, they would be enough to be called real Tianjia figures. The first cultivation genius at the level of a great martial artist, Yun Tian, the third son of the Yun family, is suspected of having extraordinary talent, and after a year and a half of cultivation, he has reached the peak realm of a great martial artist. Extraordinarily gifted. When Yi Tian saw the name of this cultivation talent, he guessed in his heart that the extraordinary talent was the talent level above the top cultivation talent. Afterwards, he continued to look through the list of cultivation geniuses. There are only 3 geniuses in total who are suspected of being extraordinarily talented. Naturally, the huge Demon Sea Great Base could not have only 3 extraordinary talents, but at the level of the great martial artist, there should only be 3 extraordinary talents at present, and the other extraordinary talents were either just cultivating, or they were grandmasters, or even above the realm of grandmasters. It's a pity that these 3 superlatively gifted geniuses will definitely not easily appear in front of others. The family behind them will definitely protect them, maybe even the secret realm will not let them in. Yi Tian guessed. Therefore, it is not easy for him to copy the extraordinary talents of these 3 geniuses, but there is definitely a chance to copy them. In addition to the 3 extraordinary cultivation geniuses, there are even more geniuses with top-level cultivation talents, no less than 50, and this is only the top-level cultivation talent geniuses at the great martial artist level. If the scope was expanded to the entire Demon Sea Great Base, the number of top-level cultivation talent geniuses would probably have to increase many times. Seeing this, Yi Tian had to admit that the talent of the martial artists of the Demon Sea Base was much higher than that of the martial artists of the Linhai Base. This has little to do with the geographical location, and it doesn't have much to do with the population. It's mainly a matter of parental cultivation. If the parents have a high level of cultivation, the talent of the offspring will be high. And the Demon Sea Base has developed very well, and it has been multiplied from generation to generation, resulting in the birth of many highly talented geniuses in the Demon Sea Base. This point is incomparable to the Linhai Base, and even if the Linhai Base gives birth to a genius, it will leave the Linhai Base and join the big base. As a result, small bases can never be developed. In short, it's a vicious circle for a small base, and a virtuous circle for a large base. Look at the battle genius again. Yi Tian opened the page of the battle genius and browsed carefully. The first place of the great martial artist combat genius, Yun Feng, the genius of the Yun family, the peak realm of the great martial artist, is suspected of having a top-level wind blade talent and a primary speed talent. What, top-tier wind blade talent? Yi Tian was stunned. The wind blade talent is undoubtedly an offensive talent, which can increase attack damage. And the attack power that the top wind blade talent can increase by 20 times is probably 20 times, plus the attack that the peak of the great martial artist can exert the power of 2 elephants, which adds up to the power of 40 elephants. In terms of attack power, Yi Tian Kai has 27.6 elephant power. Underestimate these geniuses. Yun Feng can hit an attack with the power of 40 elephants, which is even more fierce than the attack of the Titan ape at the beginning, but Yun Feng's speed is not as fast as the Titan ape, and the defense is not as terrible as the Titan ape, and the comprehensive strength is still much worse than the Titan ape. Yi Tian said. Compared with Yun Feng, his advantages are defense, speed, and healing talents. After all, what he has is a top-level speed talent, a medium-level defense talent, and a top-level healing talent. Even if the realm is weaker than Yun Feng, he can crush Yun Feng by talent alone. But you have to make sure that this information is complete. If these guys are hiding other talents, then the strength is not like that. It seems that when you meet other geniuses in the future, you can't underestimate them, you must go all out. Yi Tian secretly warned himself. In addition to Yun Feng, there are many combat geniuses whose strength should not be underestimated, including many geniuses who can play the power of 30 elephants, and the ability of some combat geniuses is very weird, and the attack power may not be good, but the ability of the Yin people is not bad, and it is also necessary to pay attention to. It took most of the day for Yi Tian to have a simple understanding of these geniuses. The next step is to wait for the secret realm to open. In the midst of the busy cultivation, the time quickly passed for another 17 days. On this day, Yu Ling sent someone to invite Yi Tian to Yu's house. It's time to enter the secret realm. Chapter 66. Yu's family. When Yi Tian followed an elite martial artist escort here, he couldn't help but marvel when he saw the Yu family's residential area. The Yu family occupies a large area. There are many high-rise buildings in the entire Yi family, and there are even retro-type villas, a large number of martial artists are walking back and forth, and you can see an elite martial artist from time to time. And the Yu family even has a lot of great warrior guards, all wearing armor and spears, patrolling like ancient soldiers. If it weren't for Yi Tian's someone, he wouldn't have been able to enter the Yu family at all. Along. Yi Tian has been using the copying talent to check the talent of the Yu family. Medium cultivation talent. Medium cultivation talent. Elementary cultivation talent. Advanced cultivation talent. Yi Tian took a closer look. Most of them were in the middle cultivation talent and the primary cultivation talent. Of course, there are many ordinary people in the Yu family. As for the high-level cultivation talent, the Yu family does not have many talents, so it can be seen that the high-level talent is also a good talent in the Yu family. And among the geniuses of the top cultivation talents, Yi Tian did not see one. It's not that he hasn't, it's that he hasn't touched it yet. Young Master Yi Tian, it's here. The guard who led the way pointed to a clearing not far away. I saw that more than 20 people had gathered there, including a dozen young people, 6 or 7 middle-aged people, and an old man. Yi Tian, you're here. Yu Ling walked over and shouted. Well, here we are. Yi Tian nodded lightly. And at this time, he obviously sensed a few unkind glances. Yu Ling noticed Yi Tian's eyes, so he walked over and said in a low voice, I gave you the quota, a few clansmen are a little unhappy, but you don't have to worry about them. Yi Tian nodded lightly. It's just a few big martial artists, and he really doesn't pay attention to it. Moreover, the strongest talent among them is only a top-level cultivation talent. As for the special talents, they are all relatively poor, not as good as Yu Ling. If it was a supernatural talent, he might have taken it seriously. At this time, the old man took a deep look at the day, and then spoke. Now that we're here, let's go. Rumble. A flying boat appears out of thin air. This scene completely stunned Yi Tian. And a young man from the Yu family on the side pouted and said, the turtle from the small base, I haven't seen the Yufeng boat, our Yu family has 10 of them. Being so despised by others, if Yi Tian didn't fight back, would it still be him? The Yu family has 10, but do you have one? If you have it, say it again, otherwise shut up. Yi Tian asked. The man was speechless when asked, and he didn't know how to answer. Could it be that he wanted to say that the Yufeng boat was his? Does he dare to say this? He didn't dare, because the Yufeng boat belonged to the Yu family, not his. It's easy to get in, but it's hard to get out. I don't want to see Sister Ling waste a place. The man snorted. Don't worry, if someone dies, I won't die. Yi Tian said. Okay, don't be so angry, young man. The old man's eyes stared at Yi Tian and the young man, and a faint coercion spread. In an instant, the young man of the Yu family didn't dare to speak, and Yi Tian stopped talking, his eyes were full of fear. This old man is so strong. Yi Tian was secretly surprised. He looked at the old man with his talent. Human, Yu Ben. Cultivation talent, top. Swordsmanship talent, beginner. The old man Yu Ben has a top-level cultivation talent and a primary swordsmanship talent. Judging from Yu Ben's age, he must have cultivated for a long time. Maybe he is already a grandmaster level peak realm. In this way, his combat power may have reached an incredible level, far from being comparable to Yi Tian. Let's go up. Yu Ben said lightly. Wow. The hatch of the storm boat opened. Phew. A great warrior jumped into the air and entered the wind boat. Yi Tian and Yu Ling stood together. The internal space of the Yufeng boat is not small, there are many seats. Yi Tian and Yu Ling found an adjacent seat to sit down. Yu Ling, the Imperial Wind Boat should have also been built using the formation, right? Yi Tian asked curiously. Well, the wind boat is built using the floating formation and a variety of formations, and the materials used to build the wind boat are very scarce, so its price is very expensive. If it is measured in money, it is worth tens of billions. Yu Ling introduced. Hey, it's worth tens of billions. Yi Tian couldn't help but be surprised by the price of the wind boat. At this time, Yu Ling said again, actually, no one is willing to sell the Imperial Wind Boat at all, and they can't buy it even if they have money. Do you know what the ultimate speed of the wind boat is? How much? Yi Tian showed an expression of curiosity. 100 times the speed of sound. Yu Ling said seriously. 100 times the speed of sound. Yi Tian was really shocked. This speed is too fast. The so-called supersonic fighter in his previous life was just scum in front of Yu Fengzhu. Of course, turning on 100 times the speed of sound is very expensive, and you need to use extremely expensive yuan chi stones. Yu Ling immediately explained the Yuan Qi stone to Yi Tian. The Yuan Qi stone is formed by the condensation of the Yuan Qi of heaven and earth, and the earth has only been nourished by the Yuan Qi for 100 years, so there are not many Yuan Qi stones at all, and it is very difficult to find a Yuan Qi stone, so it is almost impossible to see the Yuan Qi stone on the market. But it is an extremely precious material. Without it, it would be difficult for the wind boat to fly. Even with the help of the vitality of heaven and earth, the flight speed will be very slow, and even the speed of sound will be difficult to reach. Therefore, the use of the wind boat is a resource-consuming act. Even the Yu family didn't dare to waste the Yuan Qi stone to turn on 100 sound. This time, the Yu family used the wind boat and it only turned on 10 times the speed of sound. This speed is already very fast, because it is in the air, there is no obstacle, and you can fly with confidence. If it was on the ground, even the Grandmaster would not dare to increase the speed to 10 times the speed of sound at will, and that would easily cause problems. With a flight 10 times the speed of sound, the destination was soon reached. Come out. Yu Ben's voice reached everyone's ears. The hatch opened, and a famous martial artist of the Yu family jumped out, and Yi Tian also jumped out. Below was a mountain range, and Yi Tian and the Yu family jumped onto the flat ground of a mountain peak. Wow! The void shook, and the huge wind boat was gone. Then, Yi Tian saw it clearly. Yu Fengzhou was taken away by Yu Ben. Yu Ben must have a huge space storage equipment in his hand. Yi Tian said enviously. He also wanted to get such a piece of equipment, but unfortunately there was no way, and he couldn't buy it. Ask Yu Ling if there is a way to get storage equipment later. Yi Tian secretly planned. Someone else is coming, too. Yu Ling said softly. Yi Tian looked over and saw that on the surrounding mountain peaks, a famous warrior fell from the wind boat. In just half an hour, more than 40 wind boats had arrived. And the number of great warriors who arrived soon reached almost 1,000. Chapter 67. Due to the relative distance between the martial artists, Yi Tian naturally couldn't check the talent of all the martial artists. After all, Yi Tian's current talent viewing range only covers 200 meters, but there are many martial artists within just 200 meters. Check. In an instant, a series of phantoms appeared on the retina. Each phantom is the talent of a martial artist. He can check the talent of 100 martial artists at one time, which is also the ability generated after the upgrade of the copy talent, without the need to check them one by one. Advanced olfactory talent. This talent is good. It is estimated to be very useful when tracking people, but it is not very useful to me now. Elementary transfiguration, that's good. If you know this talent, you can change your body shape, appearance, and even that thing can become bigger and smaller, right? It's definitely a man's gospel talent, but it's a pity that it's still not very useful to my strength at the moment. A talent flashed in front of Yi Tian's eyes, but Yi Tian didn't even look at it. Undoubtedly, what is considered good is the top-level cultivation talent of that sect. If he copies a few more top-level cultivation talents, his top-level cultivation talent may transform into an extraordinary talent. But he can only copy one talent now, and if he copies the talent and evolves again in the future, he may be able to copy a few more talents at once, but not now. I've wasted a lot of time, just for this copy. I must copy a satisfactory talent. Yi Tian said darkly. Suddenly, on a hill not far away, there was a commotion. The man is. Yi Tian looked at it and saw a young man in white, which caused many people to discuss, and many people looked at the young man in white. He's Yunfeng. Yu Ling on the side introduced. It turns out that he is Yunfeng. Yi Tian is clear. He had read the information of the geniuses, and Yunfeng was the #1 combat genius. Yunfeng has a top-level wind blade talent and a primary speed talent, which are 2 talents on the surface. As for whether there are other talents, I don't know for the time being, but there should be no other talents. After all, as a combat genius, he has received too much attention. Maybe someone studies him every day. The possibility that he wants to hide the talent is not very high, and it is already very rebellious for a person to have 2 special talents. Unless he has a copy talent, it is unlikely to have more talents. The wind blade talent is indeed a very good talent. It amplifies attacks by 20 times, and it is also a long-range attack method, but it can't increase my combat power. Yi Tian sighed secretly. His real physical strength is now only 250,000 gene strength, and 10 times the strength talent plus 6 times the bronze level consummation sword skill Qingfeng Slash. These 2 talents can be superimposed, forming a 60 times increase. The strength talent and sword skill can be increased because the sword skill is not a talent, it is an attack method cultivated with the help of the sword talent, and the strength talent can be blessed on the knife skill, and the two form a superimposed effect. But the wind blade talent can't do it. The wind blade talent can't stack with the strength talent, both of them are offensive talents, and if they can be stacked, wouldn't it be a mess? If he could really stack it, he would have copied the attack talent of Adora a long time ago. Wouldn't the effect of the superposition make him second to second heir, and even gods and demons can be seconded? But that's not realistic. My physical strength is only 250,000 caddies, and after the increase in yuan power, it is 500,000 caddies. Even if I copy the wind blade, the attack power of the fight is only 10 million caddies, which is equivalent to the power of 10 elephants, which does not help my combat power much. At most it makes up for my shortcomings that far exceed the attack. Yi Tian thought. Therefore, he didn't really want to copy the top-level wind blade talent, at least not now, and talk about it later. Just as Yi Tian was pondering, the void was in turmoil. The spatial rift is coming out, Yu Ling said in a low voice. Then, her gaze was in the air. Click. The sky felt like it was about to shatter, and it rattled and made people's scalps tingle when they heard it. Rumble. With a loud bang, a large amount of vitality rushed out of the inexplicable place, and a small black dot appeared in the air 100 meters, and this small black dot gradually became larger, forming a small crack. Then, the crack grew larger and larger, reaching about a meter or so. But the crack is no longer expanding. A 1 meter long spatial crack is estimated to be less than 10 centimeters wide, and such a spatial crack can't enter people at all, right? If anyone dares to enter, I'm afraid that their bodies will be torn apart in an instant, and even a top-level grandmaster will have to fall and die. Yi Tian was puzzled about what to do next, and many martial artists were also very puzzled. Suddenly, a famous grandmaster of the major families bent down and respectfully asked, "See Lord Yunhe King make a move?" "Yes." A voice permeated, like the sound of heaven and earth. The next moment, everyone screamed, just because there was a person in the middle of the air, who looked very young, only in his 30s. But Yi Tian knew very well that this person was definitely more than 30 years old, because the lifespan of the realm above the Grandmaster was far higher than that of ordinary people. Take the Grandmaster as an example. The Grandmaster can live to be 200 years old, and how long can a martial artist above the Grandmaster realm live? Yi Tian didn't know, but that kind of martial artist could definitely live longer. Such a warrior must not judge his age by his appearance. Volley flight, this is a king-level powerhouse, Yu Ling said enviously. King? Yi Tian asked in a low voice, is it the next realm above the Grandmaster? Yu Ling nodded, that's right, the king level is the next realm of the Grandmaster. The king level is not only able to fly, but the lifespan has reached 500 years, but even the probability of a top-level cultivation talent wanting to become a king level is less than 1%, and the probability of a transcendental level cultivation talent becoming a king level is not 100%, only about 80%. It is said that what conditions must be met to become a king level, so it will be like this. This adult is an extraordinary level cultivation talent? Yi Tian tried to ask. It seems to be, I don't know very well. Yu Ling shook his head. Transcendental level cultivation talent. Transcendental level cultivation talent. Yi Tian kept thinking about this sentence in his mind. The next moment, his eyes were full of longing and determination. He wanted to take a look at the talent of this king-level existence, and once he confirmed that the other party had an extraordinary level cultivation talent, he must copy it. Transcendental level cultivation talent is hard to find. He doesn't know when he will be able to encounter transcendental level cultivation talent. It would be a pity to miss it. Yi Tian estimated that the straight-line distance between him and that king-level powerhouse should be more than 200 meters now. So, Yi Tian walked to the other side and slowly approached the king-level powerhouse. Chapter 68. 250 meters. 230 meters. 220 meters. Yi Tian walked very slowly, as if he was wandering aimlessly, while the eyes of the others were focused on that king-level powerhouse, and almost no one paid attention to Yi Tian, except for Yu Ling. What is Yi Tian doing? Yu Ling was a little surprised by Yi Tian's actions, but he didn't think too much about it, and in a blink of an eye, he continued to look at the king-level powerhouse Yunhe King in mid-air. Watching a king-level powerhouse make a move, this is a rare opportunity, so naturally it should not be missed. Rumble. King Yunhe finally made a move, only to see a pair of huge palms appear in the void, and the palms were covered by Yuanli and turned into bare hands. A pair of bare hands plunged into the 1-meter-long spatial rift. Open it for me. The king of Yunhe shouted. Click. The spatial crack that would not expand anymore collapsed again, and began to be torn apart by a pair of bare hands, becoming larger and larger, and finally forming a black hole 5 meters long and 2 meters wide. However, everyone could see very clearly that when tearing the spatial rift, the bare hands of the Yunha king were constantly annihilating, and in the end, even the Yunha king's breath was slightly weaker. It can be seen that tearing the spatial crack is also a relatively reluctant thing for the Yunha king, and the consumption is not small. At this time, Yi Tian was already less than 200 meters away from the Yunha king. In an instant, Yi Tian checked the talent of King Yunha. Human, Yunha. Cultivation talent, extraordinary. Spatial talent, elementary. Hey, there's even a spatial talent. Yi Tian was surprised. As far as he knew, space and time were mysterious, two of the best, above ordinary talents. This was the first time Yi Tian had encountered a martial artist with spatial talent. To be honest, he really wanted to copy this spatial talent, but he still gritted his teeth and copied the Yunha king's extraordinary cultivation talent. The primary spatial talent may be very magical, but the extraordinary cultivation talent is even more precious, and it is a talent about the future. Besides, there are no fierce beasts with spatial talents. As long as you look for them, you can still find them. In overall comparison, it is more cost-effective to copy the extraordinary cultivation talent. When Yi Tian copied the transcendent cultivation talent for a few seconds, the Yunha king disappeared. Fortunately, it was copied in time, otherwise I would have missed out on such an extraordinary talent. Yi Tian said happily. Immediately, he walked back to Yuling's side. That's a king level who can live for 500 years, it's only been 100 years since the great changes on the earth, what a long time 500 years is. Yuling sighed, I don't know if I can become a king level in my life. Although she got the treasure and raised her talent to the top cultivation talent level, the probability of becoming a king is still less than 1%. Even in the Demon Sea Bass, I don't know how many martial artists with top-level cultivation talents were trapped at the peak of the Grandmaster, and only a few top-level cultivation talent martial artists were lucky enough to step into the king level. Don't think too much about it, just let it be. Yi Tian said. That's right, let's go with the flow. Yuling cheered up again, at the very least, we can still enter the Grandmaster level, and the lifespan can reach 200 years, and many martial artists have never had a chance to step into the Grandmaster level in their lifetime, not to mention that some people are destined to not be able to become martial artists from birth. Compared to them, we are very lucky. Yes, we're very lucky. Yi Tian deeply agreed. Because he was extremely lucky to awaken the talent of copying, he rose step by step to where he is today. If he doesn't have the ability to copy, what if he is a traverser? Because of his talent, he can't become a strong person in his life, and he can't even enter an elite martial artist. Prepare to enter the secret realm. The Grandmasters of each family said to those great martial artists. Grandmaster Yu Ben also turned his head and reminded the Yu family's great martial artists, after entering the secret realm, you should try to find people from the same clan to join forces, so that it will be safer. In addition, you can only stay in the secret realm for a month, and if you don't come out for more than a month, you will have to wait for the next 10 years. And there are mysterious rules in the secret realm, there is no way to break through to the Grandmaster realm, you don't have the idea of luck. With your age, once you delay for 10 years, you should understand what the consequences are. Elder, we understand. The great warriors of the Yu family responded one after another. Suddenly, Yu Lingsai gave Yi Tian a watch. This is a contact sensor, even if we enter the secret realm, we can also use this thing to sense the other party's location. When you enter the secret realm, you will be teleported immediately, and we will gather as soon as possible. Yes, I see. Yi Tian picked up the watch, and then asked, how will we come out in a month? No wonder he asked. It was really because he didn't know enough about the secret realm. It's also from the spatial crack. Yu Ling explained, when we all enter the secret realm, someone will put a treasure into the spatial crack, and then a strange light will shine on the entire secret realm. We can judge the location of the spatial crack through the strange light in the secret realm, and calculate the time to come out in time. I see. Yi Tian completely understood. To put it bluntly, the spatial crack is a passage, and there is also a spatial crack on the side of the secret realm. But when they enter the secret realm, they do not come out of the spatial crack over there, but are thrown to various places in the secret realm by the power of space. Whoa! A great martial artist jumped into the spatial crack and disappeared. Soon, it was the turn of the great warriors of the Yu family. Yi Tian followed Yu Ling one after the other into the spatial crack, and when he entered the spatial crack, a spatial force enveloped him. Rumble! A force swooped in, and Yi Tian fell towards a certain place in a bit of a daze. Uncharted. On the edge of a small stream, Yi Tian's body appeared here, knocking out a big hole in the ground. Fortunately, Yi Tian's body is strong. If ordinary people were hit like this, they would have already turned into flesh. Standing up, looking around, and after confirming that there was not much danger, Yi Tian hurriedly looked for a suitable place to rest. He was ready to start fusing the transcendental level cultivation talent. Soon, he found a pile of rocks in which a person could be hidden, not easily detected. So, Yi Tian walked into this pile of stones, sat cross-legged, and began to fuse the transcendental level cultivation talent. Rumble. A sharp ache came. At this time, Yi Tian seemed to have returned to the scene when he first fused his talents. The fusion transformation of the transcendental level cultivation talent was even more drastic than he had imagined, but when he thought of the benefits after the fusion, he endured it. I don't know how long it has been, Yi Tian has recovered from a burst of sourness. He looked at his body, it was wet, and a lot of sweat soaked his clothes. For the first time, Yi Tian did not wash his body, but checked his talent. Chapter 69. Human, Yi Tian. Cultivation talent, extraordinary. Speed talent, top. Knife talent, advanced. Shadow talent, elementary. Healing talent, top. Strength talents, high. Endurance talents, medium. Defense talent, medium. Yi Tian looked at the only transcendental level cultivation talent, full of excitement. With the transcendental level cultivation talent, I can soon become a grandmaster, and the chance of becoming a king level is not 100%, but the 80% chance is already very large. As long as it is not extremely unlucky, I can basically become a king level, or even a more powerful existence than the king level. Yi Tian muttered. Immediately he went to the brook and washed himself. That's when he had time to check his contact watch. I saw that there were 2 red dots on it, which should be the location of him and Yu Ling. At this time, another red dot is slowly approaching. This immobile red represents good, and the other red represents Yu Ling. Yu Ling is running towards me. I should also move, otherwise I can't say that I haven't moved all the time. So, Yi Tian set off. Along. Yi Tian didn't dare to run too fast, and always paid attention to the surrounding environment. He knows too little about the secret realm. He only knows that there are many treasures in this secret realm, such as medicinal materials that are very old, even more than 100 years and thousands of years. And the medicinal materials on the earth are basically less than 100 years, because the earth has changed for only 100 years, and only in this 100 years, the vitality of heaven and earth is generated, and many medicinal materials are bred and easy to grow. As for the 1,000-year-old medicinal materials, they can be traced back to ancient times. Such medicinal materials are too rare on the earth, and the difficulty of finding them is no less than fighting with a king-level fierce beast. But in the secret realm, medicinal materials that are hundreds of years and thousands of years old are not said to be everywhere, but they are also easy to find. No, not long after he ran, Yi Tian sensed an item with a strong vitality. There it is. Yi Tian trotted over and dug on the ground for a while. Soon, a ginseng was dug up by him. 100-year-old ginseng. Yi Tian put it away very happily. You must know that in the demon sea bass, such a century-old ginseng is worth a lot of money, and it can be sold for 50 million yuan. Although he still has hundreds of millions of savings, these funds are not enough at all, and the higher his cultivation, the more funds need to be spent, and hundreds of millions of funds cannot last long in his cultivation. Now, just after entering the secret realm, there is such a harvest. It is conceivable that over time, he will gain even more. No wonder those martial artists of the Yu family have such a big opinion of me. If such a quota is sold, someone will buy it if it is sold for billions. But Yu Ling gave me this precious quota. Yi Tian sighed. He had already decided to try his best to protect Yu Ling in this secret realm. Keep moving. Along. Yi Tian occasionally happens to some good things. As long as it is more than 1 million yuan, he collects it. The only pity is that he didn't ask for a storage bag, so the burden on his body quickly bulged. A few hours passed. Yi Tian took a look. He and Yu Ling were about to get closer. That's when it happened. A fierce beast appeared in front of Yi Tian. Species, blood tiger beast. Bloodline talent, high. Blood-burning talent, elementary. The blood tiger beast, the size of a calf, stared at Yi Tian fiercely and immediately attacked. Yi Tian had seen several such fierce beasts along the way. These blood tiger beasts are all high-level fierce beasts, but they are more difficult than ordinary high-level fierce beasts, because they can burn blood, and even burn the power of blood, bursting out several times the attack power in an instant. If a blood tiger beast is desperate, it is enough to kill a great martial artist in the middle stage, and even severely damage the late stage of the great martial artist, but at the cost of the blood tiger beast itself is also useless. Seeing the blood tiger beast rushing towards him, Yi Tian slashed over. Poof! The entire blood tiger was cut in half by the sword, and it was so dead that it couldn't die anymore. The blood of the fierce beast of the blood tiger beast was worth a little money, but Yi Tian had no time to collect it, and he couldn't carry it at all, because he brought a kettle with him when he entered the secret realm this time. Passing past the corpse of the blood tiger beast, Yi Tian ran quickly in the direction of Yu Ling. 1 minute. Yi Tian finally saw Yu Ling, but the other party's state was a little bad. The injuries all over his body were not light, and his face was also pale, and he was still fighting with a group of fierce beasts at this time. These fierce beasts are also blood tiger beasts, and obviously this area should be the territory of blood tiger beasts. 13 blood tiger beasts. Yi Tian counted. If you add the dead blood tiger beasts, the total number reaches 20. I have to say that Yu Ling was a little unlucky, he encountered so many blood tiger beasts at once. How could Yu Ling be injured? These blood tiger beasts shouldn't be able to help Yu Ling. Yu Ling has a second-class speed talent, which can increase her speed by 2 times. If she wants to escape, the blood tiger beast can't stop it. Yi Tian felt a little strange. At this moment, Yu Ling unleashed a powerful sword technique. 10 directions sword blade. The dense sword light swept across a radius of dozens of meters, and one by one the blood tigers were torn apart by the sword light and fell in a pool of blood. Such a powerful sword technique, it should also be a bronze-level sword skill, but it is even more powerful than the Qingfeng slash. Yi Tian estimated it. He had long known that among the bronze-level sword skills, Qingfeng slash was not a very good sword skill, and some consummation-level bronze-level sword skills could even increase the attack power by 7 times. But that kind of bronze-level sword skill was very rare, and the price was very expensive, and it was impossible to buy it without a billion-level price. However, the Yu family is a big family in the Demon Sea Bass, and it is not difficult for Yu Ling to learn a bronze-level sword technique with a similar effect. After a single move of the 10 directions sword blade, the blood tiger beast was almost completely killed and injured, and only a few remained. At this time, Yi Tian appeared and killed those blood tiger beasts in an instant. Yu Ling, how could you be injured? These blood tiger beasts shouldn't be able to hurt you. Yi Tian asked. Unlucky, I met a powerful high-level fierce beast. The other party has a special talent. If I don't have a second-class speed talent, I'm afraid I will die. Yu Ling's heart palpitated. Soon, Yi Tian learned the origin of the fierce beast from Yu Ling's mouth. It was a fierce beast with a talent for pupil arts, and its origin was unknown, but the third eye in the center of the eyebrows could emit black light, and Yu Ling's defense was easily penetrated by the other party. If it wasn't for the speed of running away, I am afraid that it would have to fall and die. Hitomi talent. Yi Tian was very interested, but unfortunately it was a little difficult to find that fierce beast now, who knew where the other party had gone. You rest and heal, I'll protect the Dharma for you. Yi Tian proposed. Yu Ling was not polite, he immediately sat cross-legged, took out a high-grade healing liquid from the storage bag, and began to heal after drinking it. Half an hour later, Yu Ling recovered. Just as the two were about to leave, there was an eerie light in the sky. This light shone all around, and it was also transmitted to Yi Tian's side. That's the light emitted from inside the space crack. The source of the light is the space crack. From the distance, we are not very far from the space crack. Luck is good. Yu Ling rejoiced. If you're unlucky, it's too far away from the spatial rift, and you might have to spend half the time on the road, and you won't be able to get much benefit in the rest of the time. Chapter 70. Knowing the location of the spatial rift, Yi Tian and Yu Ling were not worried. Yu Ling, where are we going next? Yi Tian asked. He doesn't know where to go, so he can't run around aimlessly. This is not a big gain. The secret realm that can only be entered once in 10 years, if you don't scrape enough good things, wouldn't it be a trip for nothing? Yu Ling stared at Yi Tian and said seriously, Yi Tian, there are some things I haven't told you. Do you know what the most precious treasure in this secret realm is? I don't know. Yi Tian shook his head. Yu Ling said solemnly, it's a treasure that can improve your talent and a vitality stone. There's a vitality stone here? Yi Tian was surprised. Yes, and there are quite a few. It is said that there are Yuan Qi stone veins in the secret realm. Every time a Yuan Qi stone vein is found, it will cause many people to fight, such as the one 10 years ago. A Yuan Qi stone vein was discovered, more than 100 great martial artists fought, and finally most of the Yuan Qi stone was taken away by the Yun family. According to statistics, There are 10,000 yuan chi stones produced by that yuan chi stone vein. Yu Ling said. 10,000 yuan, so much. Yi Tianke knew how expensive the value of 10,000 yuan chi stones was. Even if it was a yuan chi stone, there was no way to buy it. If someone wanted to sell the yuan chi stone, I am afraid that 1 billion might not be able to buy it. In other words, Yi Tian's entire net worth is not worth a yuan chi stone. Are we going to snatch the vitality stone? Yi Tian was looking forward to it. No, the vitality stone vein is hard to find, and we don't know where the vitality stone vein is. My goal is a treasure that can improve the talent. If I can find a treasure that can raise the cultivation talent to the transcendent level, then it will be the real one. Yu Ling, who was excited, sighed again. It's a pity that in the past 100 years, the treasure that can really help a martial artist to improve to the transcendent level cultivation talent has only appeared once. Such a treasure is too rare. Yi Tian also nodded and agreed with Yu Ling's words. If the treasures that can be upgraded to the transcendental level cultivation talent are easy to obtain, then the transcendental level cultivation talent will not be so rare. At this time, Yu Ling said something that made Yi Tian more excited. Although I don't know where there is a treasure that can help a martial artist raise his cultivation talent to the transcendent level, I do know a treasure that can help a martial artist raise his cultivation talent to the top level, and such a treasure is worth no less than 10 billion. After Yu Ling finished speaking, he looked at Yi Tian. Yi Tian, there is more than one such treasure. It was discovered by my father 20 years ago, but his strength is not enough, and he can't defeat the fierce beast that guards the treasure, so there has been no way to get it. And this secret, my father did not share it with the Yu family. But this time, my father told me. Also, my father left a sensor there and I was able to find it. But my strength is not enough. I need your help. I can promise you half of the harvest. How? What is the strength of the beast, and what is the treasure? Yi Tianyi asked 2 questions in a row. Yu Ling introduced. There is only one fierce beast. It is a 1-meter-long black wolf, very small, but the strength is very terrifying. The key is that the black wolf has a very terrifying ability. It is a spatial talent teleportation, being able to teleport, indicating that the opponent's spatial talent has reached a medium level. Teleportation, medium, is it possible that there are different abilities in each level of spatial talent? Yi Tian was curious. Yu Ling explained, the demon sea bass also has spatial talent martial artists. According to those spatial talent martial artists, the weak spatial talent has the ability to perceive space, that is, to use the space talent to penetrate the space to perceive the surrounding situation. This kind of detection ability is more powerful than the spiritual power to detect, and it is very secretive, not easy to find. And this ability is also necessary to make storage bags, and our ability to establish a sense with storage bags is given by the second-class spatial talent. Of course, the person who made the storage bag will erase the induction, otherwise we will not be able to admit it, and the primary spatial talent is even more amazing, and the owner of this level of spatial talent can create a small carry-on space, which is much more convenient than the storage bag. And the medium space talent, as I told you earlier, is teleported. What about the higher spatial talents? Yi Tian saw that Yu Ling didn't say anything, so he asked curiously. At this time, Yu Ling's face changed drastically and said, the demon sea great base does not have high-level spatial talents, but it has them among the fierce beasts. Yi Tian, if you encounter a fierce beast with a high space in the future, try your best to escape. Such a fierce beast is terrifying to the extreme, and it is difficult for the warriors to fight. I'll only tell you one thing, a king was killed in one instant by a top-level fierce beast with a high-level spatial talent. And the ability of a high-level spatial talent is the spatial blade, and the king level can't stop the power of the spatial blade. And all the fierce beasts with high-level spatial talent are too fast, they can teleport at a long distance, and it is difficult for even a king level to escape. Hiss. Yi Tian gasped. This high-level spatial talent is undoubtedly too perverted, it's simply ignoring the realm. Space talent and time talent are worthy of being the 2 supreme talents. It is rumored that time talent is more terrifying than space talent. I don't know what ability it has. Yi Tian was curious. But Yu Ling also didn't know about the talent of time, because there were no martial artists with talent for time in the entire Demon Sea Great Base, and he had never heard of a fierce beast with talent for time. Maybe someone saw it, but didn't come back alive, so naturally the news didn't spread. Yi Tian, the treasure guarded by the Black Wolf is the heavenly soul flower in the heavenly treasure of heaven and earth. When my father saw it, there were 8 heavenly soul flowers, and the Black Wolf should not eat the heavenly soul flower, because the heavenly soul flower is of little use to it. The heavenly soul flower is mainly useful for cultivation talents and bloodline talents, and there is no way to improve spatial talents. It is guarded only because it is its lair. Besides, the Black Wolf is only able to teleport, and does not have the ability of the Space Blade, we still have hope. I heard that your sister is only a medium cultivation talent. If she gets the heavenly soul flower, your sister can also become a top cultivation talent. Yu Ling tempted. Yu Ling, there is no need to say this, I just promise. Yi Tian said with a smile. In fact, he was extremely excited in his heart. What he was excited about was not the heavenly soul flower, but the medium space talent of that black wolf. This is much more awesome than the primary space talent of the Yunhe King, and it also has an additional teleportation ability. Although his replication ability is still cooling, if he kills the black wolf and takes away the body of the black wolf, he can copy the black wolf's spatial talent when the replication time cooldown is over. Space talent and heavenly soul flower, double benefits. If he doesn't go, he will be stupid. Really, then let's go, but I can only watch the battle from the sidelines. After all, I'm not the opponent of that black wolf, and I can't even contain it. Yu Ling blushed. Don't worry, leave it to me, Black Wolf. Yi Tian assured. Chapter 71. Yu Ling took out a liaison from the storage bag. This liaison was not a watch style, but a mobile phone style. Yi Tian looked at Yu Ling's storage bag again, and there was no longer any desire and interest in his heart. If he has a medium space talent, he can open up a carry-on space by himself. Wouldn't that be many times better than a storage bag? Where can the value of the storage bag be compared with the body space? This is my father's contact, which is engraved with formation patterns, which can slowly absorb vitality. Even if 20 years have passed, another contact can be reached. Yu Ling explained. Sure enough. I saw another red appear on the screen of the contact, and its location must be the location of the Black Wolf's lair. Fortunately, it's not very far. Let's speed up, we should be able to get there in half a day. Yu Ling estimated. Okay, I'll get out of the way, you follow. Yi Tian walked in front, while Yu Ling followed, and the two of them ran towards the place where the heavenly soul flower was. Along the way, Yi Tian showed extremely terrifying strength. No matter what high-level fierce beast it was, it couldn't dodge Yi Tian's blow, and they were killed in seconds. Some fierce beasts even made Yu Ling extremely jealous, but they were still cut by Yi Tian like a watermelon. It's such a terrifying strength. I'm afraid his strength is even stronger than an ordinary grandmaster, maybe not much weaker than Yunfeng's pervert. Yu Ling said secretly. Originally, she didn't have much hope for the capture of the heavenly soul flower, but she also had enough confidence. 8 heavenly soul flowers. 1 heavenly soul flower is worth 10 billion, and 8 is 80 billion. According to the share, she can get 4 heavenly soul flowers, which is equivalent to 40 billion, which is already an unimaginable harvest. Moreover, you can find other treasures later, and the harvest will be even richer. Half a day passed. Yi Tian and Yu Ling crossed a long distance, during which they also encountered several beast groups, and there were also high-level fierce beast groups. Even Yi Tian was extremely afraid, but under Yi Tian's super speed, not only did he run away safely, but he also successfully ran away with Yu Ling. Therefore, this trip, Yi Tian and Yu Ling came to their destination without danger. The secret realm is too dangerous as Yi Tian. If it weren't for you this time, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to get here at all. Yu Ling exclaimed. Of course, she was half-truthful. It is true that she is not the opponent of that group of fierce beasts, but as the young lady of the Yu family's main line, it is impossible for her to be without whole cards. Yi Tian naturally didn't fully believe Yu Ling's words. He firmly believed that even if he didn't come, Yu Ling would be able to come to the heavenly soul flower, but there was no way to get that black wolf. Yu Ling, we are a cooperative relationship, and I will naturally try my best to help you. You'll have to help, though, and I think you should have your cards to restrain the black wolf's ability to teleport, otherwise I'll have a hard time killing it. Yi Tian said. Yes. Yu Ling didn't hide it, and said frankly, I have a set of formations. Although it is a one-time formation, it can affect the space within a radius of hundreds of meters within 3 seconds, so that the effect of teleportation is greatly reduced. But it is only 3 seconds, and after 3 seconds, the formation will be scrapped. This set of formations is worth 2 billion, and it can only be obtained if it is related. If I can't kill the black wolf, I will die. 3 seconds, it should be enough. Yi Tian pondered for a moment and said. He didn't dare to guarantee it 100%, because he hadn't seen the black wolf yet, and he couldn't make a real judgment until he checked the black wolf's talent. Soon. Yi Tian and Yu Ling approached the black wolf's lair. The black wolf's lair is located halfway up a high mountain, and there is a huge cave in it, and there is another heaven and earth in the cave, and 8 heavenly soul flowers grow in the cave. When they were about 3,000, Yi Tian heard a wolf howl, which seemed to be roaring towards them. Yi Tian, we should have been discovered. Yu Ling said with a solemn face. Discovered so far away? Yi Tian was extremely surprised. If it is true, it should be the Black Wolf's spatial perception that senses them. But Yi Tian clearly didn't feel it at all. This kind of weird ability was indeed terrifying, and the weak spatial talent had this ability. I have to say that the spatial talent was too powerful. The more powerful the spatial talent, Yi Tian was not only not afraid, but was very excited. Because, as long as he kills the Black Wolf, this spatial talent will be his. Yi Tian, let's go over directly, it's already exposed anyway. Yu Ling proposed. Yi Tian also agreed, it was better to solve the Black Wolf as soon as possible. Phew. Yi Tian and Yu Ling moved forward quickly, and in the blink of an eye, they came to the entrance of the Black Wolf's cave. Then, they broke into the cave, which was a huge space, and the top of the space was connected to the outside world, and there was a hole tens of meters in size, and the sunlight could shine in, making the cave as bright as the outside world. The environment is good, this Black Wolf is really good at finding a nest. Yi Tian appreciated. Rumble. A powerful beastly aura came. Silently, a Black Wolf appeared not far from Yi Tian, staring at him and Yu Ling with a pair of angry eyes. Check. Yi Tian activated the copy talent to observe the talent of the Black Wolf. Species, Lunar Wolf. Bloodline talent, top. Spatial talent, medium. Giant talent, medium. Seeing the talent of the Sky Moon Wolf, Yi Tian was really surprised. The talent of the Sky Moon Wolf is very remarkable. If it is in the outside world, it must already be a top-level fierce beast, and it is also very terrifying among the top-level fierce beasts. And not only does it have a medium spatial talent, but it also has a medium giant talent. As you can see from the name, the giant talent should be a talent that has become bigger. Yi Tian naturally stupidly thought that this talent was just as simple as getting bigger, and I was afraid that after it became bigger, it would increase its strength and other physical qualities several times. Yu Ling's father didn't know about this talent, and it was estimated that the Sky Moon Wolf didn't use this talent at that time. If Yi Tian hadn't checked the talent of the Sky Moon Wolf, maybe he really ignored the Sky Moon Wolf, and the consequence would be failure. Yu Ling, you go to set up the formation, and I will escape with this head. The Black Wolf entangled, and when the formation is successfully arranged, you tell me, and when the time comes, you will listen to my orders. Yi Tian almost said the name of the Sky Moon Wolf, but fortunately he changed his words in time, otherwise he really didn't know how to explain how to know the name of the Sky Moon Wolf. Good. Yu Ling agreed with Yi Tian's plan. Instantly, she pulled out a disc from her storage bag, which had mysterious patterns on it and a faint ripple that could slightly affect the space. If Yi Tian successfully copied the spatial talent, he would be able to sense the meaning of the fluctuation. Space fluctuations. This disc is actually a one-time array disc jointly made by the space talent and the array mage, so it has the use of influencing space. But it only affects spatial teleportation, making the speed of teleportation a little slower, and it can't really prevent teleportation. The formation that can really stop teleportation is not something she can get, and the value is too high. Chapter 72. Roar. The Sky Moon Wolf roared at Yi Tian, as if to say, "Human, get out." The reason why the Sky Moon Wolf did not immediately attack Yi Tian was that it sensed a faint threat. It felt that Yi Tian was very dangerous. If Yi Tian took the initiative to leave, it would not need to fight with Yi Tian. Shout. Yi Tian made a move, many times faster than lightning. With this move, the Moon Wolf was startled. If it didn't rely on teleportation, its speed would be much, much worse than Yi Tian's. Escape. The figure of the Moon Wolf disappeared in an instant. This was not because the speed was extremely fast, but it moved the space and teleported to another place. This kind of teleportation ignored obstacles, and it was much more awesome than simple speed. A knife missed, and Yi Tian slashed on the stone wall. Teleportation is terrifying. I didn't notice any trace of the Lunar Wolf. Yi Tian was surprised. But after the temptation just now, Yi Tian also basically grasped some information. The power of the Sky Moon Wolf is not strong, that is, the attack power equivalent to the power of 2 elephants, which is about the same as the attack power of the extreme powerhouse of ordinary great martial artists, and belongs to the weakest high-level fierce beast. But the space talent of the Sky Moon Wolf is too perverted, and it teleports again and again, and it can't hit at all. If you can't hit the Sky Moon Wolf, how do you kill it? Phew. Yi Tian and the Sky Moon Wolf kept chasing. The speed was so fast that even Yu Ling couldn't see the figure of a person and a wolf. It's too perverted. This Black Wolf has teleportation, it's just that it's fast. Yi Tian doesn't have a spatial talent, and his speed is even faster to this extent. What level is his speed talent? Is it a high-speed talent? Yu Ling exclaimed deeply. However, she couldn't even observe Yi Tian's figure, so naturally she couldn't estimate Yi Tian's speed. In short, many times faster than her. Immediately, her mind was immersed in the formation. The so-called arrangement of the array is very simple, that is, to fix the array disk, and use the yuan force to start the array disk, and then let the array plate slowly absorb the heaven and earth vitality, and wait for the heaven and earth vitality to accumulate to a certain extent, and then burst out the power of the formation at one time. This process lasts 3 seconds. It's coming. Yu Ling paid attention to the light on the array disk and secretly calculated. About a minute passed, and the array shone brightly. Yi Tian, it's done. Yu Ling said in a low voice. Although the voice was low, Yi Tian heard it, and knew that the Forbidden Air array disk had been successfully arranged, and it could activate the teleportation affecting the Black Wolf at any time. Yu Ling, start. Yi Tian shouted. After hearing Yi Tian's order, Yu Ling instantly activated the Forbidden Sky array without hesitation. In an instant, a spatial force spread. Although Yu Ling couldn't sense the power of space, he also felt a suppressive force attacking, as if space was imprisoned. And at this time, the Sky Escape Moonwolf, which was constantly teleporting, was stunned, and there was a slight pause in teleportation, which was much more difficult than the previous teleportation. Good chance. Yi Tian seized the opportunity and was unwilling to delay a single minute. 28 times the speed of sound. 10x the strength. Shadow kill. Yi Tian's sword technique was shadow kill, not Qingfeng slash. Qingfeng slash can stack 6 times the attack, which is indeed very terrifying, but Yi Tian doesn't need such a strong attack, and the attack power under the shadow kill is almost equivalent to the power of 3 elephants. 3. The power of the elephant is enough to deal a fatal blow to the moon wolf. And the main reason to use shadow kill is knife speed. 25 times the speed of the sword is blessed, so that Yi Tian's knife speed is enough to explode 50 times, even a powerful grandmaster may not be able to react, and it is difficult for the Sky Moon Wolf who is affected by teleportation to react. At this moment, what Yi Tian is pursuing is fast. Yu Ling said that the formation could affect the Sky Moon Wolf for 3 seconds, but Yi Tian didn't believe in this time. He only believes in his own knife. At this time, the Sky Moon Wolf sensed a life and death crisis, and in such a desperate situation, it broke out with another talent of its own, the giant talent. In a flash, the Sky Moon Wolf grew larger, and its strength and other aura skyrocketed. Due to the increase in strength, the Sky Moon Wolf seemed to have broken free from a kind of bondage, and its teleportation ability showed signs of breaking free from the formation. Click. Teleportation broke the formation and was about to teleport away. And at this time, the shadow kill came. Poof. The blade slashed through the moonwolf's neck, nearly slicing half of it open. The next moment, the teleported Sky Moon Wolf appeared 50 meters away, his body fell to the ground weakly, and his breath gradually decreased. What, it didn't affect a second? Yu Ling was shocked. Originally, I thought that it would affect the time of the Sky Moon Wolf for 3 seconds, but who knew that in less than a second, the formation was forcibly broken by the space ability of the Sky Moon Wolf, and the array disk was shattered into countless pieces. But when she saw the Moon Wolf that had lost its vitality, she breathed a sigh of relief. Yi Tian, I almost thought I was going to fail. Yu Ling walked over and said. Yi Tian also breathed a sigh of relief. If he had used the Qingfeng slash just now, it was estimated that he would have really made the Sky Moon Wolf teleport away. Fortunately, he considered all kinds of possibilities, did not take what Yu Ling said seriously for 3 seconds, and took into account the giant talent of the Sky Moon Wolf. After the giant transformation, the power of the Sky Moon Wolf exceeded the power of the 3 elephants, which was even more powerful than the attack power of the Shadow Kill, but so what? Under the absolute speed, the neck of the Sky Moon Wolf obviously failed to resist Yi Tian's knife, and was directly wiped on the neck. Seeing that the empty Moon Wolf had really lost its vitality and died completely, Yi Tian said, Yu Ling, I'm interested in the corpse of this black wolf and I'm going to take it away, don't you mind? Yu Ling waved his hand again and again, of course you don't mind, this black wolf was originally killed by you, so it naturally belongs to you. Moreover, in Yu Ling's opinion, a mere corpse of a high-level fierce beast was not worth much, even if it was the corpse of a top-level fierce beast, its value was far less valuable than that of a heavenly soul flower. Let's go see the heavenly soul flower. Yu Ling couldn't wait to say. Yi Tian nodded, and the two of them walked towards the location of the heavenly soul flower. There. Yu Ling looked at the stone wall where the heavenly soul flower was growing and said in surprise. I saw that there were 8 bright heavenly soul flowers growing on it, with a faint white light emitting out, which looked very extraordinary. These days the soul flower has long matured, but the longer the year, the better its effect. After all, there is also some difference between top-level cultivation talent and top-level cultivation talent. The more years the top-level cultivation talent created by the heavenly soul flower is naturally higher than the ordinary top-level cultivation talent, and the cultivation talent may be able to increase by 2 or 3%. However, Yi Tian and Yu Ling didn't want to wait any longer, so they naturally picked them all now. It's indeed the heavenly soul flower. I've seen it in the family's treasure house, but it's a pity that the family's heavenly soul flower, I wasn't qualified to use it before, and I need to make a very big contribution to the family to get it. Yu Ling was extremely sure. Immediately, Yu Ling took out the 8 jade boxes, plucked the 8 heavenly soul flowers one by one, and put them into the jade boxes. This rare elixir can only be kept intact if it is put into a jade box. Yu Ling, there seems to be a small passage over there, I'll go in and take a look. Yi Tian pointed to a small passage in the distance, 1 person high, and said. Chapter 73. All right then, let's go together, but be careful. Yu Ling said casually. She really didn't notice that there was a small passage here just now, and when she saw that Yi Tian wanted to go in, she just thought that Yi Tian was curious. Of course. It doesn't have to be a passage, maybe it's just a small hole. However, what Yu Ling didn't notice was that the depths of Yi Tian's eyes were full of longing and excitement. His eyes never left the small passage. Because after he entered this cave, he had a longing, and when he killed the Sky Moon Wolf, he really checked it, only to find that the longing was the same as the desire to meet the golden fruit in the first place. And it was the little passage that aroused his longing. There must be a treasure in it that enhances the talent of copying. Yi Tian was excited. You must know that the heavenly soul flower, a treasure that can improve his cultivation talent, is of little use to him. There is no way to improve his copying talent, and he doesn't know how to find the treasure that can improve his copying talent. Now, he's finally met another one. Get your hands on it at all costs. Yi Tian secretly clenched his fists. Yi Tian is in front, and Yu Ling is in the back. The two walked towards the small passage, which was not long, only about 10 meters. Then, Yi Tian Kai found that there was a lot of heaven in it, and the two of them seemed to have entered the other side of the world. Inside is a huge space that occupies a radius of several kilometers, and there is a small lake in the middle. The water of the lake is not stagnant, it should be connected to an underground river, so that a living lake is formed in the belly of the mountain. And there is a lotus flower growing on the lake. The lotus is not an ordinary lotus, the whole body is as white as snow, but there are faint gold lines around, as if it is the emperor of flowers. On the edge of the lake there is a stone with thick animal skins and traces of fierce beasts. This is where the black wolf really lives. No wonder we didn't see the black wolf when we entered the cave, and suddenly it appeared. It turned out that it had been living here, and it teleported out when it sensed that we had entered the cave. Yu Ling suddenly realized. Yi Tian nodded stunnedly, in response to Yu Ling, and his gaze was fixed on the lotus flower from beginning to end. That thing caused the throbbing of my replication talent. Yi Tian longed. And Yu Ling finally sensed the change in Yi Tian's eyes, and followed his gaze to the lotus flower in the lake. At first, she didn't react, but soon her face changed. Could this be the legendary Earth Surge Golden Lotus? Yu Ling exclaimed. Young Golden Lotus, what is that? Yi Tian tried to learn more information from Yu Ling's mouth. Yu Ling calmed down and explained, it is said that more than 100 years ago, many novels mentioned the sky, the Earth-Chung Golden Lotus, describing the vision of heaven and earth, but in fact, the smallpox and the Earth-Chung Golden Lotus are real. It is said that in ancient times, the ancients got the Earth-Chung Golden Lotus, and used the Earth-Chung Golden Lotus to obtain a lot of benefits, and became the immortal-like existence among the ancients, so the Earth-Chung Golden Lotus was gradually immortalized. Of course, the so-called immortal gods that appeared in ancient times are just warriors with special talents in modern times, and their strength may not be as good as some warriors, but they were regarded as immortals in ancient times. And the earthly golden lotus is a special kind of heavenly treasure and earthly treasure, which is precious. It can be said to be very rare. But let's say it's not precious, sometimes it's very frivolous, and even says it's useless. Yu Ling said these strange words. Yi Tian was very confused when he heard it, but he soon knew the reason. It turns out that the Diyoung Golden Lotus is a treasure that is useful for talent, and it is not divided into levels and levels. Even if it is an extraordinary level talent, it may be able to improve its innate ability with the help of the Diyoung Golden Lotus, but it is only limited to improving the innate ability, not the talent level. Let's take the Wind Blade talent as an example. If a genius with a top-level Wind Blade talent takes an Earth Surge Golden Lotus, his Wind Blade talent will definitely still be at the top level, but the Wind Blade's ability will be transformed as a result. For example, the wind blade can change its form into a wind gun, a wind knife, or even make the wind blade sharp. In short, the real use of the De Young Golden Lotus is not to increase the level of talent, but to improve the various changes of talent. Some changes are useful, but some are not. It is rumored that someone used the Earth Surge Golden Lotus to produce a phantom effect on his speed talent, making the speed ghostly, but the improvement in strength was not as great as imagined. However, due to its special effect of transforming any level of talent, it has made the Earth Surge Golden Lotus one of the most expensive but very useful treasures. How much is a golden lotus worth? Yi Tian asked. Yu Ling stretched out 5 fingers, and in Yi Tian's stunned gaze, he said, 50 billion. What? Yi Tian was shocked. That's too expensive, isn't it? It's not expensive. Yu Ling explained, for a great martial artist, it is ridiculously expensive, and it is not even cost-effective at all, but what about the Grandmaster and the King level? Those people don't care about 50 billion, even if it is only a little useful for talent, they are willing to spend 50 billion, or even 100 billion. Therefore, the value of the De Young Golden Lotus depends on the person who is interested. It is not worth much in the small base, but in the big base of the Demon Sea, it is worth 50 billion. Yi Tian nodded. The value of the treasure depends on the market, not the price of the treasure itself. Sometimes, what this warrior doesn't need, other warriors crave very much. That's it. And the Earth Surge Golden Lotus's treasure to Yi Tian far surpassed anyone else's. It was able to make other changes in the copying talent, and it was a very good change. Yi Tian guessed that the original golden fruit also had a similar effect, but that golden fruit could also improve the cultivation talent. Maybe it was not lower than the value of this earth-surging golden lotus, maybe even higher. Looking at Yu Ling deeply, Yi Tian said, Yu Ling, I am very interested in this De Young Golden Lotus. I am willing to exchange 3 heavenly soul flowers for it. 3 heavenly soul flowers are worth 30 billion, and this De Young Golden Lotus, if you and I divide it equally, you can get 25 billion. If you calculate it in this way, you will not suffer a loss. Yes, but you suffer a loss in this way. You have the most credit this time. I can't take advantage of you like this. In this way, you only need to give me 2 heavenly soul flowers, and this Earth Surge Golden Lotus will be yours. Yu Ling distributed. Both had no opinion and reached an agreement. In this operation, Yi Tian obtained a total of 1 corpse of the Void Moon Wolf, 2 heavenly soul flowers, and 1 Earth Surge Golden Lotus. Such a huge harvest completely exceeded Yi Tian's entire net worth, and it was many times more than that. It can be said that in less than half an hour, Yi Tian's worth skyrocketed many times. Chapter 74. Yu Ling was also very excited at this time. 6 heavenly soul flowers were completely equivalent to 60 billion yuan. Of course, completely exchanging money is undoubtedly the worst operation. For such a thing as the heavenly soul flower, any family is very eager for it, and it can't be measured by money. She could completely contribute the heavenly soul flower to the Yu family and exchange it for contribution points, so that she could exchange it for the few treasures she had always dreamed of. And the Yu family would also have 6 more geniuses with top cultivation talents, increasing the strength of the Yu family. It's a win-win-win. Shout. Yi Tian activated his speed talent, rushed to the lake at a very fast speed, gently picked off the earth-surging golden lotus, and then tapped the lake again, and retreated back. The whole process was like water. Looking at the golden lotus in the water, Yi Tian was very excited, and he couldn't wait to swallow it immediately. But he suppressed the desire. Yu Ling, I want to swallow the Earth Surge Golden Lotus. Can you protect it for me? No matter what happens to me swallowing the Earth Surge Golden Lotus, don't disturb me. Yi Tian said. Yes, but you really want to swallow the Golden Lotus. I always feel that it is a bit wasteful, and it is more cost-effective to sell it. Yu Ling proposed. I'm more interested. Maybe I can make a change in my talent for the better. Yi Tian said with a smile. All right then. Yu Ling didn't persuade anymore. Anyway, the Earth Rush Golden Lotus was Yi Tian. How Yi Tian dealt with it was his own business. Even if it was wasted, she had no right to ask. Yu Ling stood in the distance, staring at Yi Tian like this. And Yi Tian swallowed the earth-surging golden lotus in one gulp, and the huge earth-surging golden lotus turned into a stream of elixir and jade liquid in Yi Tian's mouth, flowing into his stomach. Then, a gentle energy poured into Yi Tian's mind. Then, Yi Tian only felt a lot of pain in his mind, and he had been absorbing the huge energy of the earthly golden lotus, but he was better than the last time, and he was not unconscious. Rumble. In his mind, dots of light emerged, and the golden dots of light representing the talent of replication began to absorb the energy of the earth-surging golden lotus, and special changes were taking place. Yi Tian, whose consciousness was immersed in his mind, finally discovered the situation in his mind. He looked at the points of light, which seemed to be very close, but his consciousness could not pass. But he knew what those points of light meant. These points of light are the mark of my talent, and the golden point of light should represent the talent of copying. Yi Tian judged. There is no level for copying talents, as it can copy any talent, and it is not an exaggeration to say that it is the highest level. Among all the talent imprints, the copying talent is the brightest and the most noble, and the other talents revolve around the copying talent, as if they are a group of courtiers, surrendering to the coercion of the copying talent. He clearly sensed the change in his copying talent, and under the infusion of the energy of the earth-surging golden lotus, a special evolution and change was taking place. About 5 or 6 hours passed. Finally. Buzz. The copying talent shook suddenly, and the transformation was over, and Yi Tian also suddenly felt a sense of relief in his mind, and his mental power had improved a little again, but not much. Yi Tian knew very well that the changes in spiritual power were only incidental, and the real changes still belonged to the copying talent. Look at what's changed in the copying talent. Yi Tian said, very much in anticipation. First of all, the scope of exploration. The previous exploration range was 200 meters, but now Yi Tian probed, and actually sensed the talent of a low-level fierce beast outside the cave 500 meters away. As far afield, he could no longer explore. This shows that Yi Tian's copying talent detection range has been increased to a radius of 500 meters, which is a huge improvement, and it will be much more convenient to copy other talents in the future. Even when others are hiding at home, he can easily copy other people's talents. Subsequently, Yi Tian observed the talent of the Sky Moon Wolf. Species, Lunar Wolf. Bloodline talent, top, replicable. Spatial talent, medium, replicable. Giant talent, medium, replicable. Originally, Yi Tian had no way to copy the talent of the Sky Moon Wolf, because his copying talent was in a cooling state. But now, his talent for copying can be copied again. What's going on? Yi Tian was a little confused. After studying it for a while, he finally understood. That's an increase in the number of copies. Originally, he could only copy once a month, but now he can copy twice a month, and he used it up once before, but now he can copy it once. Awesome. Swallowing the Earth Surge Golden Lotus is definitely the wisest decision I have ever made, not to mention paying 2 heavenly soul flowers, even if it is 10 heavenly soul flowers, I don't care. Yi Tian was so excited that he almost stood up and shouted, but when he thought that there was still one person beside him, he held back. I just took the opportunity of taking the Earth Surge Golden Lotus to copy and fuse the medium space talent of the Sky Escape Moon Wolf. Even if there are some changes in the body, it should be covered up by taking the Earth Surge Golden Lotus. If you don't fuse now, you will stay with Yuling all the time in the future, and you won't have a chance to fuse. Just do it when you think about it. Copy. Fusion. In an instant, the medium space talent reached Yi Tian's body. Rumble. The fusion begins. The changes brought about by the medium space talent were too drastic, even greater than the changes brought by the top talent. Yi Tian endured unimaginable severe pain, and even his soul was about to explode. Trembling all over, cold sweat broke out, and drops of sweat flowed out of his body, soaking his clothes, not to mention, but also soaking the ground. If it were an ordinary person, leaving so many sweat stains, I am afraid that my body would dry up and die. And Yi Tian is a great martial artist, so he doesn't care, he just suffers a little. Not far away. Yuling looked at Yi Tian in surprise, not understanding what kind of sweat Yi Tian would have on his body, and his expression was very painful, as if he had endured an unimaginable execution. Is it so painful to take the ground Chong Nasturtium? I don't understand, it's not good to comment. Young Golden Lotus will inexplicably transform its talent, and no one knows what it will look like. Maybe this is a side effect of Yi Tian's talent being transformed. Yuling guessed. Soon. Yi Tian's medium spatial talent fusion was successful. Human, Yi Tian. Cultivation talent, top. Speed talent, top. Knife talent, advanced. Shadow talent, elementary. Healing talent, top. Strength talents, high. Endurance talents, medium. Defense talent, medium. Spatial talent, medium. Looking at the medium space talent in the last row on the retina, Yi Tian couldn't help but get excited. In his opinion, this so-called medium space talent is far more precious than other top talents. Spatial talent. Yi Tian secretly urged the spatial talent, and suddenly sensed all kinds of changes in the space. It's as if the mind moves, and it can resist other places, which is teleportation. As soon as the mind moves, you can perceive other places through space, which is spatial perception. And he can also create a portable space, as if it were an instinct. Chapter 75. Take a shower first, the body is too sticky. Yi Tian frowned, smelled the breath on his body again, and quickly stood up and jumped into the lake. After washing his body, he urged his qi and blood to make the temperature on his body high, and soon dried his soaked clothes. You don't need to dry your clothes, this is also an ability of a martial artist. Yi Tian, are you okay? Yu Ling walked over and asked. It's fine. Yi Tian shook his head. Not only is it okay, but he has also made a lot of money, but these things can't be mentioned to Yu Ling. Yi Tian, has there been any change in your talent? Yu Ling asked curiously. It's not clear for the time being, I just feel that my mental power has become a lot stronger, and I haven't noticed anything else. Yi Tian said. If you try your talent more, you might be able to detect it. Yu Ling tried to comfort Yi Tian. In fact, what she thought in her heart was that Yi Tian's talent had not changed much, and she had wasted a golden lotus, but she was afraid that it would hit Yi Tian, so she could only comfort her like this. However, she thought too much. Let's go. Yi Tian has now got what he wants, it is useless to stay here, it is better to go elsewhere to find opportunities. Yu Ling naturally agreed, and followed Yi Tian out of the cave. Before leaving, Yi Tian asked Yu Ling to help put the corpse of the empty moon wolf into a storage bag. After all, he had said before that he wanted the corpse of the sky moon wolf, and although the body of the sky moon wolf was useless to him now, he couldn't suddenly say no, it was hard to explain. In desperation, he could only ask Yu Ling to help take it away. The corpse of the void moon wolf was not large, and it was easy to carry, so Yu Ling also helped with this. On the road. Yi Tian slowly studied the ability of spatial talent, and Yu Inspiration couldn't cope with the fluctuations of space, so he couldn't find out that Yi Tian was secretly studying spatial talent, otherwise he would definitely be surprised. It didn't take long for Yi Tian to use the ability of spatial perception and spatial imprints in addition to teleportation. Moreover, Yi Tian found that spatial imprints and teleportation may be combined with each other, such as leaving a spatial imprint in one place, and then teleporting from other places to the place where the spatial imprint is located. That's positioning teleportation. However, with Yu Ling by his side, this experiment could only be carried out in the future. It's time to open up your carry-on space. Yi Tian was very excited about this ability, and with the space he carried, he could pack a lot of things, and he didn't need to carry it slowly. Of course, opening up the personal space must also be done in secret, and Yu Ling must not be aware of it. You only need to use your spatial innate ability to leave a spatial imprint on your body, and then pour the power of space into the spatial imprint, squeeze out a small space, and then expand the space. As for how much space you can open up, it is closely related to your talent level and your own strength. Let's get started. Yi Tian left a spatial imprint on a bone cell in his left wrist. Then, he manipulated the spatial talent to slowly pour spatial power into the spatial imprint. Rumble. A large amount of spatial power converged on the spatial imprint, which finally caused a transformation. I saw that the spatial imprint on the bone cell squeezed out an entrance on the space film, opening up the different space. With the infusion of space power, in Yi Tian's consciousness, a small dot appeared. This small dot began to be regarded as the origin, and after absorbing a large amount of spatial power, the origin slowly formed a small space, about a cubic centimeter in size. The carry-on space can't be so small, and this small space can still be bigger. The more the power of space poured in, the smaller the space gradually became larger. After about 10 minutes, the small space finally became a cubic meter in size. But Yi Tian hasn't felt the limit yet, and he can continue to open up and expand his personal space. Half a day later. Yi Tian finally felt the limit. No matter how he manipulated the spatial talent to infuse the power of space, there was no way to expand the space with him. Consciousness entered the carry-on space, and he took a closer look. The carry-on space is like a cube house, with a side length of 5 meters, which means that the whole space has 125 cubes. Such a space is already huge, and few storage bags are that big. And Yu Ling's storage bag is relatively good, and according to Yu Ling, her storage bag is only 30 cubic meters, but it can't hold too many things. And storage bags are easy to be snatched away, and once they are snatched, things are gone. But the carry-on space will not be snatched away, even if the arm is cut off. Yi Tian can also communicate with the carry-on space. There is no reason to be snatched away, unless someone can destroy the carry-on space, but how strong the space is, it is not so easy to be destroyed. In short, it's not a little bit convenient to have a carry-on space. After opening up the carry-on space, Yi Tian secretly transferred some valuables from the package to the carry-on space. For example, the 2 heavenly soul flowers, he quietly transferred the space with him. In addition, he also transferred several centuries-old medicinal herbs to his personal space. As for the rest of the stuff, it's still in the package, doing the cover-up work. Bang! In the distance, the sound of a battle was heard, and judging from the fluctuations of vitality, it was very intense. Yu Ling, someone or a fierce beast is fighting. Yi Tian said. Judging from the sound of the battle, it was only 10 miles away from here, which was not far for a great warrior. Let's take a look. Yu Ling said. Yi Tian nodded, and immediately took Yu Ling over. When he was still 3 miles away from the battle site, Yi Tian used his spatial perception ability to probe airplanes. The spatial perception fluctuations spread out, extending towards the past at an incredible speed. At this moment, Yi Tian's perception seemed to have penetrated the space and came to 3 miles away. And the scene 3 miles away was also seen by Yi Tian. This is the powerful ability of spatial perception. Not only the distance of probing is far, but also the ability to see more realistically, and the spiritual power perception can only roughly sense the situation at most, and it cannot be as clear as Yi Tian. Warrior. Yi Tian saw 5 warriors, besieging a fierce beast, and not far from that fierce beast was growing a small fiery red grass, and the grass was still burning with flames, which looked very extraordinary. What kind of grass is this? Yi Tian's lack of knowledge made him unable to recognize this grass, but Yu Ling might have known it. Those 5 great martial artists are all extreme powerhouses of great martial artists, and 2 of them also have offensive talents, and their strength is at the top level among the great martial artists. And the high-level fierce beast besieged by these 5 martial artists is also a fierce beast with offensive talent. If you besiege slowly and be careful, this beast will definitely die, and the 5 people will not be injured. But right now, these 5 people are very crazy, and their tricks are released one after another, and they don't care about consumption at all, and even exchange injuries for injuries to ensure that they kill the beast as soon as possible. The 5 of them are so urgent, it seems that this little grass is not simple. Yi Tian guessed. Yu Ling, let's speed up. Yi Tian turned back to Yu Ling and said. Good. Yu Ling didn't know what was going on in front of him, but he still followed Yi Tian and moved quickly. It's a pity that the trees in the secret realm are too dense, which seriously affects the speed. Yu Ling sped up his speed slightly, and he almost couldn't control his body and crashed into the big tree. 10 seconds later, the 3-mile road crossed over. Yi Tian and Yu Ling came to the place of battle. Chapter 76. When Yi Tian and Yu Ling arrived here, the 5 martial artists happened to kill the fierce beast. Someone's coming. One of the great warriors hurriedly urged. Swish. A great warrior quickly came to the flame grass, quickly picked the flame grass, and put it into a storage bag. However, all this was still seen by Yu Ling. That's the fire spirit talent grass. Yu Ling couldn't help but exclaim. Swish. A wave of killing intent shrouded in, and it was the killing intent of the 5 warriors. Suddenly, the 5 of them surrounded Yi Tian and Yu Ling. Zhang Kai, what are you going to do? Yu Ling angrily pointed at one of the great martial artists. Zhang Kai's face showed a hideous expression. Yu Ling, what do you say I'm going to do? You have seen the value of the fire spirit talent grass. The value of the fire spirit talent grass, you should know better than me. Do you think I will let you out alive? Yu Ling's expression froze. She naturally understood what Zhang Kai meant. If she was in Zhang Kai's current position, maybe she would do the same thing as Zhang Kai. Not only because of the importance of the fire spirit talent grass, but more importantly, the Yu family and the Zhang family compete with each other in business, and they can be regarded as hostile families. In the Demon Seabes, the 2 families did not dare to do anything because of the rules of the Demon Seabes, so they could only compete in business. But this is a secret realm, so why not have the opportunity to kill the great warriors of both families? Kill the 2 of them, and the matter of our Zhang family's acquisition of the fire spirit talent grass must not be leaked. Zhang Kai said with murderous intent. Yes, young master. The remaining 4 great warriors answered. But the Yu family can't do it. There are too many children of the Yu family's great martial artists, and because of this, Yu Ling gave Yi Tian a place, which caused many people to be dissatisfied. The 5 great martial artists are all the limits of great martial artists. The powerful martial artists of the Demon Seabes, they all have an impression, but there is no Yi Tian among them. It is estimated that he is a small role. Yu Ling, can these people be killed? Yi Tian asked. Can kill. Yu Ling nodded. She can't kill Zhang Kai and the 5 people, but Yi Tian can. Yi Tian's strength, she has seen it with her own eyes, not weaker than Yin Feng, the first battle genius of the Demon Sea Bass. How many top geniuses? Enough to rank among the top 10 of the Demon Sea Bass's great martial arts combat power, and Zhang Kai's goods are estimated to not even be able to enter 100. Okay, kill them all. Yi Tian said lightly, as if he was announcing the death sentence of Zhang Kai and others. Boy, you want to kill us too, ha ha ha. Several people burst into laughter. And in this short period of time, the 5 people had already rushed over, and they were about to destroy Yi Tian and Yu Ling in one wave. Shadow kill. A faint voice echoed in the ears of the 5. The next moment, the 5 gradually lost consciousness, and their last sight was a headless corpse. This body is so familiar. This is their last consciousness. Knock knock. 5 corpses with 5 heads fell to the ground, and Yu Ling on the side was shocked again. Although I have seen Yi Tian shoot many times, I am still shocked every time. Zhang Kai is also a genius in the Demon Sea Bass, not weaker than her talent, and because she is at the limit of a great martial artist, her strength is a little stronger than she is now. But even with such a great martial artist, Yi Tian still killed as many as 5 in a row. Yi Tian killed 5 great martial artists, searched the bodies of 5 great martial artists, and found 2 storage bags. It's okay now, there's something to cover. Yi Tian told the storage bag and thought excitedly. He had never dared to put the harvest along the way into his carry-on space, just for fear of attracting Yu Ling's attention, but now that he had snatched the storage bag, he could wear the storage bag and put things in it. But whether he put it in the storage bag or put it in the carry-on space, no one doubted it, and Yu Ling only thought that Yi Tian had put things into the storage bag. The storage bag is the cover that Yi Tian gave to the carry-on space. Yu Ling, 2 storage bags, 1 for each of us. Yi Tian said. Yu Ling looked very nervous and excited at the moment, and hurriedly said, Yi Tian, let's take out the fire spirit talent grass, I'll take a look. Good. Yi Tian nodded. The owner of the storage bag died, so he and Yu Ling refined a storage bag alone, and soon succeeded in recognizing the owner, and immediately took out the fire spirit talent grass in one of the storage bags. It turned out to be a 3 spirit level fire spirit talent grass. Yu Ling's breathing became short. This was even more exciting than obtaining the heavenly soul flower. Yi Tian saw everything in his eyes, knowing that this fire spirit talent grass was probably an amazing thing. Not only Zhang Kai and the others were so crazy, but even Yu Ling couldn't control his emotions. Yu Ling, what exactly is the fire spirit talent grass? Yi Tian asked. Yu Ling looked at Yu Ling, gritted his teeth, hesitated, and finally pleaded, Yi Tian, everything in the 2 storage bags can be given to you. I only need this fire spirit talent grass. No, I can compensate you for another 50 billion worth of treasures. Yu Ling, what is the use of this thing? If it is really of great use to you, I will let it out. Yi Tian hurriedly said. Yu Ling finally said the usefulness of the fire spirit talent grass. It can allow martial artists to generate new talents, and it is a 3 spirit level fire spirit talent grass. If a great martial artist or a grandmaster level martial artist is allowed to refine the fire spirit talent grass, it is enough to give birth to a primary level flame talent. Even king-level beings can refine fire spirit talent grass, but they can only give birth to inferior or even weak-grade flame talents. But even so, it's very valuable. For example, if a king-level person with no special talent gets this fire spirit talent grass, it will increase his combat effectiveness exponentially. When Yi Tian heard this, he finally understood the value of this fire spirit talent grass, which was not similar to his copying talent, but it was far worse than the effect of copying talent. At most, this thing can only make people have a primary flame talent, which he can't look down on, but other martial artists can see it. There are still a small number of martial artists with special talents, and most of them do not have special talents, and there are some cultivation geniuses. Yi Tian, our Yu family has a king ancestor, but this ancestor is only a strong cultivation talent, but he has no special talent. If I take this fire spirit talent grass to our Yu family's ancestor, then the strength of our Yu family ancestor can be increased by 1 to 2 times the strength, which is a huge opportunity for our Yu family. And you have a lot of talents, all of them are very advanced. It is difficult for the fire spirit talent grass to improve your strength. At most it can be regarded as an attack method to increase you, so I hope you can give me the fire spirit talent grass. Yu Ling sincerely requested. Yi Tian pretended to ponder for a minute, and then said, okay, I'll let it be for you. Hearing this, Yu Ling was so happy that his face was full of smiles. Chapter 77. There are also a lot of things in the 2 storage bags, many of which are of higher value, such as some 100-year-old medicinal materials, hundreds of years of medicinal materials, and even some treasures of very high value. After all, the harvest of Zhang Kai's 5 people coming to the secret realm is not small, and it is not only a treasure of fire spirit talent grass. Moreover, 2 storage bags are also a good harvest. The price of a single storage bag is not low, even if there are channels to buy, there is number 2 billion cannot be bought. Sending out a fire spirit talent grass that was of little use to him, and after harvesting so many treasures and 2 storage bags, Yi Tian made a lot of money. Subsequently, Yi Tian began to sort out the treasures in the 2 storage bags. The more expensive things were secretly packed into the carry-on space, and the other things were put into 1 storage bag, and the other storage bag was empty, and he put it in his arms, and only 1 storage bag was put outside. Yu Ling, on the other hand, protected the fire spirit talent grass layer after layer, for fear of losing the medicinal effect of the fire spirit talent grass. This appearance couldn't help but make Yi Tian feel that Yu Ling was taking it too seriously, as if he had never seen the world. After the 2 of them sorted out their things, they moved on. On the road, Yu Ling finally couldn't help but say, Yi Tian, I'm not going to continue looking for treasures, the fire spirit talent grass is too important to our Yu family, I want to go out early. After all, the secret realm is too dangerous, maybe there will be an irresistible crisis at any time, it doesn't matter if I die, but the fire spirit talent grass can't be lost. Yi Tian took a deep look at Yu Ling, he knew Yu Ling's thoughts. This is a safe way, if you go out in advance, there will be no accidents, as for other treasures, Yu Ling doesn't care. Okay, I'll send you there. But I'm not going out. I'll go out before the allotted time. Yi Tianxian said in advance. Of course, with your strength, as long as you don't provoke those fierce beasts and Yunfeng in the secret realm, there will basically not be much danger. Yu Ling expressed his understanding. After all, she couldn't let Yi Tian give up the rest of the time to go out with her, it didn't make any sense. And Yi Tian can get more benefits if he stays in the secret realm, and anyone wants to stay in the secret realm. After agreeing, Yi Tian took Yu Ling to the place where the spatial rift was located. What Yu Ling didn't know was that Yi Tian was so happy at this time. He had long wanted to act alone, but due to the agreement with Yu Ling, it was difficult to bring it up. Now that Yu Ling has taken the initiative to leave the secret realm, then he can move freely. With his strength, he can move freely in the secret realm, and the speed of harvesting resources is definitely fast. Perhaps this harvest is enough to support him and his sister in a few years of cultivation. 2 days later, Yi Tian finally took Yu Ling to the place where the spatial rift was. Although he encountered several dangers along the way, one of them was a terrifying group of fierce beasts, each of which was very powerful, and the single attack power was stronger than Yu Ling. It was no problem for Yi Tian to save his life alone, but Yu Ling couldn't. In desperation, he could only guarantee that Yu Ling escaped. After crisis, Yu Ling was nervous, and his whole person's nerves were tense. Now that he saw the spatial crack above his head, his nerves relaxed, and he almost collapsed. There's no one here. Yi Tian checked it. It is still very early before the 1-month period, and the others are still looking for treasures and opportunities, so naturally they will not leave in advance like Yu Ling. After resting for half an hour, Yu Ling recovered, and immediately said goodbye to Yi Tian. Yi Tian, you be careful in the secret realm, I'll go out first. Good. Yi Tian waved his hand. Yu Ling jumped lightly and stepped into the spatial crack in mid-air, and the whole person disappeared in a blink of an eye. Before he obtained the spatial talent, Yi Tian couldn't sense the operation of the power of space, but at this time, he could see it very clearly. When Yu Ling entered the spatial rift, a spatial force enveloped Yu Ling and teleported Yu Ling out. This kind of means he does not have for the time being. But he firmly believes that as long as his spatial talent continues to improve, he can easily do this in the future. Outside, Yu Ling came out of the spatial crack, but the power of the secret realm could not affect the outside world, so Yu Ling was not thrown out, but came out directly from the original spatial crack. For the first time, the grandmasters of the major families all discovered Yu Ling. Swish. Yu Ben went over as soon as possible and protected Yu Ling. Yu Ling, why did you come out early? Yu Ben frowned and asked. Elder, I encountered a terrible beast. It happened that I was not far from the spatial rift, so I ran towards the spatial rift. In order to save my life, I had to come out early. Yu Ling said helplessly, her unwilling face really deceived the grandmasters of other families. Suddenly, one by one, the grandmasters secretly gloated and ridiculed the Yu family's incompetence. Let's talk about it back in the wind boat. Yu Ben took Yu Ling to a wind boat, which was the Yu family's wind boat. After Yu Ling and the others entered the secret realm, the people of the major families did not leave, because they were worried that some people would come out in advance and no one would protect them. After all, this is a wild place, and fierce beasts often attack here, and they must protect the entrance to the spatial rift. At this time, the wind boat is not in the sky, but on the ground, so that there is no need to maintain the wind boat and there is no need to lose energy. Enter the wind boat. Yu Ben opened the soundproofing formation inside the Yufeng boat. Yu Ling, there is no one here. Let's talk about what the hell is going on. You little girl can deceive others, you can't deceive me. I can sense that your blood flow is very fast, that is a very exciting performance. Yu Ben debunked. Elder, you better invite the ancestor to come. Yu Ling said something that shocked Yu Ben. What is the identity of the ancestor? How could he come so easily? What did you find? Yu Ben was shocked. Fire spirit talent grass. Yu Ling said it directly. She is not afraid of Yu Ben's greed, because she knows that Yu Ben's temperament is the friendliest in the family, and the ancestor is still Yu Ben's grandfather, and Yu Ben can't hide it from the ancestor. Is it really the fire spirit talent grass? Yu Ben was also excited. 3 spirits. Yu Ling said truthfully. The 3 spirits are very rare, they can make a king-level powerhouse give birth to a weak or inferior flame talent. The ancestor has no special talent. If he refines the fire spirit talent grass, his strength will inevitably rise, then the status of our Yu family will also rise greatly. Yu Ben didn't say a word, and used the communicator to start informing the ancestor of the Yu family. Less than 10 seconds. Rumble. A king-level aura came from far away, completely shocking all the families. Another king? Many grandmasters were surprised. Brother Yu, why are you here? The Yunhe king appeared, standing in mid-air, looking at a middle-aged martial artist flying in the distance. This middle-aged martial artist was also flying in the sky, and in an instant, he came to everyone from a great distance. He is the ancestor of the Yu family, a king-level existence, Yu Ling. King Yunhe, I have something to do, and I won't break the rules. After Yu Ling finished speaking, he dodged into the Yu family's imperial wind boat. Then, everyone guessed the crux of the matter. It must have something to do with Yu Ling. Could it be that Yu Ling brought out a treasure that made the king-level people excited? Many grandmasters speculated so. Chapter 78. No matter what Yu Ling brought out, they didn't dare to touch it, otherwise the anger of a king level would let them know what despair was. This is not a large base of the Demon Sea. Even if the king level kills them, the king level will not be punished. Even if their family avenged him afterwards, it would be later, and they would not be able to survive. In addition, they did not dare to inform the ancestor of the family. Inform the family ancestors without knowing anything that they are tired of being alive. The other grandmasters didn't dare to fight the unknown treasure, but the Yunhe king was a little interested. His strength is much stronger than that of the Yu family ancestor, and he even has a certain hope of killing Yu Ben alone, because Yu Ben has no special talent, and he just belongs to an ordinary category among the king ranks. Of course, when the interests do not reach a certain level, the battle between the kings will not break out easily. Besides, King Yunhe and Yu Ling have no hatred, so naturally they will not deliberately make enemies. But that doesn't mean he's not curious. Thereupon, Yunhe Wang opened the spatial perception and looked through the layers of space, trying to probe the situation. But apparently failed. A king-level powerhouse has the means to isolate spatial perception, and if he wants to probe unknowingly, it is almost impossible for him to do so. My spatial talent is only primary. If it is average, my spatial perception ability must be several times stronger, and it will be difficult for Yu Ling to block my spatial perception. Inside the Yuejia Yufeng boat, Yu Ling's gaze looked at Yu Ling urgently. You're Yu Ling, right? Yu Ling ancestor asked. Yes, ancestor. Yu Ling was a little nervous. She had only seen Lao Zu a few times, and she had seen it when there was a major event, and at that time she was just standing in the crowd of the Yu family, and this was the first time she had talked to Lao Zu face to face. She is just a great martial artist, and the ancestor is a king-level existence. Standing in front of a king level, even an ordinary grandmaster will be nervous. Fire spirit talent grass, is it in your hands? Yu Ling said urgently. In. Yu Ling took out a large jade box from the storage bag, and then opened the jade box, and there was a small jade box inside, and under the layers of protection, he finally opened the jade box containing the fire spirit talent grass. Yu Ling's gaze was fixed on the fire spirit talent grass. The grass is blood red all over, and a faint flame spreads out. The entire fire spirit talent grass has 3 leaves, and each leaf has a flame pattern on it, which indicates that the level of the fire spirit talent grass is the 3 spirit level. If it's really a 3-spirit level fire spirit talent grass, it's too useful for me. Yu Ling was very excited, and immediately looked at Yu Ling with a gentle gaze. Yu Ling girl, this 3-spirit level fire spirit talent grass is very valuable, it is indescribable with money, what reward do you want? Ancestor, I want a chance to visit the Enlightenment Monument once after I step into the limit of the Grandmaster. Yu Ling pleaded. What, the stone tablet of enlightenment? Yu Ben's pupils on the side shrank sharply, completely shocked. He was not qualified to participate in the Enlightenment Stone, because the Enlightenment Tablet was the foundation of the family, and it was obtained from a mysterious place, and Yu Ling was actually not an extraordinary level cultivation talent, but only a top-level cultivation talent, and the reason why he was able to break the bottleneck and be promoted to a king-level powerhouse was because of the Enlightenment Stone. However, the effect of the Enlightenment Stone Tablet is not omnipotent, and if you don't participate in the Enlightenment Stone Tablet once, the mysterious aura on it will dissipate. And now the Yu family's Enlightenment Stone Tablet is no longer enough to participate in the Enlightenment several times. Therefore, in the case of last resort, the Enlightenment Stone Tablet cannot be developed, and there are many Grandmasters of the Yu family, but none of them can be qualified to participate in the Enlightenment Stone Tablet. This. Yu Ling hesitated. The value of the Fire Spirit Talent Grass is indeed very high, and it is of great help to his strength, but it is only helpful to him, but it is not helpful to others. If Yu Ling is promised to open the Enlightenment Stone Tablet, the other clansmen will definitely not be convinced. Ancestor, I still have 6 heavenly soul flowers here, which is enough for our Yu family to give birth to 6 geniuses with top-level cultivation talents. Yu Ling took out the heavenly soul flower again and said. It turned out to be a heavenly soul flower, or 6 flowers. Yu Ling was shocked. Although the usefulness of the heavenly soul flower is far inferior to the fire spirit talent grass, it is also a rare treasure. And the Yu family only had 1 flower before, but it is also very precious, and it has always been placed in the family treasure house. If there is no great contribution, it will not be given at all, because once it is given, there will be no heavenly soul flower, and the Yu family is very helpless. Now there are 6 more flowers, which is a huge help to the strength of the Yu family. For example, some clansmen of the Yu family have very strong special talents, and even have high-level offensive talents, but their cultivation talents are too poor, and it is difficult for even elite martial artists or great martial artists to step in, and such combat geniuses are difficult to use. But with the Heavenly Soul Flower, it's different. Such a combat genius takes the Heavenly Soul Flower, and his cultivation talent is raised to the top, and his cultivation can be raised to the limit of the Grandmaster, and his combat power is far beyond the limit of an ordinary Grandmaster. In the case of not being out of the king level, the major families rely on the ultimate combat power of the Grandmaster. So, the use of 6 heavenly soul flowers is too great. Ancestor, with 6 heavenly soul flowers, I believe that many high-level leaders will agree to open the Enlightenment Stone Tablet. Yu Ling said. Okay, I promise. Yu Ling nodded in agreement. If it was just 1 fire spirit talent grass, if he agreed to Yu Ling's request because of selfishness, others might not be convinced, but with 6 heavenly soul flowers, the opposition of the entire family would definitely be minimized. He could completely agree to Yu Ling's request. Thank you, Ancestor. Yu Ling said excitedly. The long-cherished wish has finally come true. You must know that her cultivation talent is only at the top level, and she still risks a huge threat, and she has lost the treasure that several core subordinates only took from the Lake of Death, and used that treasure to raise her cultivation talent to the top level. And after reaching the top cultivation talent, it is difficult to continue to improve. Maybe the top level is the level of cultivation talent she has in her life. And the success rate of a top-level cultivator who can advance to the king level is less than 1%. If there is no special opportunity, she will not be able to step into the king level in her life. The limit of the Grandmaster is the extreme, and there is no hope for the king level in her life. Is she willing? No, she was not reconciled. However, the family's stone monument of enlightenment is a hope, which is said to increase the hope of 20%. In this way, she has about 2 out of 8 hopes of stepping into the royal rank. Even if this success rate is still not high, at least there is hope. If she gets other treasures in the future cultivation process, and can increase the success rate by 1 or 2%, then wouldn't she be expected to be a king? Therefore, she did not hesitate to contribute the fire spirit talent grass and 6 heavenly soul flowers. Now, she's on it. Before she knew it, a tear flowed from her eyes. It was tears of excitement. Chapter 79. Uncharted. Yi Tian didn't know at all at this time that Yu Ling had contributed all the fire spirit talent grass and the 6 heavenly soul flowers to the family in order to get a chance to hit the king level. If he knew, he could only sigh. For him, it was not difficult to hit the king level, because his cultivation talent had become an extraordinary level, even better than an ordinary extraordinary cultivation talent. After all, his extraordinary cultivation talent was formed by the fusion of the extraordinary level and the top level. 800 meters away, there is a 500-year-old He Shou Wu. Yi Tian's eyes looked through the layers of space, and he saw He Shou Wu between a stone gap 800 meters away, and his expression moved. This is the ability of spatial perception, which allows him to easily find medicinal herbs. Before, when Yu Ling was there, he didn't dare to collect medicinal materials so frantically, but now that Yu Ling left, he had no scruples. Swish. In an instant, Yi Tian came to the place where He Shou Wu grows, carefully took He Shou Wu away, put it in a temporary wooden box, and then put it in his personal space. Keep looking. There were too many medicinal materials in the secret realm that had been used for hundreds of years, and Yi Tian could easily find them. For him, the secret realm is a natural treasure. And the number of high-level fierce beasts in the secret realm is also very large. Each high-level fierce beast can collect many high-level fierce beast blood, and Yi Tian, in addition to collecting medicinal materials, the most important thing is to collect high-level fierce beast blood. In the outside world, although there are many high-level fierce beasts, if you hunt high-level fierce beasts wildly, you will be chased and killed by top-level fierce beasts in less than a day, which is very dangerous. But in the secret realm, it is different. The most powerful here is only a high-level fierce beast, and there will be no top-level fierce beasts. In the past, Yi Tian would still worry that there was too much high-level fierce beast blood to take away, but now he had 2 storage bags and a carry-on space, which was enough to collect a lot of high-level fierce beast blood. In the blink of an eye, half a month has passed. In the past half a month, Yi Tian frantically hunted high-level fierce beasts and collected medicinal materials, and with his top-level healing talent, he survived the siege of countless fierce beasts. And he didn't know how many high-level beasts died in his hands. He only knew that his carry-on space and 2 storage bags were almost full. You can't hunt high-level beasts anymore, there's no place to put them anyway. Yi Tian gave up hunting high-level fierce beasts, but there were still many treasures in the secret realm that had not been discovered, and the treasures underground were undoubtedly the most. It is difficult for spiritual power to extend underground, but the spatial perception ability can ignore soil and rocks and can perceive the situation underground. For example, several times, he sensed the existence of ore veins, but unfortunately it was not the Yuanqi stone vein, but the metal ore veins, such as copper, iron, and silver. The ore veins are also very valuable in this world, but Yi Tian can't develop them. How many veins can he collect alone? Even if he fills up his personal space, he can't sell it for hundreds of millions, which is far less valuable than high-grade fierce beast blood and medicinal materials. Therefore, he had no choice but to give up these metal veins. There are about 10 days left, look for it again. The focus is to find the Yuanqi stone vein. If you can't find it, you can only give up and leave. Yi Tian planned. According to his speculation, the Yuanqi vein should be a place where the Yuanqi is very strong, and the more likely it is that the Yuanqi stone vein will be born in a place where the Yuanqi is strong. But the secret realm is too big, and Yi Tian's sensing range is not large, so it is naturally difficult to see where the Yuanqi stone veins are relatively rich. Otherwise, he would have found the Yuanqi stone vein a long time ago. After searching for 2 more days, Yi Tian had completely given up on finding the Yuanqi stone vein, as if the heavens couldn't see it, and actually gave Yi Tian a chance. That's. Yi Tian's gaze was fixed on a mouse 100 meters away. This is a mouse with a purple body and a touch of golden hair on its eyebrows, which looks very extraordinary. And Yi Tian observed its talent, and the other party was indeed very extraordinary. Species, purple treasure rat. Bloodline talent, top. Treasure hunt talent, high. It turned out to be a purple gold treasure rat with a treasure hunting talent. Yi Tian felt that God really favored him too much, and he had discovered such a treasure rat. The high-level treasure hunting talent is very rare. Yi Tian really wants to copy it, but his copying talent is still in the cooldown, but it won't take long for the cooldown to end, but at that time, he has already left the secret realm. So, he had to catch this purple gold treasure rat, and he had to use the purple gold treasure rat to find treasures for him in the secret realm, preferably to find the Yuanqi stone vein. Shout. Yi Tian teleported over and came directly to the purple gold treasure mouse. The purple gold treasure rat was originally looking for treasures to improve his strength, but suddenly saw Yi Tian appear, and a crisis came. It wanted to escape, but one of Yi Tian's big hands grabbed it. Rumble. Under the increase of strength talent and Yuan power, Yi Tian's attack power in his hands alone reached the power of 5 elephants, and the speed was super fast, far exceeding the reaction power of the purple gold treasure mouse. Therefore, the Zijin treasure rat was caught by Yi Tianyi, and he couldn't escape no matter what. Little one, if you surrender to me, I won't kill you, or... Yi Tian threatened. Although it is not good to threaten a fierce beast and be such a cute fierce beast, humans and fierce beasts are inherently independent, and there is no need to pay attention to moral etiquette. Squeak squeak. The purple gold treasure rat kept screaming, as if it was angry, but when Yi Tian released his killing intent, it suddenly became honest. Then, the purple gold treasure rat nodded again and again, as if to say, I am willing to surrender. Confess the Lord, you should know, right? Yi Tian said with a smile. The purple gold treasure mouse kept waving a pair of small paws, as if to say, you bad person, you are too shameless. Confess the Lord. Yi Tian used force in his hand, and a huge force pinched the body of the purple gold treasure rat to a squeak, which was the bones of the purple gold treasure rat shattering. At this moment, the Zijin treasure rat panicked. It is not an ordinary fierce beast, but a purple gold treasure rat. I don't know how many treasures of heaven and earth have been eaten, and even the treasures of enlightenment have been eaten, and the wisdom is not lower than that of humans. It's also afraid of death. Seeing that Yi Tian really dared to make a move, it hurriedly handed over its soul light and flew into Yi Tian's soul sea. When the soul light of the purple gold treasure rat was absorbed by Yi Tian, the confession of the Lord was completed. Master. A girlish voice appeared in Yi Tian's mind. You're a mother. Yi Tian heard the figure of the Zijin treasure mouse, and only then did he notice the gender of the Zijin treasure mouse. Immediately, he turned the purple gold treasure rat over and looked at it carefully. It is indeed the mother. Master, you big rascal. The purple gold treasure rat said angrily in Yi Tian's mind. Chapter 80. Yi Tian ignored the noise of the Zijin treasure mouse. Zijin treasure mouse, let me give you a name, it's called Xiao Zi, how about it? Yi Tian asked. The purple gold treasure rat nodded slightly, quite satisfied with the name. Xiao Zi, can your treasure hunting talent find out where there are Yuan Qi stone veins? Yi Tian asked with some expectation. Janky stone, I know where it is. Xiao Zi hurriedly raised her little paw and said. Really? Yi Tian's expression moved, and he was a little excited. Xiao Zi actually knew where there were Yuan Qi stones, which was beyond his expectations. But it's normal to think about it carefully. Xiao Zi doesn't know how long she has lived in the secret realm, relying on her treasure hunting talent. She must know where many treasures are, and the Yuan Qi stone also belongs to the category of treasures, and it is normal for Xiao Zi to be able to detect the Yuan Qi stone. Xiao Zi, you take me to find the vitality stone. Yi Tian ordered. Come with me. Xiao Zi ran forward and took Yi Tian to find the Yuan Qi stone. But Xiao Zi's speed was too slow, and in the end, Yi Tian was holding Xiao Zi, and Xiao Zi was only responsible for guiding the direction and position. After running for a day and a half, Yi Tian was finally about to reach his destination under Xiao Zi's guidance. But the situation was not what he expected. Corpses. Yi Tian saw the corpse of a martial artist. Judging from the situation of the corpse, it should have been dead for a long time. Spatial awareness. A wave of space rippled out, extending ahead to probe away. Soon, a corpse with a martial artist appeared in Yi Tian's sight. More than a dozen warrior corpses have been found. Yi Tian's brows furrowed. Judging from the current situation, the Yuan Qi stone vein not far away should have been discovered, otherwise so many martial artists would not have died. You must know that the secret realm is very large, and the possibility of encounters between martial artists is not very large, and so many martial artists die here. This situation can only be found in a large number of martial artists fighting here. Thinking of the exposure of the Yuan Qi stone, Yi Tian was a little anxious. If all the Yuan Qi stones are mined, then he will come in vain. Let's go. Yi Tian moved forward slowly. There was spatial perception and exploration. He was not afraid of accidents, only he found the enemy first, and no enemy would find him first. After walking slowly for thousands of miles, I finally saw a group of people. This group of people is fighting, or rather besieging and killing. It's him. Yi Tian saw a rather familiar person, and said that he was familiar because he focused on understanding the other party. This person is Yunfeng, known as the #1 combat genius of the demon sea bass, and he is the one who is besieged. There were about 20 people on the other side, wearing the same costumes, and there was no doubt that they were a force. Yunfeng, your combat effectiveness is worthy of being the #1 combat genius, but it's a pity that you are not our opponent. An older martial artist said coldly. Helian Bai, you are a great martial artist in the last session, but I didn't expect to live in the secret realm for 10 years, and you also found a Yuan Qi stone vein. But I have no enmity with you. I promise not to compete with you for the Yuan Qi stone. Why do you have to besiege me? Even if you kill me, most of you will die. Do you believe it or not? Yunfeng said coldly. Of course I believe it. Helianbai said, but if you can die some great martial artists, you can exchange Yunfeng's death. This deal is very cost-effective. The entire Demon Sea Great Base thinks that among the younger generation of the Yun family, Yun Tian's cultivation talent is the highest, and it is an extraordinary level cultivation talent, while your Yunfeng is only strong in combat power, and his cultivation talent is only top-notch. If you were only a top-level cultivation talent, I wouldn't bother to kill you, but you're not a top-level cultivation talent. Humph, if I don't have a top-level cultivation talent, is it difficult for me to become an extraordinary level cultivation talent? Yunfeng sneered. That's right, you are indeed an extraordinary level cultivation talent. Maybe you were indeed a top-level cultivation talent before, but now you are an extraordinary level cultivation talent. If I'm not mistaken, you found a treasure to improve your talent in the secret realm, and this treasure has actually raised your cultivation talent to an extraordinary level. I'm really envious. I even want such a treasure. I originally only had a high-level cultivation talent, but I came to the secret realm 10 years ago, and it took a lot of effort to raise my cultivation talent to the top. For the sake of that treasure to improve my talent, I planned in the secret realm for a long time, and then I missed the opportunity to go out. I thought I was very lucky, but you were even luckier than me. You actually found a treasure that can raise your cultivation talent to an extraordinary level. Maybe you still have it on you. As he spoke, Helianbai's heart moved, revealing a greedy look. Does anyone believe your lie? Yunfeng sneered. Lies? Helianwal laughed. Yunfeng, you are indeed very calm, but what you don't know is that I have a very special talent. This talent is called peeping talent, which can peep into other people's cultivation talents, but the premise is that that person's cultivation talent will not surpass mine. If you were a top-level cultivation talent, I should be able to see your cultivation talent level, but I can't see it now. What it means, I know very well. At this time, Yunfeng finally changed color. I didn't expect you to have this kind of talent. That's right, I do have an extraordinary talent. If you really want to work hard, I will definitely be able to kill you. The clouds and winds threatened Helianwal. Then try it. Helianbai was not afraid at all. Today, he must kill Yunfeng. How terrifying it is for a #1 combat genius with extraordinary talent, once he grows up. In other days, if Yunfeng steps into the king level, he will definitely become the most powerful king level. The strength of the Yun family is already extremely strong, and if one more invincible king is added, then the Yun family will be unstoppable. The Helian family's status was second only to the Yun family, so they naturally didn't want to see this kind of situation. Helianbai not only wanted to get the treasure on Yunfeng's body for the Helian family. What if Yunfeng got more than one of the kind of treasures that enhanced his talent? It's just a possibility, and it's worth it for him to besiege Yunfeng. Moreover, there is also a small Yuan Qi stone vein underground, and when Yunfeng is killed, he will join other Helian clansmen to kill the terrifying beast that guards the Yuan Qi stone vein, and then all the Yuan Qi stones will belong to the Helian family. Distance. Yi Tian not only spied on the situation on Yunfeng's side, but also heard their conversation, and couldn't help but be slightly surprised. Yunfeng has turned into an extraordinary level cultivation talent. When he is in the outside world, he is still a top-level cultivation talent. This luck is too against the sky, it is simply a son of luck. Yi Tian thought. Near. Keep getting closer. Shout. Yi Tian suddenly teleported behind a boulder 500 meters away from them. Because Yi Tian's teleportation was very fast, no trace was revealed, so Yunfeng and the others didn't see Yi Tian at all. Probe. Copying the talent instantly checked the talent situation of this group. When Yi Tian saw Yunfeng's talent clearly, he couldn't help but smile. The people of the Helian family are finished. Chapter 81. In Yi Tian's eyes, Yunfeng's talent was clear. Human, cloud wind. Cultivation talent, extraordinary. Wind blade talent, top. Speed talent, medium. It is rumored that Yunfeng has a primary speed talent, and now Yunfeng's speed talent has become medium. Don't look at the difference between elementary and medium is only one level, but the speed difference is very large. The elementary speed talent can only increase speed by 3x, while the medium speed talent can increase speed by a factor of 5. For example, if Yunfeng's speed talent is only 5 times the speed of sound, then the elementary speed talent can only give him 15 times the speed of sound, while the medium speed talent can give him 25 times the speed of sound. The difference between 15 times the speed of sound and 25 times the speed of sound is too great. Yunfeng's luck is really good. Not only has he raised his cultivation talent to the transcendent level in the secret realm, but he has also raised his speed talent from elementary to medium. With the medium speed talent, the others couldn't hurt Yunfeng at all, and the wind blade released by Yunfeng's top-level wind blade talent was enough to kill most of the great martial artists among them in an instant. Yi Tian said darkly. Of course, there are also real strong people among the 20 or so people in the Hellion family, such as that Hellion Bai is very powerful and has 3 special talents. Medium peep talent, elementary speed talent, and high earth spear talent. In terms of strength, Hellion Bai is also very powerful, second only to a battle genius like Yunfeng. After Yi Tian glanced at it, he no longer paid attention to the battle, because the ending had already been decided. His spatial perception continued to extend underground, probing the veins of the vitality stone. Abrupt. A huge fierce beast appeared in Yi Tian's spatial perception. The beast was 420 meters underground, within the range of the copying talent. Species, pangolin. Bloodline talent, top. Defense talent, medium. Soil escape talent, medium. Strength talents, medium. This fierce beast is really awesome. It actually has 3 special talents, and it also has the earth escape talent. If you fight underground, even a warrior who is much stronger than him may not be able to beat it. Yi Tian also finally understood why Hellion Bai had not taken these Yuan Qi stones in the secret realm for 10 years, and he really couldn't defeat this earthly pangolin. These warriors guard this entrance passage into the underground. It should be the entrance they dug out. If I dig again, it will be too late, and the movement is very big. It will definitely alarm them. However, it is not realistic to teleport directly into it, because teleportation can only reach the place where the eye needs to be seen, and if he shuttles to that entrance, he will inevitably be discovered. It would not be realistic to teleport directly through a thick layer of soil. If Yi Tian's spatial talent had reached a high level, he might be able to do it, but now he couldn't. Yi Tian thought about it, but still didn't think of a good way. Xiao Zi, do you know any other routes to enter the Yuanqi stone vein? Yi Tian patted Xiao Zi's purple little ass and asked. Rogue Master. Xiao Zi snorted dissatisfiedly, and then said obediently, Xiao Zi does know a passage, or the underground passage carved out by the pangolin at the end, because it will not stay underground all the time, and occasionally go out to hunt other fierce beasts to replenish energy, otherwise it will also be weak. And that's where I found it. Just right? Yi Tian guessed that Xiao Zi must have taken a fancy to the Yuan Qi stone, so he was so careful that he wanted to find other passages, and its strength was much weaker than that of the earth pangolin, so it didn't succeed. Where is it? Yi Tian asked. Xiao Zi pointed to the distance, and after Yi Tian understood, he immediately teleported over. Yi Tian's one-time teleportation distance is 1,000 meters, and if he uses the space imprint to locate it, he can teleport 2,000 meters at once. The range of 1,000 meters has already been out of the spiritual power sensing range of those martial artists. Coupled with Yi Tian's continuous teleportation, the speed is super fast, and no one has found Yi Tian's traces. Soon, Yi Tian came to the place where Xiao Zi said. It's a small lake. Master, there is a passage under this lake that connects to an underground space, and from that underground space you can enter the passage opened up by the ground pangolin. In fact, there is no need for Xiao Zi to remind him, Yi Tian has already sensed it. I'll go, this pangolin can really make holes, and they all hit the lake. If there is no Xiao Zi to lead the way, even if I have spatial perception to slowly sense the situation underground, it will be very difficult to find here. Yi Tian exclaimed. So, Yi Tian took Xiao Zi into the lake, and then followed the underwater passage to a small underground space. At this time, he found a number of passages, which led in all directions like an underground labyrinth. But such a labyrinth was nothing but a maze under Yi Tian's spatial perception. Let's go. Yi Tian let Xiao Zi lead the way, slowly approaching the Yuanqi stone vein. The concentration of vitality has increased many times. Yi Tian suddenly sensed that it was obvious that the Yuan Qi stone vein was about to arrive. There's a vitality stone here. Yi Tian walked to a passage and found a Yuan Qi stone on the stone wall. This vitality stone is white all over and exudes an extremely rich vitality. How much vitality does this vitality stone have to gather? No wonder it is so precious. Yi Tian slowly dug this vitality stone, because he was afraid of being proficient in that fierce beast, so he was very careful and did not make any noise. I have to say that the rock layer here is very solid, obviously under the nourishment of the vitality. The rocks here have changed, and ordinary people may not even be able to chisel out a little rock powder. Click. With a soft sound, the first Yuan Qi stone was successfully dug down by Yi Tian, and it was immediately stored in the portable space by Yi Tian. Keep looking. Soon, Yi Tian found more than 10 Yuan Qi stones, and dug them all out and put them in the portable space. The battle is almost over. Yi Tian's spatial perception saw the situation above. Under the full strength of Yunfeng's burst, the people of the Hellion family died one by one, and they couldn't stop Yunfeng at all. At this time, the Hellion family had already killed more than a dozen people in the battle. If the Hellion family is all dead, Yunfeng will definitely not let go of the Yuan Qi stone vein, let him entangle the pangolin at that end, and take the opportunity to quickly dig up the Yuan Qi stone, without knowing it. Thinking of this plan, Yi Tian smiled very happily. In fact, he still had a choice, to kill all these people, including Yunfeng, so that he could have the entire Yuan Qi stone vein alone. But he didn't do it because he wouldn't intentionally kill people, which was one of his principles of conduct. 11 pieces. 12 pieces. 13 pieces. 20 pieces. Yi Tian was so happy that he dug into the Yuan Qi stones, and he didn't attract the attention of anyone or the fierce beast at all, except for Xiao Zi. On the ground. Yunfeng was also slightly injured, as the great warriors of the Hellion family, they all have some whole cards, or amazing weapons, and it is not realistic to kill these great warriors of the Hellion family without being injured. With the talent of medium speed, there is no hope for the Hellion family to escape. 10 minutes passed. There was only one person left in the field, Hellion Bai. Chapter 82. Haha, I didn't expect me to underestimate you, your speed talent has reached the average, I'm not reconciled. Hellion Bai spat blood from his mouth and laughed unwillingly. Die. With a wave of Yunfeng's hand, a wind blade pierced Hellion Bai's chest, completely not giving Hellion Bai a chance to talk nonsense. This blow directly killed the seriously injured Hellion Bai completely. Fortunately, I got a wind spirit grass and raised my speed talent to medium, otherwise I would have been seriously injured if I didn't die if I was besieged by these great martial artists. Yunfeng rejoiced. Immediately, he became excited and hurriedly took away the storage bags of these people. With so many storage bags, especially Hellion Bai's storage bags, there are definitely a lot of treasures inside, and the value can be imagined. He is just a side genius of the Yun family, although his combat talent is very high, he has not received much cultivation from the Yun family, and all the resources still have to rely on himself. Now, his cultivation talent has reached the point of transcendence, and he is already the top cultivation talent in the Demon Sea Great Base, and he has obtained so many resources, so he doesn't have to worry about his future cultivation. And this vitality stone vein. Yunfeng's eyes were full of fire. These veins of vitality stone are even more valuable, and once the beast is killed, the entire vein is his. These vitality stones are the real big catch. Heal the wound first, anyway, the vitality stone will not run away there, and when the injury recovers, go and kill the beast. Yunfeng decided. It took him about half an hour to recover from all his injuries, as well as his Yuan force and physical strength. He is already at his peak. Rumble. Step into the entryway and into the underground. A battle inevitably fought. And when Yunfeng was fighting with the earthly pangolin, Yi Tian had already dug up 200 Yuan Qi stones. Hee, you guys fight, when you're almost done, most of the Yuan Qi stones will fall into my hands. Yi Tian muttered. According to his spatial perception exploration, the Yuan Qi stone in this Yuan Qi stone vein was eaten a lot by the ground pangolin, and in addition, it was a small ore vein, so there were not many Yuan Qi stones at all. Today, there are only about 3,000 Yuanqishi veins in the entirety, which is much less than the Yuanqishi vein 10 years ago, but for Yi Tian, 3,000 Yuanqishi veins are already an unimaginable wealth. Now, Yunfeng and the earth-walking pangolin were fighting, and the sound of the battle was very loud, so even if Yi Tian was mining quickly, as long as the movement was not too big, it would not be easy to attract their attention. Xiaozi, don't be lazy, dig for me. Yi Tian ordered. Master, I'll dig hard. Xiaozi kept nodding. Digging for treasures, it's the kind of thing it likes to do the most. It had long wanted to dig the Yuan Qi stone, but the pangolin was here, and it didn't dare to come in and dig it. Now that it's okay, with the owner's backing, it's not afraid. One man and one beast began to dig frantically in the veins of the Yuan Qi stone. If it was dug by ordinary people, it was estimated that it would take a long time to dig out a Yuan Qi stone, because it was difficult to find the Yuan Qi stone, and most of the stones here were waste stones. But Yi Tian was able to use his spatial perception ability to find the Yuan Qi stone through the rock layer and accurately find the location of the Yuan Qi stone, so the excavation speed was very fast. Of course, Yi Tian didn't dig up those Yuan Qi stones that were deep in the rocks, and it was relatively easy to dig out Yuan Qi stones. 300 pieces. 400 pieces. 500 pieces. Damn, this beast's defense is too high, and my top-tier wind blade talent can't kill it in one hit, unless I hit its shortcomings. But it can escape again and again with the earth escape technique, which is too difficult to kill. Yunfeng frowned. But it's impossible to give up killing this beast, he's already been targeted, it's impossible to dig secretly, and you can only dig it up by killing it. I heard it, it should be angry, I can completely lure it out, there is a lot of space outside, and my wind blade talent can be better released. Yunfeng thought. So, he tried to lure the pangolins out. And this move greatly facilitated Yi Tian. Yi Tian was originally worried about being discovered by the earthly pangolin, so he deliberately excavated the Yuan Qi stone in a distant place. Now that the pangolin was drawn out of the ground, Yi Tian was even more bold to dig. 600 pieces. 700 pieces. 800 pieces. Yi Tian continued to speed up his excavation, and the sound gradually became louder, and the sound also reached the ground. Yunfeng, who was fighting with the ground pangolin, heard the sound underground, although it was faint, but he still heard it. Is there movement underground? He didn't think much of it, though. And the pangolin doesn't pay much attention to the Yuan Qi stone, it can't improve its strength, the Yuan Qi stone is just a snack in his eyes, and if he eats too much, he won't be interested. The person it hates the most now is Yunfeng, because Yunfeng has heard it. Even if it knew that someone had broken in underground, it wanted to be the first to take out Yunfeng. Its head is very stupid, it can be said to be a tendon, far less smart than Xiao Zi and Xiao Jin. If it is very smart, Yi Tian will not be so easy to dig up the Yuan Qi stone. Time passed, and the movement underground became louder and louder. Yunfeng even heard the sound of digging, as if it was. Could it be that someone is digging up the Yuan Qi stone? Yunfeng guessed. As soon as he thought of this possibility, Yunfeng was in a hurry. You have to use your whole cards. I saw a bead appear in Yunfeng's hand. This is not an ordinary bead, but a formation bead, and a small formation is engraved in it, called the phantom array. Such a bead is called a phantom bead, and it is a very precious treasure. If the power of the formation bead is activated, it is enough to form a small phantom array, but once such a formation bead is used, the formation will be scrapped, and it is also a one-time treasure. The effect of such a treasure on the great warrior is not very good, but the wisdom of the fierce beast is not high, and it is completely easy to confuse the fierce beast. Rumble. The array bead was triggered by the formation, and the power of the phantom array spread, instantly trapping the earthly pangolin that had just emerged. In the phantom array, the earth-walking pangolin thought that he had injured Yunfeng, and when he was proud, his eyes hurt and his head instantly became confused. The next moment, the consciousness of the ground pangolin dissipated and turned into a corpse. Just now, Yunfeng took advantage of the good opportunity of the ground-walking pangolin to fall into the phantom array, and used the wind blade to penetrate the eyes of the earth-walking pangolin, and penetrated into the brain through the eyes, shattering the brain and killing it. Looking at the array beads that had dimmed, Yunfeng was a little distressed. But he couldn't care about the distress, and quickly went down the passage. Underground, in a passageway. Yi Tian observed the above situation and sighed helplessly. I can't dig anymore. I didn't expect Yunfeng to have such a whole card and kill the Dixing pangolin so quickly. But it's about the same, I've already dug up nearly 1,800 Yuan Qi stones, and Xiao Zi has dug a lot of them there. Although there are still a lot of Yuan Qi stones left, they are basically in the depths of the rocks, and Yunfeng is estimated to have dug some of them. Shout. Yi Tian's body moved, left quickly, and told Xiao Zi to hurry up. A man and a beast, through the underground passage, soon came to the underground space, crossed the lake, and fled far away. So far, Yunfeng didn't even know that there was a man and a beast underground, who had dug up a lot of Yuan Qi stones. Chapter 83. Dozens of miles away. Yi Tian and Xiao Zi stopped, and it was time for Xiao Zi to hand in the Yuan Qi stone. Xiao Zi, where is the Yuan Qi stone? Yi Tian asked. Xiao Zi opened her mouth a little reluctantly and spit out a storage bag. This storage bag was temporarily used by Yi Tian for Xiao Zi's Yuan Qi stone. Opening the storage bag, Yi Tian counted carefully. 412 vitality stones, that's good. Yi Tian appreciated. Xiao Zi's strength was not very great, and the rock layer was very solid, It was not easy to dig out 412 yuan chi stones in such a short period of time with Xiao Zi's ability. Work hard. After I go back this time, I will dispose of the contents of this storage bag, and this storage bag will be yours. Yi Tian promised. Master, are you telling the truth? Xiao Zi trembled. It was not fear, but excitement. It's the first time I've seen such a thing as a storage bag, and it can easily store treasures, and if you find a treasure in the future, wouldn't it be able to put it in a storage bag? How convenient it is to carry. In the past, even if it encountered a lot of treasures, it couldn't take them with them, just because it was too small to carry too many things. Now it's good to go. The owner was so excited that he wanted to reward him with a storage bag. Master, I will work hard to find more treasures. Xiao Zi assured. Yi Tian smiled slightly. He was just counting on letting Xiao Zi find more treasures in the secret realm, and when he got out of the secret realm, he would be able to copy Xiao Zi's talent before long. At that time, he won't need Xiao Zi. Of course, he will not throw away Xiao Zi, he will directly throw it to his sister Yi Yu. Presumably Yi Yu will like Xiao Zi very much. Let's go, let's continue to look for treasures. Yi Tian urged. Aha, master, there's also a treasure over there, let's go grab it. Xiao Zi seemed to have incarnated as a female robber, and excitedly led Yi Tian to find treasures. At this time, after Yunfeng entered the Yuan Qi stone vein, he was dumbfounded. I saw that in the passage, there were dense small holes in the rock layer, and it was not difficult to see from the traces of these small holes that someone was mining just now, and it is estimated that a lot of Yuan Qi stones were dug up. Which thief poached my vitality stone? Yunfeng was very angry. He was fighting on it, but he didn't want to be secretly dug up the Yuan Qi stone, and he was depressed when he thought about it. However, the thought that he had also obtained all the treasures of Helianbai and the others made his mood better. The thief should have run away. I searched around but didn't find it, and the sound of digging was gone. Humph, I don't believe how many vitality stones you can dig up in such a short period of time. Most of them should still belong to me. As a result, Yunfeng also began the process of mining. It's just that there is not much time left, only 7 or 8 days, and he has to spend 2 days on the road, and the time for real mining is only 5 or 6 days. In any case, in 5 or 6 days, he must leave, otherwise he will die of depression after 10 years in the secret realm like Helian Wall. Dig. 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 Yunfeng was mining frantically, but it took a long time to dig up a Yuan Qi stone, and the rock layer was seriously damaged, and several mines collapsed. For 5 or 6 days in a row, Yunfeng was mining, and there was no rest. 5 or 6 days later, Yunfeng was covered in dust, and the whole person was very haggard, but his eyes were full of disappointment. Damn, why did it take so long to dig up 500 vitality stones? Yunfeng was very depressed. It was rumored that the Yuan Qi stone or vein was often 10,000 Yuan Qi stones. This was still a small Yuan Qi stone vein, and some large Yuan Qi stone veins had hundreds of thousands of Yuan Qi stones, but that was a rumor. But the last time the Yuan Qi stone vein was born, there was a detailed record, and 10,000 Yuan Qi stones were dug up. How did you get to him and only dig up 500 of them? The difference between 10,000 and 500 is too big. That thief definitely can't dig up too many Yuan Qi stones in such a short period of time, at most 100, and I only dug out 500 of them. This Yuan Qi stone vein should have some Yuan Qi stones hidden relatively deeply, but overall, the reserves of this Yuan Qi stone vein are estimated to be only 1,000 pieces. Yunfeng estimated. 1,000 Yuan Qi stones is indeed too few, which does not match the identity of the Yuan Qi stone vein, but Yunfeng can only guess that the fierce beast has eaten a large number of Yuan Qi stones, and this is the only explanation. If he knew that Yi Tian had secretly dug up more than 2,000 Yuan Qi stones, he would definitely be mad. Yunfeng didn't continue mining, but rushed to the spatial rift. And Yi Tian didn't go with Xiao Zi to look for treasures, and also rushed to the spatial rift. These days, Yi Tian's harvest is no smaller than the harvest of the Yuan Qi stone vein. With Xiao Zi's guidance and the natural treasure house environment of the secret realm, Yi Tian's speed of collecting treasures was unbelievable. For more than 1,000 years of medicinal herbs alone, he collected as many as 50 plants, and he also collected no less than 1,000 100-year-old medicinal herbs. Moreover, he also found 3 treasures that could improve his cultivation talent and 1 ice spirit grass that could improve his water or ice talent. Yi Yu happened to have an ice talent, which was just right to use. Satisfied, Yi Tian dared to guarantee that among all the martial artists who entered the secret realm this time, no one had gained more than him, and even the lucky Yunfeng did not gain as much as him. Space cracks, exits. A famous warrior rushed here, many of whom did not have storage bags, and came over with large bags on their backs, which was very conspicuous. But there are more warriors here, and no one dares to rob and fight, otherwise there will definitely be trouble after going out. Whoa! A famous warrior came out of the secret realm. At this time, Yi Tian also rushed over, and a dodge rushed into the spatial crack and came to the outside world. Yi Tian, this way. Yu Ling's voice came. Yi Tian hurriedly ran over and entered the Yu family's imperial wind boat. How's the harvest? Yu Ling asked curiously. It's okay. Yi Tian nodded. At this moment, Yu Ling's gaze converged on Xiao Zi's body, and he was immediately surprised. Could this be the purple gold treasure mouse? Yu Ling couldn't help but ask. Yes. Yi Tian said. Yu Ling has a wide range of knowledge, and it is normal for him to know the purple gold treasure mouse, so he is not surprised at all. Yi Tian, do you know how precious the purple gold treasure rat is? You actually accepted one? Yu Ling was a little envious. How expensive? Yi Tian also wanted to know. One is 100 billion, and there is no market. Because such a purple gold treasure rat is not easy to find at all. After all, with the purple gold treasure mouse, it is easier to go out to find treasures, and you, the purple gold treasure rat, must have eaten the treasure that enhances the bloodline talent, and the bloodline must not be lower than the high level. The price is even more expensive, and 200 billion people will buy it. Why don't you sell it to me? Yu Ling's heart moved. Xiao Zi heard Yi Tian and Yu Ling's opponent, and trembled all over, and said nervously, Master, don't sell Xiao Zi. Chapter 84. Yi Tian patted Xiao Zi's ass and told it not to worry. Yu Ling, I'm sorry, it has already recognized the Lord. Yi Tian said. Yu Ling smiled, you can also lift the recognition of the master, and my Yu family has a way to lift the recognition of the master. As long as you are willing to sell, this is not a problem. Obviously, she didn't give up the idea of buying Xiao Zi. Not for sale. Yi Tian still refused. What are you kidding, just 200 billion just want to buy Xiao Zi? Not to mention anything else, the treasure that Xiao Zi found for him in the secret realm alone was worth far more than 200 billion. Let's take the Yuan Qi stone as an example. A Yuan Qi stone is counted as 1,200,200 Yuan Qi stones, and its total value has reached 2.2 trillion. 200 billion is just a fraction of the value of these Yuan Qi stones. For Yi Tian, 200 billion is really nothing. Besides, Yi Tian didn't think that Xiao Zi was worth 200 billion. Xiao Zi has a high level of treasure hunting talent, and the average purple gold treasure rat only has a primary or medium treasure hunting talent at most. A purple gold treasure mouse with a primary treasure hunting talent plus a top bloodline, maybe more than 200 billion, and a high treasure hunting talent plus a top bloodline Xiao Zi, its value cannot be measured by money at all. If Yi Tian sold Xiao Zi, then he would be stupid. Even if you give it to your sister in the future, it's better than selling it. Good things, he won't be cheap to others. Yu Ling saw that Yi Tian really had no intention of selling it at all, so he gave up and dispelled the idea of buying Xiao Zi. Yi Tian, be careful, the value of the purple gold treasure rat is not low. If you are in the demon sea bass, maybe no one will dare to snatch your purple gold treasure mouse, but if you leave the demon sea bass, maybe there will be a lot of people who will secretly attack. Yu Ling reminded. I understand. Yi Tian nodded. But he wasn't worried. This time, he had obtained a large number of treasures, and it was impossible for him to leave the demon sea base in a short period of time, and as long as he was given some time, his growth rate was definitely beyond the imagination of others. The moment he leaves the demon sea bass, his strength will definitely make those who secretly want to snatch Xiao Zi desperate. Master, you are so good, you didn't sell Xiao Zi. Xiao Zi will definitely work hard to earn you 200 billion in the future. The simple Xiao Zi only knew that the number of 200 billion was very large, but she didn't know what the value of 200 billion was, and she didn't know that the treasures she found far exceeded the number of 200 billion. If it knew, it would definitely give Yu Ling a super big eye. Just 200 billion also want to buy it, Xiao Zi? It's not that cheap. The great martial artists of the Yu family came back one by one, but when the spatial crack was about to close, the great martial artists of the Yu family only came back 6 people, plus Yu Ling Kai 7. The Yu family's great martial artists have lost most of them. Yi Tian said darkly. Fortunately, none of the other top cultivation talent geniuses of the Yu family had fallen, and the loss was not too great. Mid-air. The spatial crack hanging there began to shrink, and the speed of this contraction was very fast. Even if the Yunhe king wanted to stop it, he couldn't do it, unless he was willing to fight for his life. Maybe he could maintain it for another month, but it was impossible for the Yunhe king to do so. 1,000 great warriors went in, but less than 300 came out. Yu Ling couldn't help but sigh at this time. Yi Tian didn't speak, but he actually felt the cruelty of the trip to the secret realm in his heart. If it weren't for his top-level healing talent and teleportation, with his frenzied collection of treasures, I am afraid that he would have died in the siege of the fierce beasts. This shows how dangerous the situation of other great warriors is, and it is lucky to be alive. If those great martial artists in the Linhai base knew that more than 700 great martial artists had fallen in a single trip to the secret realm, they would definitely be dumbfounded. Yi Tian thought so. In fact, if he didn't come to the Demon Sea base, he wouldn't dare to imagine what it would be like to fall more than 700 great martial artists. After all, in a small place like the coastal base, a big warrior is a big man, and a fall will cause a huge sensation. And in the Demon Sea base, the great martial artists seem to don't want money, and no matter how much they die, it's not worth feeling distressed, because after one group dies, another group of elite martial artists will be promoted. Let's go. Yu Ben saw that the spatial crack was completely closed, so he didn't wait any longer. Even if the warriors of the Yu family are still alive, they can't come out now, so they can only wait for 10 years later. Rumble. The wind boat flew into the air and headed towards the Demon Sea base. One by one, the other clan's boats flew away, and soon there was no sign of humans in the vast mountain range, and the beasts soon reoccupied the place. Yu's family. The wind boat descended, and Yi Tian fell to the ground. Yi Tian, the treasures you obtained in the secret realm belong to you, but there are some treasures that you don't need. Can you trade them to Wugo? Yu Ling asked. Yes. Yi Tian agreed. He originally wanted to trade some treasures. After all, there were so many treasures that he even filled his personal space and 2 storage bags. Let's go, I'll take you to the Martial Pavilion. Yu Ling took Yi Tian out of Yu's house and walked towards the Martial Pavilion branch not far away. Soon, Wugo arrived. This Martial Pavilion is too big. Yi Tian looked at the huge ancient-style pavilion that was 50 meters high in front of him, and was secretly surprised. Compared to the Martial Pavilion branch of the Demon Sea base, the Martial Pavilion at the Linhai base was simply too low-end. There are a total of 10 such Martial Pavilion branches, and the attic of the Martial Pavilion headquarters is even more magnificent than this, 100 meters high. Yu Ling introduced. Walking into the Martial Pavilion, Yu Ling personally arranged for Yi Tian to trade. Under Yu Ling's arrangement, an appraisal master with old qualifications appraised and valued Yi Tian's treasures. This young master, please take out the treasure. The master appraisal asked. Yi Tian took out the storage bag, took out the treasures one by one, and after a while, the appraisal table was piled up. Yu Ling's pupils shrank, and he looked at Yi Tian incredulously. That's a lot of treasures, isn't it? Soon, though, she figured it out. She thought of the purple gold treasure mouse. In the natural treasure house environment of the secret realm, there are pets like the purple gold treasure mouse, and it is not too easy to find all kinds of natural treasures. This young master, do you really have to trade these treasures to our Martial Pavilion? The master of the appraisal was a little emotional. It is the first time he has received such a large order in his decades of practice. Yes, all deals. Yi Tian said very calmly. The number of these treasures seems to be a lot, but in fact, it is only 1/10 of all his treasures, and they are all treasures of relatively average value, and he has not taken out really good things. Since the value of the treasures traded was too high, Yu Ling invited several more appraisal masters, and even caused a senior director of the Martial Pavilion to come and personally evaluate the treasures for Yi Tian. Half a day later. The director of the Martial Pavilion said, Young Master Yi Tian, the total value of these treasures is 321.4 billion, and our Martial Pavilion has purchased them at a price of 325 billion. And we will give you a VIP card, and you can get a 95% discount when you buy things in the Martial Pavilion in the future. What do you think? Yes, it's 325 billion. Yi Tian nodded with great satisfaction. Chapter 85. Coming out of the Wuga branch. Yu Ling stared at Yi Tian with a pair of beautiful eyes. Yi Tian, you are a big tyrant now, 325 billion, even I want to rob you. Then you have to improve your strength, you can't rob me now. Yi Tian joked. Okay, you dare to tease me now. Yu Ling pretended to be angry. Both of them just laughed and played for a while, and then prepared to go their separate ways. Before leaving, Yu Ling reminded, Yi Tian, you have money now, there is an auction held by the Martial Pavilion in 10 days, I think it is necessary for you to participate in it, because there are many things in it that you need, after all, you have not joined any forces, and many things can only be purchased by yourself. Yu Ling, can you reveal what good things there are? Yi Tian was curious. He does have money now, but many good things are not traded in the open. For example, the storage bag, he also asked casually in the Wu Pavilion just now, but the result was that he couldn't buy it. Advanced Yuan Force Forging Body Secret Technique. Yu Ling said. Will this really be auctioned? Yi Tian is full of interest. He has been coming to the Demon Sea base for a short time, and naturally he has already inquired about the news of the Advanced Yuan Force Forging Body Secret Technique, but this thing is the core secret of the major forces, and he will not trade it at all. Unless he joins a certain big force and declares his allegiance, he will not be able to obtain the high-level Yuan Force Forging Body Secret Technique. He only has the intermediate Yuan Force Forging Body method now, or Yu Ling gave it to him. The intermediate Yuan Force Forging Body method has a very good effect, but once he reaches the Grandmaster realm, the effect of the intermediate Yuan Force Forging Body method is minimal, and there is no amplification effect. If you want to continue cultivating, you can only rely on the blood of top-level fierce beasts. There is a huge difference between a Grandmaster who has a high-level Yuan Li Forging Secret Technique and a Grandmaster who does not have a high-level Yuan Li Forging Secret Technique. Yi Tian originally thought that after reaching the Grandmaster realm, he would seek a high-level Yuan Force Forging Body Secret Technique, but now it seems that he has a chance. Yu Ling, I'm definitely going. Yi Tian affirmed. Okay, I'll get you an invitation to the auction in the next 2 days, and you can go directly when the time comes. Yu Ling arranged. Thank you. Yi Tian sincerely thanked him. If he went to get the invitation by himself, it would probably take a lot of time. Immediately, the two separated. Back home. At this time, it was evening. Yi Yu had already returned from the martial arts school, and when he saw Yi Tian coming back, he immediately jumped up excitedly. Brother, you're finally back. Yi Yu trotted over. But soon, she was attracted to Xiao Zi. Wow, what a beautiful little mouse, brother, is this a little gift you sold me? Yi Yu's eyes were full of little stars. Don't blame her, it's really Xiao Zi who is too cute, especially the little golden retriever in the center of her eyebrows makes Xiao Zi's temperament rise several levels in an instant. Well, it's a little gift for you. Yi Tian nodded. When Yi Tian handed Xiao Zi to Yi Yu, Xiao Zi was stunned. What's the situation? Who is this woman? Isn't it the owner's cute pet? How did it become this woman? Master, did you sell me? Xiao Zi said aggrievedly in Yi Tian's mind. It's not for sale, it's just that I'm usually very busy and don't have time to take you. This is my sister Yi Yu. If you follow her in the future, I think she likes you very much, and she will definitely not treat you badly. Yi Tian explained. It's good if it's not sold, Xiao Zi listens to the master. Xiao Zi said obediently. With Xiao Zi in the family, Xiao Jin's status plummeted in an instant. Originally, Yi Yu often played with Xiao Jin, but now that Xiao Zi has it, Xiao Jin was almost abandoned. Of course. Yi Yu also cultivates often, so he can't accompany Xiao Zi and Xiao Jin, but the two pets are one piece. Xiao Zi, my name is Xiao Zi, big man, what's your name? Xiao Jin, my name is Xiao Jin, and I am the name given by the owner. Xiao Zi, big man, what are your skills? Kim, I'm fast, and I'm very strong. Xiao Zi, it seems that your ability is not very good. Do you know my ability? I have a talent for treasure hunting, and no treasure can escape my eyes. If you are my little brother, I will take you to find a lot of treasures in the future. Xiao Jin, hello big brother. Xiaozi, I'm a mother, call me eldest sister. Kim, yes, big sister. After a few words, Xiao Jin was accepted as a little brother by Xiao Zi, and then Xiao Zi did not walk by herself, but sat on Xiao Jin's huge body, and actually used Xiao Jin as a mount. When Yi Tian saw it, he really laughed for several days. Seeing that Xiao Jin, Xiao Zi and Yi Yu were all playing relatively new, Yi Tian didn't care much. The 4th day of the return. Yu Ling sent someone to send an invitation, which was an invitation to participate in the auction. Putting away the auction invitation, Yi Tian was about to cultivate, when he suddenly remembered that the cooldown time for his copying talent was over. Copy Xiao Zi's treasure hunting talent first. Yi Tian decided. This talent is really awesome, and I'm sorry if I don't copy it. Copy. Fusion. The high-level treasure hunting talent did not make Yi Tian suffer too much pain, but he was just a little hot all over his body and shed some sweat. 10 minutes passed, and the fusion was over. Treasure hunt talent, advanced. Looking at this line of talent, Yi Tian was very satisfied, and immediately began to test the power of the high-level treasure hunting talent. 100-year-old ginseng, 1,000-year-old polygonum multiflorum, and a vitality stone. Yi Tian put these three things on the table and immediately started the treasure hunting talent. Then, the unthinkable happened. Wow! 3 rays of light emanated from the 3 treasures. The light emitted by the 100-year-old ginseng is pale white light, the light emitted by the 1000-year-old Polygonum multiflorum is a rich white light, and the light presented by the Yuanxi stone is a pale red light. Then, Yi Tian took out a lot of treasures and looked at them one by one with his treasure hunting talent. Eventually, he came to a conclusion. The color of the light is related to the level of the treasure, and the treasure can be divided into several levels from low to high. White, red, and yellow, these are the 3 levels of light from low to high. Most of Yi Tian's treasures emitted white light, and there were relatively few red ones, while those that emitted yellow light were heavenly and earthly treasures such as heavenly soul flowers. As for what is above the yellow light, Yi Tian is not clear. At the same time, Yi Tian also tested the range of the treasure hunting talent, and the results showed that it was a 10-mile range. As long as it is within 10 miles, he can sense the existence of the treasure and preliminarily judge the level of the treasure. To this end, he used his treasure hunting talent to see the light of the dense treasures in his vicinity within 10 miles. It's a pity that these treasures belong to the owner, and he can't get them. And among these treasures, the most precious is only the yellow light. There's still a chance to copy an extraordinary level cultivation talent. Yi Tian planned to say. As far as he knew, the highest talent in the Demon Sea Great Base was the transcendental level cultivation talent, and he couldn't copy the higher level cultivation talent, so he could only fuse a few transcendental level cultivation talents and try to fuse them into higher level talents. That's a way to do it, too. Let's take a look near the Yun family first. Yi Tian went out lightly. Chapter 86. The Yun family occupies a large area, with a radius of several miles, and there are countless high-rise buildings in it, like a small kingdom. Moreover, the population of the Yun family is also large, and there are almost 100,000 people in the main vein plus the major collateral lines, which is the foundation of the first family of the demon sea bass. Yi Tian came to walk around Yun's house, and he also had the intention of copying the transcendental level cultivation talent. His copying talent can cover a range of 500 meters. As long as Yun Tian appears within 500 meters, he can unknowingly copy the opponent's transcendental level cultivation talent. But Yi Tian was soon disappointed. He didn't want to check the traces of Yun Tian, and he didn't even see the other transcendental level talents of the Yun family. Obviously they were all in the depths of the Yun family. Unless he entered the Yun family or waited for these martial artists with transcendental level cultivation talents to come out, it would be difficult for him to copy them. Give up the Yun family. Immediately, Yi Tian went to look for other transcendental level cultivation talents, but they all failed. Obviously, even with a coverage range of 500 meters, there is no way to replicate it if you can't find anyone. The auction will be held in a few days, and you should encounter a transcendental level cultivation talent by then. Yi Tian could only pin his hopes on this auction. It didn't take long for the day the auction began. The scale of the auction held by Wuge this time was not very large. It was a regular auction that would be held in a month or two, but it was also held at the headquarters of Wuge, and many people came to participate. Early in the morning, Yi Tian went out and rushed to the Wuge headquarters. It's majestic. Yi Tian's 100-meter-high Martial Pavilion headquarters couldn't help but sigh. The headquarters of the Martial Pavilion has a lot of manpower, and the guards are almost all great warriors, and there are also grandmasters in charge. This is only the outside, and the manpower arranged inside is probably more powerful, and maybe there is a king-level commander. The Wu Pavilion is organized by the 3 major families, and the Yu family is only one of the weaker families among them, and the Wu Pavilion also has a king-level worship, so it is very normal to have a king-level seat. Here in the Martial Pavilion headquarters, even the king level did not dare to go wild. Yi Tian walked into the Wuge headquarters, took out the invitation, and immediately went to the 5th floor of the Wuge under the leadership of a female employee. The auction opened on the 5th floor of the Wu Pavilion. Entering the auction, Yi Tian came to his seat according to the invitation. The auction venue is different from what Yi Tian imagined. There are no private rooms here, everyone is sitting in a huge venue. The only good thing is that the distance between the seats is relatively far away, and it does not seem crowded. The whole auction can probably accommodate about 1,000 people, but it is not necessary to have so many people come to the auction. Copy the talent. Yi Tian's mind moved, and the copying talent enveloped the entire auction hall. Soon, everyone's talent situation emerged one by one. The talent is very high. Yi Tian said darkly. The martial artists who can come to participate in the auction are not small people, so it is impossible for their talents to be bad. and the worst ones are also high-level cultivation talents, and there are many top-level cultivation talents. As for the transcendental level cultivation talent, Yi Tian hadn't seen it yet. Expand. The scope of the copying talent continued to expand, and soon enveloped the entire Martial Pavilion headquarters. Found it. Yi Tian was pleasantly surprised. On the 15th layer of the Martial Pavilion, that is, the highest level, a talent situation appeared in Yi Tian's eyes. Human, Chang Yuan. Cultivation talent, transcendental. Gravity talent, elementary. The other party is an extraordinary level cultivation talent, and it is estimated that he is a king-level powerhouse. The surname is Chang, not the warriors of the three major families of the Martial Pavilion, it should be a category of worship. Yi Tian guessed. Without further ado, copy. But he didn't choose to fuse, this is the auction venue, and if he fuses his talent, his body will be abnormal, so naturally he can't fuse here, so he can only wait until he goes home and fuse again. After about half an hour of waiting, the auction began. At first, the things auctioned were not very precious, but they were very good for great martial artists, such as some treasures that could assist in cultivation, which could increase the cultivation speed by 2 or even 3 times, but unfortunately the time was limited, and it would take a month at most. But even in such a short period of time, its auction price is often 1 billion 2 billion. Yi Tian didn't know how many treasures there were, so he naturally didn't care about these ordinary things, his goal was the high-level Yuan Force Forging Body Secret Technique. However, the auction of the high-level body forging secret technique had not yet begun, and an auction item that interested Yi Tian appeared. The next auction is a king-level cultivation experience, which is from the Hurricane King who fell in the Beast Tide 40 years ago, with a starting price of 5 billion, the auctioneer introduced. Hurricane King. This name is very resounding, although it has been 40 years, but the story of the Hurricane King is widely spread, and they are no strangers. A king-level cultivation experience is indeed very valuable, but there are not many people who really want to buy it. Cultivation relies on talent and resources, but how useful can the so-called cultivation experience be? Perhaps for cultivating Xiaobai, this experience can be of great help, but the people present are either the high-level leaders of the major chaebol, or the core disciples or elders of the major families. They could completely look through the scripture pavilions of their respective forces, and it was not difficult to understand the secrets of various cultivations, and there was no need to spend that unjust amount of money to buy king-level cultivation experiences. Others weren't too interested, but Yi Tian was interested. He has always been cultivating and groping alone, and even has a very vague understanding of the realm after the Grandmaster, and this experience is of great use to him. 5.5 billion. Yi Tian raised his cards to bid. 6 billion. 7 billion. 8 billion. The competition was not very fierce, and as for the few people who bid for it, in the end, Yi Tian Kai was very wealthy, and he bid for this cultivation experience at a price of 11 billion. At this time, many people looked at Yi Tian with a look at the loser, thinking that Yi Tian Hua was not worth it. 10 billion. It's not cabbage, it's real money. The heavenly soul flower that can improve talent is only 10 billion. Of course, the heavenly soul flower did only have this price, but no one took it out to sell it. The auction continues. Good things have been auctioned off one after another, and there has also been a treasure that can improve the talent, but it is not to improve the cultivation talent, but to improve the fire-type talent, called Qian Lingji. This red flame Lingji only has an effect on primary flame talents, and it does not guarantee a 100% increase in talents, so the price is not very expensive, only 12 billion. There are a lot of good things, and you can't buy them outside, and you can only see them here. Yi Tian said darkly. After a long wait, Yi Tian's most longed for high-level Yuan Force Forging Body Secret Technique appeared. A high-level Yuan Force Forging Body Secret Technique from the Super Base Shanghai Base Purple Blood Body Forging Technique. You don't have to worry about its origin, our Martial Pavilion can guarantee that there is absolutely no problem. The starting price is 30 billion. The auctioneer spoke. Chapter 87. It's only 30 billion, so cheap? A high-level Yuan Force Forging Body Secret Technique can create a big family. A Grandmaster asked suspiciously. The other martial artists who participated in the auction were also curious. The reason why there were not many big families in the Demon Sea Great Base was because of the control of the high-level Yuan Force Forging Body Secret Technique. The intermediate Yuan Force Forging Body Secret Technique is basically the same, and many people have it, but there are many kinds of advanced Yuan Force Forging Body Secret Technique, and each one is different, because the advanced Yuan Force Forging Body Secret Technique is very complex and involves many aspects. A high-level Yuan force forging body secret technique is enough to transform a small family into a big family. Because of this, the high-level Yuan force forging body secret technique is very precious, and the starting price of 30 billion is too low, and even people don't want to believe that it is true. Seeing that many people were questioning, the auctioneer explained, "Everyone, this high-level Yuan forging secret technique is naturally true, but it can't be spread, because it is recorded with inheritance beads, and the soul formation is arranged in it. If you want to learn this high-level Yuan forging secret technique, you must make an oath and can only practice by yourself, so the value is greatly reduced, and the starting price of 30 billion is the result of our martial pavilions." Discussion. I see. Many people suddenly realized that they were no longer interested. Many of the people present are members of the big forces, and they have channels to learn the secret art of advanced Yuan force forging body, although they have also made an oath not to teach, but they can learn it for free. However, this purple blood body forging technique cost so much money, so they were naturally not happy. But the lonely people like Yi Tian were very excited, and they all set their eyes on the purple blood body forging technique, and there were many grandmaster level martial artists. It seems that the competition is not small. Yi Tian saw the eyes of many people and thought secretly. But he was bound to win the purple blood body forging technique, and in terms of financial resources, he believed that ordinary grandmasters could not compare to him at all. Purple blood body forging technique, super base, Zhenghai super base. It turns out that there is really a bigger base on top of the big base. Yi Tian was very interested in the so-called super base. He even had a doubt, how did the so-called Yuan force forging body method and the advanced Yuan force forging body secret technique come out? Originally, he thought it was made by the big base, but after coming to the big base, he realized that the big base had no ability to create the Yuan force forging technique. Maybe these Yuan force forging techniques were all made by the super base. It's a pity that his status is not enough, and even the Zhenghai super base only knows one name, and nothing else. How big has Huaxia become now? How many big bases are there? How many super bases are there? And how big is the whole Earth? Questions appeared in Yi Tian's mind, and these questions were waiting for him to find answers in the future. 35 billion. 38 billion. 40 billion. The people who bid for the purple blood forging technique are all grandmasters, and there are many ways for grandmasters to make money, relying on time to accumulate wealth that is unimaginable for great martial artists. Tens of billions is nothing. Moreover, there were not many opportunities to obtain the high-level Yuan force forging body secret technique, and some grandmasters were unwilling to pledge allegiance to the big forces, so they were unwilling to give up the opportunity at hand. 80 billion. An astonishing bid was offered. At this time, there were few people bidding, and the bidding price was really too high. The grandmaster's net worth is indeed not expensive, but the grandmaster also needs a lot of resources to cultivate, and the grandmasters who can have 100 billion assets are all those top grandmasters. These top grandmasters basically have high-level Yuan forging body secret techniques, and the grandmasters who want to buy high-level Yuan forging body secret techniques are basically ordinary grandmasters, and the financial resources cannot be very rich. Therefore, after the bidding price reached 80 billion, they were unable to bid. At this time, Yi Tian made a bid. 100 billion. A price that made other grandmasters completely desperate was reported by Yi Tian. Swish. The eyes of many martial artists converged on Yi Tian's body. It was he who spent 11 billion to buy a king-level cultivation experience, and now he has spent another 100 billion to buy a high-level Yuan force forging body secret technique. How much wealth does he have? Many grandmasters said jealously. Could it be the son of a big family? Someone whispered. It's possible. People who can take out more than 100 billion at a young age, maybe it's the descendants of a king. I really envy these rich second generations. They were born with countless resources to squander. How can it be like we all have to rely on our own lives, said a grandmaster. If they knew Yi Tian's true identity, instead of the so-called children of the big family, they would definitely be shocked. 100 billion is not a small amount, and the other grandmasters looked left and right, and reluctantly withdrew from the auction. So far, Yi Tian bid for the purple blood body forging technique, an advanced Yuan force body forging secret technique, at a high price of 100 billion, and the purpose of participating in the auction this time can be regarded as complete. But the auction is not over yet, and although the purple blood body forging technique is very precious, it is not a finale item. Soon, the real Kuei Bao came into play. Dragon bloodvine juice, the treasure that can increase the impact of the great martial artist on the realm of the grandmaster. The starting price is 10 billion. The auctioneer shouted. In an instant, many great martial artists looked at a small bottle of red juice on the auction table. Yellow treasure. Yi Tian opened the treasure hunting talent, and when he saw the yellow light emitted by the dragon's bloodvine juice, he judged that the treasure level of this bottle of dragon's bloodvine juice belonged to the yellow level. And from the talk of the people around him, he also knew the usefulness of dragon bloodvine juice. It is a kind of juice born from the dragon bloodvine, which can help the great martial artist refine the meridians, and the Grand Master realm is the process of refining the meridians. So, if a great martial artist wants to impact the realm of the Grand Master, he can use the dragon's bloodvine juice. It is very easy for top-level cultivators to be able to refine the meridians successfully and step into the realm of Grand Masters, but it is more difficult for high-level cultivators. It is difficult for them to refine the meridians, and the success rate is too low. Once the impact meridians fail and the meridians are damaged, even if they are repaired, the foundation is damaged, and it will be difficult to step into the Grandmaster level for the rest of their lives. This is also the helplessness of high-level cultivators. But with the dragon bloodvine juice, it is different. It can increase the chance of breakthrough by at least 30%, which is simply a blessing for the great martial artists of high-level cultivation talents. Besides, among the Grandmasters present, who didn't have a descendant of a high-level cultivation talent? Cultivation treasures are the most precious in this era, and the so-called cheats, weapons, and experience are not as precious as cultivation treasures, especially this kind of treasure that can help break the bottleneck. The price is even more outrageous. In the midst of everyone's bidding, the dragon bloodvine juice was auctioned to a high price of 60 billion and was auctioned away by a grandmaster. Next, treasures similar to dragon's bloodvine juice appeared one by one, making the auction hall completely boil. However, Yi Tian didn't make any more moves. These things were useless to him. Suddenly, a treasure appeared on the auction table. Yi Tian used the treasure hunting talent to investigate, but failed. Obviously, Wu Gu isolated any means of exploration. The treasure hunting talent is not omnipotent. For example, he wants to explore the treasure house of the Wu Pavilion, but he can't snoop on it, and he is also isolated from any means of exploration. Otherwise, the secret of the Wu Pavilion would have been exposed a long time ago, and how to do business. The auctioneer pointed to the covered treasure and said, "This auction item is a bit special, even our Wuga can't identify it, but because it was sent by someone else, it was taken out for auction, and the price was preliminarily set at 1 billion. As soon as these words came out, all the warriors were curious. Yi Tian's expression moved, and he was also very curious about what this treasure was. Chapter 88. What kind of treasure is it, so mysterious? Someone couldn't help but ask. The auctioneer lifted the cloth to reveal a box. The box was probably more than 1 person tall, and the box was covered with formations, which were obviously arranged in formations. The auctioneer opened the box and a huge egg appeared. This egg is golden all over, with the throbbing of life, proving that it is an egg and definitely not gold. Beast eggs? Someone asked in confusion. But can a fierce beast egg be used so mysteriously? It can't be identified, it's too strange. It's an egg, but we didn't sense the breath of a fierce beast. Any fierce beast has the breath of a fierce beast, but this egg doesn't, the auctioneer introduced. What's even more surprising is that this egg is very strong. Even a Grandmaster level powerhouse can't break the eggshell of this egg, and the divine thoughts of a king-level powerhouse can't penetrate the eggshell and observe the inside of the egg. If it weren't for the fact that this egg was sent by someone else, we would have tried everything we could to open the eggshell. Since it is impossible to identify and do not know the method of incubation, it is impossible to give any guarantee to those who participate in the auction. Therefore, although this egg may be very precious, it only starts at 1 billion. Could it be the egg of some powerful creature, and once it is conceived, won't it make a lot of money? Someone exclaimed. Oh, maybe it's just a metal with the breath of life? Anything is possible. If you can't hatch an egg, it's just an ornament. No matter what, its value is definitely not ordinary. It's only a starting price of 1 billion. Let's bid on it. One by one, a warrior began to bid, starting from 1 billion and rising continuously. And Yi Tian kept staring at this egg, his eyes were full of horror. With the talent of treasure hunting, the egg is full of golden radiance, as if it was a gift from the gods. It's nothing ordinary. Copy the talent. Yi Tian tried to use the copy talent to probe. If it was a fierce beast egg, maybe the copy talent could detect its talent, and then he could judge the origin of this egg. I thought it wouldn't have an effect, but a line of information appeared on the retina that proved that it was really an egg, and the name was very domineering. Species, Bloody Dragon. Bloodline talent? Strength talents? Flying talents? Speed talent? Defense talent? A series of talents completely stunned Yi Tian. This was definitely the most talented beast he had ever seen. No, maybe it shouldn't be called a beast, but a dragon. This is the legendary dragon egg. These uninformed guys actually took it out for auction. Yi Tian said with contempt. However, he didn't want to think about it. If he didn't have the talent for copying, would he be able to see the origin of this egg? For this problem, Yi Tian automatically ignored it. Strange, how can you not see the talent level? Is it because it is too high? Yi Tian asked himself. But he vetoed this idea in a blink of an eye. So many talents, there is no situation where you can't see the level at all. If these talents really exceed the limit of copying talents, then how far does this battle blood dragon have to defy the sky? A sneeze to destroy the earth? According to Yi Tian's speculation, there is only one possibility. That is, the battle blood heavenly dragon has not been completely conceived, and the talent has not been completely formed, and only when it is born, the talent will be finalized, which is also the criterion that all creatures must follow. It must be bought, a dragon with unlimited potential, much more powerful than Xiao Jin and Xiao Zinyo. In the future, I plan to give Xiao Jin and Xiao Zi to my sister as pets. I naturally have to use a pet with unlimited potential, and this dragon is good, and it can fly. How domineering it will be to ride a dragon in the future. Yi Tian fell in love with this dragon egg, and participated in the auction in a hurry. Although the price of dragon eggs is not low, it soon rose to 10 billion, but there are many rich bigwigs, and they don't care about this money at all. 20 billion. 30 billion. 40 billion. 50 billion. In the end, it was undoubtedly not the top grandmaster who participated in the auction, only Yi Tian, a great martial artist, was sandwiched between them, which was really a bit weird. 80 billion. Yi Tian called out a desperate price, and some of the grandmasters frowned, calculating whether the bidding value was worth it. They have other treasures to bid on, and the real goal is not this dragon egg. If they spend too much money on the dragon egg, resulting in not being able to bid for the treasure they want later, it will be a big loss. As a result, the other grandmasters all gave up the bidding, and this dragon egg was won by Yi Tian's bidding. In the auction of other treasures, Yi Tian did not participate. It's not that the money is not enough, but those treasures are of little use to him. They are basically treasures that assist the grandmaster's cultivation, and the last finale item is a treasure that can improve the grandmaster's impact on the king level, although it can only increase the probability of 0.5%, but it is also auctioned at a high price of 1,000 billion, which makes everyone stunned. At the end of the auction, Yi Tian took the treasures he had won, paid the money, turned around and left. After leaving the Wuga headquarters, several people were interested in his identity and secretly followed him. However, Yi Tian had already discovered their existence through spatial perception, so he arrived in a no man's corner, teleported away, and got rid of these people. Back home, Yi Tian took out the treasures from the auction. The most precious thing is undoubtedly the dragon egg, but after studying it for a while, nothing came out, so it was thrown aside, and it will be studied slowly in the future. King-level cultivation experience. Yi Tian took it out very preciously, flipped through it and slowly browsed it. This cultivation heart is very thick, and the material is very tough, obviously the skin of a top-level fierce beast. This experience started from the martial apprentice and went all the way to the king-level level, and the precautions for each realm were clearly explained, and there were also many ways to assist in cultivation or assist in impacting bottlenecks. But what interests Yi Tian the most is the precautions for impacting the Grandmaster realm and impacting the king-level realm. The impact Grandmaster needs to cultivate to reach the limit of a great martial artist, and the more solid the foundation, the higher the success rate of the breakthrough. If the foundation is not stable, even if the cultivation talent reaches the transcendent level, it is easy to become a Grandmaster, but hitting the king level will reduce the success rate. The transcendental level impact king level should have been 100% successful, but almost all the transcendental level cultivators have no way to forge a perfect foundation, so the impact success rate is only 80%, and the imperfect foundation will hinder the impact on a higher realm in the future. Yi Tian looked at this passage and was completely stunned. Even the transcendent level can't forge a perfect foundation. What's the situation? He continued to look through it, and finally found the content that made the perfect foundation. If you want to cast a perfect foundation, you must go before the Grandmaster realm. Once you reach the Grandmaster realm, the embryo of the foundation will be formed. If it is a perfect foundation embryo, there is no way to cast a perfect foundation in the future. Pushing the limits? It was the first time Yi Tian had heard this kind of statement, but as a king-level Hurricane King, he obviously wouldn't talk nonsense, and he must have a foundation. Then, Yi Tian began to be glad that he had seen this cultivation experience. If he hadn't seen it, he might soon have hit the Grandmaster realm, resulting in an incomplete foundation, in which case he would definitely regret it for life. Chapter 89. Breaking the limit, how to break it. Yi Tian frowned. He also wanted to forge a perfect foundation, but the Hurricane King himself said that it was difficult for even a transcendental level cultivator to forge a perfect foundation. At least no one in the Demon Sea Great Base could break the limit and forge a perfect foundation. As for super bases, there should be, but they're definitely rare. Yi Tian continued to look behind, and the Hurricane King also gave several seemingly feasible plans. The first is to use all kinds of rare heavenly and earthly treasures to help break through various limits, but this method is too extravagant, even if it is a king level. Don't want to cultivate a genius with a perfect foundation. The second is to use talent to break the limit. Refining skin corresponds to defense talent, refining meat corresponds to strength talent, refining bone corresponds to bone talent, blood exchange corresponds to bloodline talent. The internal organs are more complex, it is difficult to have a corresponding talent. You can use gravity to quench the fragile internal organs, so that the internal organs are broken and reshaped, during which precious healing drugs must be used to protect vitality. Yi Tian looked at these two methods, and his heart was suddenly happy. For others, the first method may be possible, but the second method is almost unachievable, because it is impossible for a person to have so many talents, except for Yi Tian. He has a talent for copying, and he is able to copy many, many talents. Therefore, he could try the second option, and the first option was difficult for him to achieve. And how to use talent to break the limit is also recorded above. 10 years ago, a genius with a top-level blood-burning talent cultivated when he opened his blood-burning talent, and finally broke the limit of blood exchange in a short period of time, making his blood even stronger. It can be inferred from this that as long as you have a top-level defense talent, refining the skin when you open the defense talent, you are expected to break the limit of skin refining, similar to other ways to break the limit. When Yi Tian saw this, he had already completely understood. But he can't try it yet, because he doesn't have a top-level defense talent, a top-level strength talent, a top-level bone talent, or a strength bloodline talent. It is not a simple matter to make up these 4 talents, and if you can't break the 4 limits of skin refining, meat refining, bone refining, and blood exchange, you can't break the limits of the 5 internal organs, and it is easy to cause the collapse of the body. Only when the limits are broken in other aspects, and almost only the internal organs of the body are weaknesses, can we try to break the limits in an extremely high-gravity environment. This is the best way to calculate it. It seems that in the future, we must replicate the top defense talent, the top strength talent, the top bone talent, and the top bloodline talent. Yi Tian decided. He can replicate them twice a month, and with a bit of luck, he can hopefully replicate these top talents, and even forge a perfect foundation within a year or 2. And at present, the most likely thing to complete is the top strength talent, because his strength talent is already high. Even if he can't find the top strength talent, fusing 2 more high strength talents, maybe he can be fused into a top strength talent. Cultivate first, and your strength will improve, and then you can find more talents. Yi Tian thought so. Immediately, he took out the inheritance bead that recorded the purple blood body forging technique. The purple blood body forging technique is a high-level Yuan force forging technique, and if it replaces the intermediate Yuan force forging technique, his cultivation speed can be increased a lot. Immediately, the spiritual power spread in, and after swearing, after reading the content of the purple blood body forging technique, the inheritance bead was completely shattered. Hey, the purple blood body forging technique is not a complete set of movements, but a group of actions divided according to cultivation. Yi Tian was a little surprised. Purple blood alchemy. Purple blooded flesh refining. Purple blood bone forging. Purple blood alchemy. Purple blood concussion. Purple blood pulse alchemy. Each alchemy technique is aimed at a certain realm, forming a separate alchemy technique, and the degree of subtlety is far from being comparable to that of the intermediate Yuan force forging method. Yi Tian recultivated from the purple blood alchemy technique, and found that the skin that could no longer be tempered could be tempered again, but after cultivating a few more times, it could no longer be tempered. Obviously it had really reached the limit. If it was not broken the limit, it would not be able to be tempered again. Subsequently, Yi Tian tried to refine meat, bones, and blood exchange several times one by one, making the foundation more stable. In the end, Yi Tian began to cultivate the purple blood concussion technique. The purple blood concussion technique uses a set of actions to form the power of concussion, shock the 5 internal organs in the body, and refine the 5 internal organs and 6 internal organs to accelerate the quenching. According to Yi Tian's test, the purple blood concussion technique was twice as effective as the intermediate Yuan force forging body method. My physical strength has reached 300,000 caddies, and I have enough high-level fierce beast blood, coupled with the purple blood forging technique and transcendental level talent, in less than 2 months, I can truly reach the limit of a great martial artist. Yi Tian speculated. For the next month, Yi Tian hardly went out and began to cultivate with all his might. A month later, Yi Tian's cultivation has risen greatly, and his physical strength has reached 680,000 caddies. Due to the cooling of the replication talent, Yi Tian wandered around the Demon Sea base for a long time, and finally found a high-level defense talent, which was not copied from a human, but from a genius's pet. In addition to the high-level defense talent, he also found a high-level Vajra bone talent, which was copied from the fierce beast Vajraman. The Vajra talent is similar to the defense talent, but instead of the body, it defends against the bones. Once activated, the Vajra bone talent can make bones extremely strong, and you can even easily pierce steel with your finger bones. And even if someone breaks his defense, he will be blocked by the Vajra bone, which is equivalent to a second defense, and the effect is also very good. It's just that this kind of talent doesn't help Yi Tian's combat power much, but in order to create a perfect foundation, he must copy. As long as he encounters a few more high-level Vajra bone talents, the top-level Vajra bone talent can be formed. After copying the two talents, Yi Tian continued to cultivate. It took another month, and Yi Tian's physical strength reached the limit of a great martial artist, 1 million caddies. And at this time, his strength was also many times stronger than 2 months ago. 1 million Jin is the power of 1 elephant, the power of 2 elephants under the increase of Yuan force, the power of 20 elephants under the increase of high-strength talent, plus the 6 increase of Qingfeng slash. That is the power of 120 elephants. Yi Tian calculated his attack power and couldn't help but be shocked by himself. The great warrior can have an attack power of 120 elephants, which is unbelievable. And Yi Tian's speed has also changed dramatically, and now his speed has reached an astonishing 120 times the speed of sound. Originally, the speed of the great martial artist was at most 6 times the speed of sound, but he had a top speed talent, and he was able to increase it by 20 times, which only reached 120 times the speed of sound. Yi Tian believed that even if he was the ultimate powerhouse of the Grandmaster, he was only a few tens of times the speed of sound, and his speed was second only to the king level. I've reached the limit of a great martial artist, so let's do my best to break the limit. Yi Tian was full of fighting spirit and desire. Chapter 90. Skin refining was the first thing that needed to break the limit, so Yi Tian was ready to copy and fuse a top-level defense talent. There are too few human beings with top-level defense talents, and the Demon Sea base has not yet revealed who has high-level defense talents or top-level defense talents, and the highest is only a medium defense talent. But among the fierce beasts, there are not a few who have top-level defensive talents and high-level defensive talents. Yi Tian wanted to copy the high-level defense talent or the top-level defense talent, so he could only start from the fierce beast. The last time I was lucky enough to encounter a fierce beast with a high defense talent, it was already luck, but luck can't continue. It's impossible to gather 4 top-level talents in the Demon Sea base, you have to go to the wild. Yi Tian pondered. Originally, he planned to enter the wilderness after becoming a Grandmaster, but now in order to break the physical limit and forge a perfect foundation, he had to leave the demonization base and enter the wilderness. Fortunately for Yi Tian, the Demon Sea base's understanding of the fierce beasts was far more detailed than that of the Linhai base. Fierce beasts with defensive talents, fierce beasts with strength talents, fierce beasts with Vajra bone talents, and fierce beasts with bloodline talents are all recorded, and there are many types. Yi Tian purchased these materials and prepared to leave the Demon Sea base and enter the field in the near future. Before leaving, Yi Tian told Xiao Zi and Xiao Jin, "You two must protect Xiao Yu, understand?" Xiao Zi and Xiao Jin nodded again and again, remembering Yi Tian's instructions. With Xiao Jin and Xiao Zi protecting his sister, he was very relieved. Because Xiao Zi has broken through to the top fierce beast level, before because he was in the secret realm, he couldn't break the rules and step into the top fierce beast level because of the rules of the secret realm, but now that he has left the secret realm, he easily broke through to the top fierce beast level. And Xiao Jin is also at the limit of high-level fierce beasts, coupled with the top speed talent, it is second only to the speed of the king level. Once Xiao Jin and Xiao Zi cooperate, it is enough to kill ordinary grandmasters, and it is more than enough to protect his sister Yi Yu. In addition, the Demon Sea base is very safe, and no one dares to make trouble, so there is no need to worry about the safety of my sister Yi Yu. This day, Yi Tian left the Demon Sea base, and after he passed through the formation light gate and entered the field, the 5 grandmasters followed Yi Tian out and followed him from a distance. 5 little mice? Yi Tian sensed the 5 grandmasters behind him with spatial perception, and couldn't help but smile coldly. He had long known that someone would follow him. After all, he had spent 190 billion on the auction of the Martial Pavilion, which attracted the attention of many people. Although he was free from the person who was following him at the time, a closer investigation revealed his identity. Many people must have investigated my origins, and know that I have no background, and I have gained a lot in the secret realm. I am a fat sheep, so they want to hunt me in the wild. Yi Tian analyzed. Those 5 grandmasters were a force that wanted to intercept him, and if they were replaced by other great martial artists, they would definitely be very desperate if they were targeted by the 5 grandmasters. But Yi Tian is not afraid. He can now use teleportation or 120x sonic speed to get rid of these 5 grandmasters, but then his top speed or spatial talent is exposed. The second option is to kill these 5 grandmasters, and the trouble will be easily solved. After thinking about it for only a second, Yi Tian made a decision. Then kill them. Yi Tian muttered. The 5 grandmasters didn't want to make a move near the demon sea bass, for fear of an accident, and Yi Tian didn't want to do it near the demon sea bass, for fear that the characters behind the 5 grandmasters would make a move. Both sides had the same idea, and gradually moved farther and farther away from the demon sea bass. It's nice here. Yi Tian came to a forest and stopped. This is the Sea of Clouds forest. It is a forest that is even bigger than the Little Thousand Leaves forest. There are many top-level fierce beasts in it, and there are even king-level fierce beasts. He chose to deal with the 5 rats behind him before entering the Yunhai forest and let them die here. Soon. Those 5 grandmasters are here. Do it. The 5 grandmasters acted quickly, not wanting to waste time. Boom boom boom. 5 powerful forces seemed to run through the heavens and the earth, carrying a monstrous momentum to bombard. Their speed is also very fast, almost 20 times the speed of sound, far faster than the speed of the great warriors. In the face of such a siege, I am afraid that only Yun Feng, the #1 combat genius of the demon sea bass, is qualified to fight. However, Yi Tianai was a battle genius many times greater than the Yun Feng demon. Mole ants. Yi Tian groaned and made a move in an instant. At 120 times the speed of sound, Yi Tian slashed out the shadow kill. Puff puff. One by one, the heads flew up. The 5 grandmasters were easily killed by Yi Tian like 5 ordinary people, and the headless corpse fell to the ground with a thud. 5 storage bags, good, can hold more things. Yi Tian took the 5 storage bags of the 5 grandmasters, and immediately dodged into the Yunhai forest. Half a day later. A middle-aged man arrived, and he searched around, and soon found the bodies of the 5 grandmasters. Being killed in 1 second, killing 5 grandmasters with 1 sword, could it be that the top grandmaster made a move? The middle-aged man was shocked. He is also a top grandmaster, and he knows the horror of a top grandmaster, and the 5 grandmasters who died are just ordinary grandmasters, just a little stronger than the grandmasters who have just broken through. In the face of the top grandmasters, these 5 grandmasters didn't even have room to fight back. Damn, I originally thought that 5 grandmasters besieged and killed a great martial artist by hand, but I didn't expect to be killed. Could it be that Kid has a top grandmaster secretly protecting him? The middle-aged man regretted it. He knew it was so, and he would have done it himself. At this time, he lost 5 subordinates, and the property has not yet arrived, which is a big loss. He took a deep look at the Yunhai forest, then sighed and gave up chasing Yi Tian. It's been a long time, and he can't find Yi Tian at all, and the reason why he was able to find the bodies of these 5 grandmasters was based on the location of their watch contacts. As for looking for Yi Tian, he had no choice but to give up. After burying the bodies of the 5 men, the middle-aged man left immediately. Inside the Sea of Clouds forest. Yi Tian searched for a long time, and he found a lot of fierce beasts, but he didn't encounter any fierce beasts with top-level defense talent or high-level defense talent. But according to the information, there are many types of fierce beasts in the Yunhai forest, and the talents he needs are expected to be found here. The fluctuations of spatial perception spread, and within a radius of 5,000 meters, everything was in his sight. Being able to cover a radius of 5,000 meters at once, this is mainly because Yi Tian's cultivation has reached the limit of a great martial artist, and he is much stronger than in the past. In the blink of an eye, 5 days passed. Just as Yi Tian was frowning, a target beast appeared. Black Armored Bear. Yi Tian looked at a black armored bear more than 4,000 meters away and smiled. According to the information, the black armored bear is suspected to have a high defense talent and a high strength talent, and it is a high-level fierce beast, almost the overlord of the high-level fierce beasts, if it is not as fast as the top fierce beasts, otherwise it can beat most of the top fierce beasts. That's it. Yi Tian quickly chased after him. Only if he is close to the 600-meter range of the black armored bear, he can copy, And even if he improves his cultivation, this range will only increase by 100 meters, and he is helpless. Chapter 91. Yi Tian's speed was very fast, and the two teleportations approached the black armored bear, stopped more than 500 meters away from it, hid in a big tree, restrained his breath, and did not hunt the black armored bear. Copy first. Yi Tian Inian copied the black armor bear's high-level defensive talent, and immediately began to fuse. Integrating advanced defensive talent is not painful for Yi Tian. His consciousness will be very clear. Even if a fierce beast attacks him at this time, he can fight back in time, and there will be no danger. 10 minutes passed, Yi Tian shed some sweat stains, and completed the fusion of the high-level defense talent. I feel it, it's just a little bit close to transforming the high defensive talent. The previous guess should be correct. As long as you gather 3 high-level defense talents, you can fuse them into one top-level defense talent. Yi Tian muttered. At this moment, he is only one high-level defense talent away from being able to possess a top-level defense talent, and then he can try to break the limit of skin refining. According to the information, the black armor bear is basically a male and a female, and the black armor bear just now is a male, so there must be a female. Follow it and maybe you can find that female black armored bear. I can also copy a talent, find that female black armored bear, and the first top-level defense talent is basically in hand. So, Yi Tian sensed the location of the black armored bear. At this time, the black armored bear had already run more than 4,000 meters away, and was fighting a huge giant snake. The giant snake beast was a top-level beast, but it was a weak among the top-level beasts, and its speed was indeed much faster than that of the black armored bear, but it didn't blindly want to strangle the black armored bear with its body. But its little strength was like tickling in front of the black armored bear with a high defensive talent. In the end, the giant snake beast was torn apart by the black armored bear and died tragically on the spot. Then, the black armored bear dragged the corpse of the giant snake beast in one direction. That giant snake beast died very unlucky, as a top fierce beast was killed by the high-level fierce beast black armor bear. If it wants to escape, the black armor bear can't catch up at all. You have to go to hand-to-hand combat. This is not looking for death. Yi Tian felt anxious for the wisdom of the giant snake beast. Chase. Yi Tian teleported over and stalked after the black armored bear. I saw that the black armored bear ran for dozens of kilometers before entering a mountain peak and entering a huge bear cave. Yi Tian didn't follow up, he just stood outside the cave, but the copying talent had completely enveloped the other black armored bear inside the cave. Species, black armored bear. Bloodline talent, high. Strength talents, high. Defense talent, advanced. Sure enough, there's a female black armored bear. Yi Tian was pleasantly surprised. Without further ado, he copied the female black armor bear's advanced defensive talent. After the replication was successful, Yi Tian did not rush to fuse, but entered the bear cave. I'm sorry, I want your talent for high strength too. Now there is no way to copy your high strength talent, only to kill you, keep your corpses, and copy them again in a month. Yi Tian said to the black armor bear in his heart. He didn't feel guilty about killing the beast. Compared to the beast, humans are the real innocent. Originally, I lived a good life on the earth, but overnight, a spatial crack appeared, and countless fierce beasts came, and I don't know how many humans died at the hands of fierce beasts. And in the past 100 years, countless human beings have died. So, he will not sympathize with the beast. Kill. A one-sided battle began. The strength of the black armored bear is not as strong as Yi Tian's, and its speed is even slower to the extreme, and in an instant, Yi Tian penetrates his eyes, shatters his head, and dies on the spot. Looking at the corpses of the two black armored bears, Yi Tian put them away in his personal space. Now, the improvement of his personal cultivation has increased the space again, reaching the level of 200 cubic meters. In addition, he went to the Martial Pavilion a few more times in the past 2 months, sold a lot of treasures, and freed up a lot of space in his carry-on space, which was enough to accommodate the corpses of 2 black armored bears. After collecting the corpse of the black armored bear, Yi Tian began to fuse the high-level defense talent in the cave of the black armored bear. Fusion. As soon as my mind moved, a powerful force emerged. In a flash, Yi Tian could feel as if his skin had been torn countless times and healed countless times, very painful. The transformation of a high-level defensive talent into a top-level defensive talent was even more painful than Yi Tian imagined, but Yi Tian was still able to withstand it. I don't know how long it has been. Yi Tian felt that the pain had disappeared, and the whole person was in an extremely happy state. Phew. Yi Tian exhaled lightly and immediately took a look at the talent. Defense talent, top. Seeing that the level of defensive talent had become the top, Yi Tian smiled very happily. The next goal was to change the strength talent from high to top, and this goal was almost achieved, because he had already obtained the corpse of the black armor bear, and in a month he could copy 2 more high strength talents, so that the high strength talent would become a top strength talent, and his strength would skyrocket at that time. The defensive talent has become the top level, and whether or not you can break the limit of skin refining is just a matter of experimentation. I hope the Hurricane King's guess is correct. Yi Tian said expectantly. Defensive talent. Yi Tian opened the defensive talent, and the defense of the whole person increased by 20 times in an instant. Even most of the grandmasters didn't want to break his defense easily. Start cultivating the purple blood body refining technique. Yi Tian made one action after another, absorbing a large amount of heaven and earth yuan qi, and began to refine his skin, and suddenly a feeling of skin pain hit him. It's... Yi Tian was immediately overjoyed. This is the tempering of the skin. That's right. He felt that his skin was being refined, and the effect was very good, and the skin that could no longer be tempered was tempered again, proving that the Hurricane King's guess was not wrong. Top talents can help push the limits of your body. This speed is too slow. If you cultivate at this speed, it will take at least 2 months to break the limit of your body. Yi Tian estimated. Immediately, he took a sip of high-grade fierce beast blood, and then began to cultivate the purple blood alchemy technique to refine his skin. At this time, the cultivation speed doubled, allowing him to break the limit of skin refining within a month. A month, almost. Let's practice here this month. My sister has grown up. It's time to live independently. I can't take care of her all the time. After figuring it out, Yi Tian cultivated here with peace of mind. Cultivate day by day, temper the skin day by day. Yi Tian can feel the transformation of his skin every day. His defense has not improved, but the foundation is improving, and the essence of his skin is improving, which is the most important thing. On the 26th day of cultivation, Yi Tian finally felt a shackle in the darkness of skin refining. After swallowing dozens of high-grade fierce beast blood in one gulp, Yi Tian desperately cultivated the purple blood alchemy technique, frantically refining his skin, and impacting the shackles in the underworld. I don't know how many times it was impacted, and I don't know how much time it took. Suddenly, the shackles were broken, and countless heaven and earth vitality poured into Yi Tian's body, refining the skin and completing the last step of transformation. This moment, Yi Tianming realized he had completely broken the limit and brought the skin refining to a new level. Chapter 92. Try your defense. Yi Tian tried it, but found that the defense ability was not much different from before, but without using the healing talent, the recovery speed of the skin was much faster than before. Strange, could it be that breaking the skin refining realm just increases the recovery speed of the skin a little? Yi Tian wondered. Immediately, the defense talent is reactivated. Then, a special kind of induction appeared. The defensive talent seems to be in some kind of special fusion with the skin, as if it were a kind of branding. He had a feeling that if he continued to fuse like this, the top-level defensive talent would inevitably undergo a huge change, or even a drastic transformation. The Hurricane King didn't mention this situation. Maybe it had something to do with the fact that he didn't break the limit, but he just knew that someone broke the limit in terms of blood and made the blood stronger, not ordinary human blood, like exchanging blood. But he didn't break any limits himself. He doesn't know what happens after he breaks them. Everything is just heard. Yi Tian knew that he couldn't rely on the experience of the Hurricane King, so he had to explore it himself. But he had a vague guess that the top-level defense talent after the fusion would break the limit of top-level defense and be promoted to another level. In the months he had been at the Demon Sea Base, he had heard of transcendental-level cultivation talents above the top-level cultivation talents, but he had never heard of transcendental-level special talents, and many even thought that top-level special talents were the limit. But Yi Tian guessed that the top-level special talent was definitely not the limit, but it would definitely be difficult to break the limit. If it's not difficult, then it's not in accordance with the rules. Top strength talents can increase their strength by 20 times, and if they break the limit, wouldn't they be able to increase their strength by 50 times or more? That's too perverted. Therefore, the level above the top special talent is very difficult to break, and there are few special talents above the top level among the fierce beasts. If there is a special talent above the top level, such a fierce beast can definitely kill the enemy beyond the 2 great realms. I don't know when I will be able to fuse the defense talent with the skin, maybe only after the perfect foundation is cast. The defense talent will really be fused with the skin, and whether the talent can be promoted can be known. Yi Tian didn't think about this problem anymore, but stabilized the skin refining realm that had just been transformed, and immediately began to comprehend the sword intent again. When he couldn't improve his cultivation and strength, contemplating the sword intent was his main lesson. Now, his sword intent has reached a single sword intent. The sword intent can kill the soul, and a wisp of sword intent can even kill ordinary martial artists with one blow from thousands of meters away, but it has little impact on martial artists of the same level. However, the sword intent also has a certain increase in the knife skills, and even deters the enemy, and the knife skills after the fusion of the knife intent are more freewheeling. Therefore, he will not give up the comprehension of the sword intent. Moreover, the sword intent is the key to comprehending the sword technique. His bronze-level sword skill has been perfected, and there is no need to comprehend, but if you want to cultivate the silver-level sword skill, you must comprehend the sword intent to the realm of 2%, and if you want to cultivate the silver-level sword skill to the realm of small success, you need to have 3% of the sword intent. If you want to cultivate a silver-level sword skill to the perfection, you need to reach 60%. It was precisely because the sword intent realm was not enough that Yi Tiankai did not look for a silver-level sword technique. Knife skills must be cultivated. This special means that can be superimposed with strength is too terrifying. If there is no increase in knife skills, I can't have such a powerful attack power, and sword skills and strength talents should be the only two means that can be stacked. I must not give up. Yi Tian continued to comprehend the sword intent, and various mysteries about the knife slowly emerged. In a flash, 4 days passed. The sword intent has only improved slightly, and it can be regarded as reaching 1% of the sword intent. It's time to copy the strength talent. Yi Tian took out the corpses of the 2 black-armored bears, and the corpses were still the same as before in the carry-on space, without any signs of decay. Immediately, Yi Tian copied their high-level strength talents. The fusion of talents in a row or twice made Yi Tian even more painful than before. Fortunately, after the pain, the talent for strength underwent a metamorphosis. Strength talent, top. Seeing that the strength talent had become a top-level talent, Yi Tian was really excited. This is a way to directly increase your attack. The top strength talent can increase attack power by 20 times, and the sword skill Qingfeng Slash can increase it by 6 times. Strength talent and sword skills can be amplified, but can't they be combined to increase attack power by 120 times? As soon as he thought of this, Yi Tian became short of breath. Stacks 120 times attack power, what kind of concept is this? Try it. Yi Tian couldn't wait to experiment. Outside the cave. Top strength talent, activate. Qingfeng Slash. Boom. Yi Tian slashed over, and a huge chasm that stretched for thousands of kilometers immediately appeared on the ground, and countless trees along the way were shattered into dust. At this time, if you pour water into the chasm, you may be able to form a small river. Such destructive power was already very amazing, but Yi Tian frowned. There is no 120x attack power, only 100x attack power. It's as if there is some shackle in the dark, and after reaching 100 times the attack power, it can't be increased anymore. Is it possible that 100 times the attack power is the limit? Yi Tian didn't believe that this was the limit, it was just that he didn't break the limit. After all, he now knows that the so-called limit can be broken, just depends on whether you have the ability to break the limit. I'm sure I'll be able to break the limit, but I don't know about it now, so let's leave it alone and build a perfect foundation first. Anyway, the stacking increase of 100 times the attack power is enough to make my strength skyrocket. Yi Tian said with satisfaction. Immediately, he calculated his attack power. The strength of the body is 1 elephant's power, the increase of yuan power is followed by the power of 2 elephants, and the superposition of top strength talent and sword skill can reach 200 elephant power. And the extreme attack power of an ordinary grandmaster is only 200 elephants, which means that Yi Tian's attack power has reached the limit of an ordinary grandmaster. I am now equivalent to the extreme of an ordinary grandmaster, and my speed is still faster than that of an ordinary grandmaster, which is no different from the extreme of an ordinary grandmaster. Now only the powerful grandmaster with the special talent of attack type is stronger than me, and the other grandmasters, I don't need to be afraid anymore. Yi Tian said with confidence. Yi Tian didn't forget the most important thing, he also needed to break the limit of refining meat. Unlock the talent of strength. Cultivate the purple blood flesh refining technique. Rumble. A large amount of heaven and earth yuan qi poured into Yi Tian's body, refining the muscles all over his body, and sure enough, the feeling of crispiness and numbness appeared again. His flesh refining realm can be tempered again, the same as the skin refining realm. Yi Tian calculated that if he used high-grade fierce beast blood to assist in cultivation, it would probably only take less than a month to break the limit of meat refining. Then let's practice like crazy. Yi Tian began his mad ascetic cultivation. In the blink of an eye, 28 days have passed. Chapter 93. Like the shackles of skin refining last time, Yi Tian also touched the shackles of the meat refining realm at this time. It only took a few hours for Yi Tian to break the shackles and successfully break the limit of meat refining. Sure enough, the strength talent and the muscles in the body are also fused, but the fusion speed is very slow, and it is estimated that we will not know what the situation is until the perfect foundation is truly cast. Yi Tian said darkly. Now. His strength talent and defense talent have reached the top level, and he has also broken the limit of skin refining and meat refining, and the next step is to find the high-level strength talent or top talent of the bone system. However, the high-level talents and top-level talents of the bone system are too difficult to find, because the bone talents are very rare, and only a few fierce beasts have this kind of talent. Vajraman is one of them. Vajra beasts are generally swarm-living fierce beasts. As long as you find a Vajra beast group, you can fuse into a top-level Vajra bone talent, but it is difficult to find a Vajra beast group. The Yunhai forest is too big, and there is a king-level existence at the core, so it is very dangerous to go deep into the Yunhai forest. If the Vajra beast group is in the depths of the Cloud Sea forest, I don't think there will be a way to replicate the Vajra bone talent. However, one of the Vajra beasts was once captured, and it is said that they were also caught in the Yunhai forest, so there should still be hope to find the Vajra herd. Yi Tian couldn't help it, he could only hope for the Vajra beast's Vajra bone talent, because he already had a high-level Vajra bone talent, and copying 2 more would complete the purpose, which was far easier than finding another high-level bone-type talent. Next, Yi Tian began his journey to find the Vajra beast. However, on the 3rd day, Yi Tian met a group of people. The number of this group of people is about 40 people, including 5 grandmasters, 35 great martial artists, and 5 of them are not ordinary grandmasters, but very powerful grandmasters, much stronger than the 5 grandmasters that Yi Tian killed last time. And among the 35 great martial artists, there are also a few geniuses with offensive talents, and this team is obviously a strong opponent. But Yi Tian could see the disharmony of this team. That's right, discord, there is no discipline in each other. And, as if they were looking for something, Yi Tian wanted to get information about the Vajra beast from them, maybe they had the information of the Vajra beast. So, he deliberately met this team. Stop. A grandmaster saw Yi Tian and shouted. What's the matter? I'm still looking for Vajraman. Yi Tian said deliberately. Looking for Vajra beast? Several grandmasters looked moved, and said with a smile, you are a great martial artist who wants to deal with Vajra beast at the limit, but Vajra beast has a high Vajra bone talent, and it is very difficult to kill. And your little body bones were slapped by the Vajra beast, and I'm afraid even the bones of your whole body will have to be shattered. I have the means to deal with Vajraman. Yi Tian said confidently. Oh, could it be that you have a special talent? Our team is still short of people, and we are about to deal with a powerful beastmaster. Do you want to hunt that beastmaster with us? According to intelligence, there are several Vajra beasts under the hands of that beastmaster. One of the grandmasters said. Really? Yi Tian asked with some skepticism. Naturally it's true, why did I lie to you about the limit of a great martial artist? But if your strength is very poor, you are not qualified to join our team. Another grandmaster said. Swish. Yi Tian's body moved, showing speed, but he did not show 120 times the speed, but showed 18 times the speed, which is equivalent to a primary speed talent. Elementary speed talent, good, qualified to join us. The 5 grandmasters were overjoyed. A beginner speed talent, and it is also the limit of a great martial artist, which is enough to deal with a large number of high-level fierce beasts. And the beastmaster they dealt with this time, there are a lot of high-level fierce beasts under their hands, they only need to be responsible for dealing with the beastmaster, and the group of high-level fierce beasts under their hands can only be dealt with by the great martial artists. It was precisely because of this that they had recruited a large number of great martial artists to help them deal with high-level fierce beasts. Beastmaster, could it be that he is a king-level powerhouse? Yi Tian asked. Of course, he could be sure in his heart that the Beast King was not a king level, otherwise this group of people would have known where to run if they dared to fight the idea of that fierce beast. He asked on purpose. How can it be the Beastmaster? If it is the Beastmaster, no matter how many of us are there, we are no match for him. Little guy, don't worry, the strength of our 5 grandmasters is enough to deal with that Beastmaster, and you won't be in any danger. I can guarantee that after the deed is completed, I will give you a treasure worth 5 billion. Several grandmasters promised. 5 billion. This is definitely a huge amount of money for a great martial artist, and few great martial artists would refuse so much money. But Yi Tian didn't believe that this group of grandmasters would come up with 5 billion. You must know that so many great martial artists together need to pay more than 100 billion, and the 5 grandmasters will give up more than 100 billion. As long as it is a smart person, it can be seen, but other great martial artists dare not add people. Yi Tian secretly sneered. But his goal is Vajram, and if this group can really lead him to find Vajramam, then it would be a good thing to join. Moreover, Yi Tian faintly felt that some of the words of these 5 grandmasters were true, and that Beast King might really have a few Vajra Beast subordinates. I'm willing to join. Yi Tian nodded. Congratulations on joining our temporary team, keep up. The 5 grandmasters said with a smile. The team moved on, looking for the other warriors. Soon, 3 days passed, and the 5 grandmasters found the limit of the 5 great martial artists, but they did not win over a single grandmaster. Once they meet a grandmaster, these 5 grandmasters will use their spiritual power to warn each other not to meet each other. Obviously, they didn't want to share the existence of the Beastmaster with the grandmaster. Almost, let's go. A grandmaster spoke. Immediately, the team headed towards the depths of the Sea of Clouds forest. After running for about a day, they finally came to a valley. The 5 grandmasters took the lead, and the other great martial artists and extreme powerhouses followed, and they entered the valley together. Rumble. A large number of fierce beasts rushed over, most of them were intermediate-level fierce beasts, all kinds of fierce beasts. Originally it was impossible for these fierce beasts to live together, and it was obvious that one fierce beast integrated them. That beast was the Beastmaster that the 5 grandmasters were going to deal with. You guys. A grandmaster spoke. Obviously, the 5 grandmasters would not be able to deal with this group of mid-level fierce beasts. Phew. A great martial artist rushed over and quickly killed all the mid-level fierce beasts. At this moment, a powerful aura spread over, and there was a large amount of high-level fierce beast aura behind him. Obviously, the Beastmaster came down with his elite men. The first time. In the blink of an eye, the Beastmaster appeared in front of everyone. And Yi Tian's copying talent also shrouded a radius of 600 meters, and he checked the talent of the Beastmaster. At this sight, he was completely stunned. It turned out to be Chapter 94. Species, Swift Drakemon. Bloodline talent, extraordinary. Defense talent, elementary. Strength talents, elementary. Speed talent, elementary. Looking at the talent of this Beast King, Yi Tian finally knew what the origin of the Beast King they were going to deal with. That's a juvenile king beast. Yi Tian Lai had checked many types of fierce beasts before, including the Swift Dragon Beast, which was a fierce beast with an extraordinary bloodline talent, and once it really became an adult, it had a great chance of becoming a king beast, comparable to a king-level powerhouse of humans. And the aura of this Swift Dragon Beast in front of him has only just entered the top-level fierce beast, but it is not very easy to deal with it with its primary defense talent, primary strength talent, and primary speed talent. Yi Tian himself could deal with this Swift Dragon Beast, but if those 5 grandmasters wanted to deal with this Swift Dragon Beast, they would have to pay a certain price. No wonder these 5 people want to bring in so many great martial artists. They themselves have to deal with the Swift Dragon Beast and they probably don't dare to be distracted, and the strength of those high-level fierce beasts is not weak. Among them there are many high-level fierce beasts with special talents. If they besiege them together, they will be more troublesome. Yi Tian said darkly. Bang. The 5 grandmasters fought with the Swift Dragon Beast, and it was almost inseparable. The other great martial artists stopped those high-level fierce beasts, and Yi Tian also fought with a high-level fierce beast, but he didn't kill the other party. At this time, Yi Tian was looking for Vajra Beast. The number of high-level fierce beasts is quite large, no less than 100. Soon, Yi Tian found out the Vajra Beast from the talent situation that he had checked from the copy talent, and it was still 3 Vajra Beasts. These 3 Vajra Beasts were very powerful, and they caused the 3 great warriors with special talents to retreat one after another. It was true that the bones of Vajraman were too strong, and even if an attack comparable to that of a grandmaster fell on it, it would only break the flesh and flesh, and it could not penetrate its body. And the palm of the Vajra Beast is very strong, comparable to the powerful Yuan Force weapon, and the weapons of the great warriors will be broken by the palm of the Vajra Beast. The high-level Vajra bone talent is simply terrifying. Yi Tian secretly copied the high-level Vajra bone talents of the 2 Vajra Beasts, and then stopped paying attention to the Vajra Beasts. After a while, a famous warrior was killed, and the number of great warriors decreased dramatically. This group of great warriors has been defeated. Yi Tian shook his head secretly. But those 5 grandmasters obviously didn't care about the lives of the great martial artists. As long as they killed the swift dragon beast in time, the other high-level fierce beasts would not be afraid. As for the great warrior will die? This is exactly what they expected, and it is too late to rejoice. Use that thing quickly, those little guys are almost overwhelmed, they are dead, and we will have to endure the siege of a large number of high-level fierce beasts, a Grandmaster spirit transmitted. The other Grandmaster understood, and hurriedly took something similar to a syringe. The next moment, he collided with the swift Drakemon, and at the cost of being knocked away by the swift Drake, he successfully punched the syringe into the swift Drakeman's body, piercing through the skin. The swift Drakeman's defense is so strong, it has a primary defense talent, but the pinhole is a special pinhole, made of special metal, and has a strong penetrating force under the amplification of Yuan force, so it can break the defense of the swift Drake. There is a very special anesthetic in the syringe, which is made by mixing a variety of anesthetic natural treasures, which can almost anesthetize most of the top fierce beasts. Unless it is a fierce beast with a talent for anti-poison, it cannot stop the effect of the anesthetic. It worked, the 5 grandmasters said excitedly. They actually prepared several syringes, all of which were carried by the grandmaster who had the second-class speed talent, and they didn't expect to succeed at one time, but they didn't expect that the swift dragon beast was defenseless at all and was successfully injected. Not far away, Yi Tian completely saw this scene and couldn't help but realize, it turns out that they didn't want to hunt the swift dragon beast, but to capture the swift dragon beast. Many grandmasters captured top-level fierce beasts and sold them, and many fierce beasts in the Demon Sea Great Base came from this way. A juvenile king beast, its value is unimaginable, no wonder they came to capture it. A juvenile king beast, if it is successfully captured, let alone sacrificing 100 great warriors, even if it is worth sacrificing 1,000 great warriors in water. This juvenile king beast, once it is controlled, will be equivalent to mastering a king beast in the future, which is enough to revitalize a large family. Such a juvenile king beast, even Yi Tian may not be able to afford it. But Yi Tian didn't have the heart to capture the juvenile king beast. First, he was not short of money at the moment, and capturing the juvenile king beast would undoubtedly offend this juvenile king beast, and even offend the real king beast behind the juvenile king beast. Once a juvenile king beast is captured, it is easy to cause a beast tide. It is said that 40 years ago, it was a young king beast that was captured, angered a terrifying king beast, and led a large number of king beasts and countless top-level fierce beasts to almost break through the demon sea bass. And in that battle, the Hurricane King was killed in battle, and no less than 5 or more powerful kings were killed, and there were countless grandmasters who died. Although the swift dragon beast is only the weaker of the king beasts, it is not a good thing for him to anger a king beast now. Maybe he sold the young king beast on the front foot, and the back foot was betrayed. If the beast tide does appear, he may be pushed out by some people as the object of the beast's anger. Therefore, even if you kill the juvenile king beast, you can't bring it back to the demon sea bass. I have to say that these 5 grandmasters are very bold and dare to capture the juvenile king beast. Of course, these 5 people may be far away from the idea of other big bases under the pretext of doing a single vote. Soon, unable to withstand the effects of the anesthetic, the swift drake fell to the ground with a thud. Seeing this scene, the 5 grandmasters were overjoyed. Deal with all the other beasts first. The 5 grandmasters immediately began to slaughter the high-level fierce beasts. Soon, the high-level beasts were almost killed, and only a few high-level beasts escaped. Survived. A great martial artist with a severed hand rejoiced. However, before he could breathe a sigh of relief, a sword slit his throat. Before he died, he saw a familiar figure, one of the 5 grandmasters. It's just a pity that he is already dead, and he has no chance to ask this grandmaster why he killed them. The few remaining great warriors were terrified, they had already anticipated what would happen next. I don't want 5 billion anymore, let me go. I am a member of the Hong family of the Demon Sea Bass. If you kill me, the Hong family will not let you go. I don't want to die, I'll be a servant for you, please let me go. No matter how many great martial artists begged for mercy, threatened, or compromised, they could not change the decision of the 5 grandmasters. No matter what your background is, we can't expose the capture of the swift dragon beast, so you must die. A grandmaster said gloomily. Phew. The remaining few great warriors fled in several directions. However, the grandmaster with the talent of inferior speed made a move, and easily killed these great warriors. In the end, only Yi Tian was left. Boy, you have a primary speed talent, maybe there is a little hope of escaping, why don't you escape? The 5 grandmasters looked at Yi Tian curiously. Yi Tian opened his mouth, revealing his white teeth, and said innocently, "Because I can kill you." Chapter 95. Kill us? When the 5 grandmasters heard this, they sneered. Is the kid in front of him crazy, and a big martial artist also wants to kill their 5 grandmasters? You must know that the 5 of them are not the kind of weak grandmasters. Even Yun Feng, the #1 combat genius of the demon sea bass, has no way to kill them, and there is no hope of even escaping when they encounter them. Why did Yi Tian kill them? A stupid boy who has gone mad. Who is going to kill him? A grandmaster asked. Swish. Another grandmaster struck out and threw a punch at him. Suddenly, the grandmaster's body froze, and the whole person turned into 2, and the body fell to the ground. Kill Tai Lin with 1 sword. The 4 grandmasters said stupidly, they couldn't believe it at all. That is not an ordinary martial artist, but a powerful grandmaster. Even if a great martial artist holds a Yuan force weapon, he can't cause too much damage to the grandmaster, but Yi Tian killed a grandmaster in seconds with a single sword. Damn, let's go up and kill him. The 4 grandmasters said angrily. However, for Yi Tian, there was no difference between 1 grandmaster and 4 grandmasters. Shadow kill. Yi Tian exerted a speed of 120 times the speed of sound and quickly slashed over. At 120 times the speed of sound, the 4 grandmasters were like babies walking slowly. Puff puff puff. 1 knife and 1 sword, 4 knives killed 4 grandmasters in seconds, and these 4 grandmasters didn't even react to death. They were cut off by Yi Tian's brains with a knife, and died tragically on the spot. The 5 grandmasters died, and Yi Tian took the storage bags from them. This swift drake. Yi Tian looked at the swift dragon beast and pondered for a while, then immediately slashed it over with a sword, directly killing the swift dragon beast. Then, Yi Tian collected the blood of the swift dragon beast. This is the blood of a top-level fierce beast, and it is also a juvenile king beast, and the quality of its blood is much better than that of other top-level fierce beasts, which is very suitable for refining the body, and it can be regarded as a harvest. 1,000 top-grade beast blood, a good harvest. Yi Tian said with satisfaction. As for the corpse, he didn't want to take it. After all, the corpse of a top-level fierce beast was not worth too much, and this swift dragon beast didn't have any good talent on it, so it was useless to keep the corpse, and the corpse that was more than 30 meters long would only occupy the space of the carry-on space and the storage bag. Therefore, Yi Tian gave up the corpse of the swift dragon beast and turned to leave. Just 3 hours after Yi Tian left, a terrifying swift dragon beast with a length of 100 meters came to this valley. It's a king-level swift dragon beast. When it came to the valley and saw the corpse of the young swift drake, it went berserk. Roaring. A radius of hundreds of miles was shrouded in the ferocity of the king. Find the humans, kill them. The king-level swift dragon beast gave orders to countless fierce beasts. Yi Tian, who had already left far away, also felt that the Yunhai forest had changed. In the dark, a depressing aura enveloped the area. It must be the matter of the swift dragon beast. You should leave the Cloud Sea forest for refuge. Yi Tian immediately made a decision and quickly left the Yunhai forest. On this day, many human warriors in the Yunhai forest were attacked by fierce beasts, and the king beast swift dragon beast even personally attacked and killed many grandmasters. At last, a king level of the demon sea base personally came here and fought a big battle with the swift dragon beast, ending the dispute with the defeat of the swift dragon beast. As for the beast tide, it didn't happen. After all, the weight of the swift dragon beast in the Yunhai forest was still too low, and it was not qualified to launch the beast tide, so it could only hunt down and kill the humans in the Yunhai forest. Yi Tian, who left the Yunhai forest, found a mountain peak, opened a temporary cave on the peak, and entered the cave mansion to begin to fuse 2 high-level Vajra bone talents. Fusion. Fusion. One after the other, Yi Tian fused the 2 high-level Vajra bone talents copied into his hands. Rumble. The inside of the bones seemed to have been torn countless times. If it was an ordinary person, they would have fainted a long time ago, and Yi Tian had experienced too many talent fusions and forcibly endured it. About half an hour passed. When the fusion ended, Yi Tian was already soaking wet at this time. Check. Yi Tian's retina appeared in his own talent. As he expected, the Vajra bone talent has undergone a metamorphosis. Vajra bone talent, top. Finally raised the Vajra bone talent to the top, and there is only 1 bloodline top-level talent left. Yi Tian breathed a sigh of relief and said. Originally, he was also worried about whether he would be able to collect the 4 top talents of defense, strength, bone, and bloodline in a short period of time, but now that he had completed the 3, he naturally stopped worrying. One step closer to building the perfect foundation. Don't rush the top talents of the bloodline class first, break the limit of bone refining first. Yi Tian planned. After resting for half a day, after completely recovering his strength, Yi Tian began to practice the purple blood bone forging technique. However, just as Yi Tian was about to take out the swift dragon beast blood to assist in cultivating the purple blood bone forging technique, he was completely dumbfounded. Where's my swift dragon blood? Yi Tian searched again and again in the portable space, but found no trace of the blood of the swift dragon beast. The bottle containing the swift dragon beast blood did not know when it was opened, and there was not a drop of blood left inside. It's impossible, even if the cap is accidentally opened, the blood will flow on the ground of the carry-on space, so it won't disappear? Yi Tian was puzzled. This thing is so weird, if he doesn't figure it out, where would he dare to put the treasure in his personal space? The spiritual power was scanned again and again, and finally Yi Tian fixed his gaze on the dragon egg. The vitality of this dragon egg is much stronger, and the golden color is more intense. Is it difficult to? Yi Tian thought of a possibility, that is, his 1,000 copies of the swift dragon beast blood were stolen and eaten by the dragon eggs. I see. Yi Tian suddenly realized. The swift dragon beast has the word dragon, perhaps it has the blood of a dragon, and the reason why the battle blood dragon egg has not been able to hatch is because it lacks the power of the dragon. But the blood of the swift dragon beast happens to have the blood power of the dragon, so it was devoured by the blood celestial dragon egg. Suddenly, Yi Tian thought of a possibility. If the blood of the fierce beast with the blood of the dragon has been devoured by the swift dragon beast, will the battle blood celestial dragon be able to be conceived? There are a total of 10 special talents on the battle blood heavenly dragon, and one of them seems to be a bloodline talent. In order to confirm it, Yi Tian once again used his copying talent to observe. Bloodthirst talent? Since the battle blood heavenly dragon has not yet been born, the level of the blood devouring talent is unknown. What if it is a top-level talent? Then wouldn't he not have to look for the battle blood heavenly dragon, but could directly copy the blood devouring talent of the battle blood heavenly dragon? In this way, the 4 top talents are all together. Chapter 96. You can try it. There are a lot of fierce beasts with the blood of the dragon, but the blood of the dragon is thin. I remember that the information shows that there is a high-level fierce beast group with the blood of the dragon not too far from the demon Seabess. If you destroy that high-level fierce beast group and use the fierce beast blood of the entire clan to water the battle blood dragon egg, it should be able to make the battle blood dragon bring. Yi Tian guessed. So, he was going to find the high-level fierce beast group after breaking the limit of bone refining. In the next month, Yi Tian didn't go anywhere. He stayed in this temporary cave mansion, and every day he practiced the purple blood bone forging technique and comprehended the sword intent. After spending a lot of high-grade fierce beast blood and nearly 29 days, Yi Tian finally broke the limit of bone refining, and the bones of his whole body seemed to come to life, and the Vajra bone talent was slowly fusing with the bones of his whole body. Refining skin, refining meat, refining bones. The 3 physical aspects have all broken the limit, and then as long as the blood refining limit is broken and the level of blood exchange transformation is reached, the most important foundation will be completed, and the rest only needs to break the limit of the 5 internal organs. It's time to find that group of high-level fierce beasts that contain the blood of dragons. Yi Tian muttered. The great base of the Demon Sea, in a canyon 8,000 kilometers to the west, lives here a huge group of people who run out of the ground and are called dragons and snakes. The dragon snake beast has the body of a snake, as well as 4 claws, but there is no so-called dragon head and dragon horns, but their strength is not weak, it is a high-level fierce beast, and there are also very rare top fierce beasts among the dragon snake beasts, but the number is very rare, less than 20. However, the size of the dragon snake beast is not large, only 1 meter in size, and it cannot collect too much fierce beast blood, and the value of the corpse is not high. Because of this, there are no powerful grandmasters and king level to exterminate the dragon snake beast here. This day, Yi Tian came to this canyon. As soon as they entered the canyon, more than a dozen dragons, snakes, and beasts discovered Yi Tian and besieged him. Yi Tian gently pinched with his hand and pinched the dragons, snakes, and beasts to death. Subsequently, Yi Tian took out the battle blood heavenly dragon egg and dripped the blood of the dragon snake beast on the eggshell of the battle blood heavenly dragon egg. It must be successful. Yi Tian was looking forward to it. Wow! The golden light flashed, and the blood of the dragon snake beast on the eggshell was devoured. You really can. Yi Tian was excited. Immediately, he put away the battle blood heavenly dragon egg and began to hunt the dragon snake beast frantically. Kill. 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 Every time he killed a dragon snake beast, Yi Tian took the blood and threw it into his personal space. In the end, it was too late to collect blood. So, Yi Tian directly built a pit in the canyon, threw the corpses of dragons, snakes and beasts into it, and a large amount of blood gathered in the pit, forming a pool of blood. The top-level fierce beast-level dragon snake beast is here, Yi Tian said in a low voice. Whoa! Rays of light rushed over, carrying monstrous killing intent. Each ray of light represents a top-level fierce beast, and there are a total of more than 20 top-level fierce beasts. In terms of strength, each top-level fierce beast is stronger than an ordinary grandmaster. 20 top-level fierce beasts are enough to be comparable to a powerful grandmaster, but Yi Tian's strength is comparable to the extreme powerhouse of an ordinary grandmaster. A top-level fierce beast like the dragon snake beast is more or less dead. Rumble. Qingfeng slashed like mowing grass, slashing the top fierce beasts, dragons, snakes, and beasts, and one corpse after another fell to the ground. For half a day, Yi Tian was hunting dragons, snakes, and beasts, and the entire canyon was full of corpses. Finally, Yi Tian killed all the dragon snake beasts. Phew, fortunately I have the medium endurance talent that I copied from Xiao Jin, otherwise my physical strength would have been exhausted long ago. Yi Tian exhaled in a big gulp. Immediately, Yi Tian gathered the blood of the dragon snake beast together, forming a huge pool of blood. Go ahead. Yi Tian threw the battle blood heavenly dragon egg into the blood pool. Wow! A whirlpool appeared in the blood pool, and the blood of these dragons, snakes, and beasts poured into the center, and the place that poured in was the location of the battle blood heavenly dragon egg. The ability to suck blood from the blood heavenly dragon egg is really perverted. Could this be the effect of the blood devouring talent? Yi Tian guessed. The blood of the dragon, snake, and beast that was originally a big pool was absorbed by the battle blood heavenly dragon egg in less than 10 minutes. At this time, the battle blood heavenly dragon egg exuded a strong dragon might, and compared to the previous plain dragon egg, it was now a real dragon egg. The people of the Martial Pavilion originally auctioned the dragon eggs like this. Maybe they won't take them out for auction at all. Even if they take them out for auction, I don't have the ability to bid for them. Maybe it's a king-level auction. Yi Tian said happily. Absorbing a large amount of dragon snake beast blood, the battle blood heavenly dragon egg seemed to be truly pregnant, and Yi Tian could clearly sense that the vitality in the body of the battle blood dragon egg was slowly rising. Although there was a throbbing of vitality before, the vitality did not rise at all. But now, the vitality is improving, which means that this egg is really alive and can give birth to life. It shouldn't be long before this egg can give birth to a battle blood heavenly dragon, Yi Tian said with a sigh. But there is one more thing that needs to be solved at the moment, and that is to control this bloody dragon in this way. This is a real dragon. In case after the battle blood heavenly dragon was born, he couldn't control it, and if it ran away, wouldn't it be a loss? According to Yi Tian's idea, it would be the safest to take the battle blood heavenly dragon as his pet. There are people selling fierce beasts in the Demon Sea Bass. Many fierce beasts are not so easy to tame, and they are not afraid of threats, but they are still accepted as pets, so there must be a way to subdue pets. Instead of threatening Xiao Jin and Xiao Zi like me, let them take the initiative to recognize their owners. Yi Tian was going to return to the Demon Sea Base first and ask Yu Ling about the situation. Maybe Yu Ling had a better way to subdue the fierce beast. Demon Sea Bass. After a few months, Yi Tian is back. As soon as he went, he returned home. Master. As soon as Xiao Jin at home saw Yi Tian, he immediately became excited, and ran over to show off. Master, I have broken through to become a top-level fierce beast. It's okay. Yi Tian nodded. It's not difficult to become a top-level beast in a few months. If it is in the wild, it will be promoted faster if there is enough blood to eat. Master, why are you still a great warrior? Jin asked suspiciously. You think you can beat me? Yi Tian stared at Xiao Jin and asked. Master, how dare I hit you? I'm not your opponent. Xiao Jin immediately confessed. It knows the terrible nature of its master. Killing enemies at a higher level is like drinking water and eating. Even if it becomes a top-level beast, it is definitely not the opponent of its master. In terms of speed, it thinks that its master is not as fast as itself. However, as the owner's loyal pet, it has no other thoughts. In the evening, Yi Yu is back. A few months ago, Yi Yu was only in the middle stage of martial arts, but now Yi Yu is already in the late stage of martial arts, and he is only one step away from being an elite martial artist. That night, Yi Tian gave Yi Yu a storage bag and a batch of middle-grade fierce beast blood and some high-grade fierce beast blood, and let Yi Yu cultivate alone. Now, apart from giving Yi Yu some resources, he can't help in other ways. The next day, Yi Tian used the liaison to contact Yu Ling and asked Yu Ling to have dinner at a big hotel. Yu Ling, as promised. Chapter 97. The two met. Yi Tian, I haven't seen you for a few months, why did you suddenly contact me? Yu Ling pretended to be angry. I've been hunting fierce beasts in the wild for the past few months. Yi Tian explained with a little embarrassment. Yu Ling naturally knew that Yi Tian had left the demon sea bass, so he was just deliberately making fun of Yi Tian by asking such a question. What the hell are you looking for me? Yu Ling asked. Yi Tian didn't beat around the bush and said directly, I want to ask you, is there any way to subdue a fierce beast? Yu Ling looked at Yi Tian strangely. I remember that you don't have two pets, why are you still asking me? Ahem, those two beasts were threatened by me, and I don't know how to subdue them. Yi Tian said helplessly. Threat? Yu Ling's eyes widened. The wisdom of a beast that can be threatened and surrender to the Lord is quite high. It is precisely because of high wisdom that you will know how to save your life, and you will surrender and admit to the Lord. You're in luck. Yu Ling said enviously. Faced with Yi Tian's question, she still answered truthfully. Yi Tian, if you subdue the fierce beast, there are several ways. The first is the same as you, a direct threat, but the success rate is too low and too low. The second is to let the king-level powerhouse directly extract the soul light of the fierce beast, let others absorb it, and then you can complete the subduation. The third way, a warrior with the talent of controlling beasts can directly control the fierce beast and subdue the fierce beast with his talent. And the fierce beasts in the demon sea base are basically subdued by the beast control talents, and the fierce beast control card is created. As long as the fierce beast control card is refined, the fierce beast can be subdued. If you want to subdue a beast that is difficult to subdue, you can ask a beast control talent to help, and the fee will be charged according to the level of the beast, and you will not be short of that little money. Beast control talent? And this talent? Yi Tian was a little surprised. It's a strange talent, but in this way, he doesn't have to worry. He can just copy a beast control talent, and he doesn't need to go to the beast control talent for help at all. Thank you. Yi Tian thanked. Haha, we're friends, it's just a problem, it's not a big deal. However, if you come to me later, I guess I'll have to go on retreat. Yu Ling said casually. Is it going to be a retreat to impact the Grandmaster realm? Yi Tian asked guessingly. Yu Ling nodded, I'm a top-level cultivator, and the success rate of hitting the Grandmaster realm is 100%, the next time you see me, I'll be a Grandmaster. I see that you have also reached the limit of the great martial artist, so it is better to impact the Grandmaster as soon as possible. Only by becoming a Grandmaster powerhouse can you have a long lifespan of 200 years, and you can know more wonderful things. After all, the great martial artist is at the bottom, and there is no need to stay at the great martial artist level for too long. I understand. Yi Tian smiled faintly and did not refute Yu Ling. Maybe Yu Ling knows the perfect foundation, or maybe he doesn't. But for the vast majority of great martial artists, forging a perfect foundation is just a fantasy, and it cannot be achieved at all. Therefore, he didn't say it, nor did he let Yu Ling impact the perfect foundation level. Because he knew very well that with Yu Ling's situation, there was no way to forge a perfect foundation, so why force it? After the two had eaten, they separated. Yi Tian didn't go home, but walked towards the headquarters of the Fierce Beast Pavilion where the beasts were sold. The Beast Pavilion is also a big force, and there are many distributions in the Demon Sea Bass, specializing in the business of selling fierce beasts. There were a large number of fierce beasts imprisoned in the headquarters, many of which were top-level fierce beasts, and the high-level Vajra bone talent that Yi Tian copied last time was copied by a branch of the Fierce Beast Pavilion. This time, he went straight to the headquarters of the Beast Pavilion. He firmly believed that the beast control talent of the Beast Control Hall must be in the headquarters, and once the opponent's position was covered, he could easily copy the opponent's beast control talent. Walking into the Fierce Beast Pavilion, a very beautiful little employee came thousands of times to introduce Yi Tian to various fierce beasts. In the face of this little employee's enthusiasm, Yi Tian was perfunctory, and his mind was focused on copying talent. Wow! The radius of 600 meters is all under the shroud of Yi Tian. The talents of each fierce beast and a famous martial artist were all clearly checked by Yi Tian. What a surprise! Yi Tian looked overjoyed. Not only did he discover a beast control talent, but he also discovered an extraordinary level cultivator. Human, Li Pei. Cultivation talent, top. Beast control talent, high. Human, Jiao Ku. Cultivation talent, transcendental. Fire Knife Talent, Medium. Zhao Ku, it seems that he is the chief hall master of the Fierce Beast Pavilion. He should be a king, and he is also a king level with a medium Fire Knife Talent, which is amazing. It is estimated that among the kings, he is also a relatively powerful type. Yi Tian said darkly. Don't say a word. Transcendental level cultivation talent, copy. He had successfully copied 2 transcendental level cultivation talents before, and now as long as he copied 1 more transcendental level cultivation talent, he could be promoted to a talent level above the transcendental level. Originally, he was not in a hurry to improve his cultivation talent. The main purpose was to forge a perfect foundation, but he really encountered an extraordinary level cultivation talent, and he would be a fool if he didn't copy it. Having copied the transcendental level cultivation talent, Yi Tian could also copy a talent, so he copied the beast control talent of the beast control talent. When the 2 replication opportunities ran out, Yi Tian naturally would not stay in the Fierce Beast Pavilion. Little sister, I'm sorry, I have some things to go first, next time I'll buy a Fierce Beast. Yi Tian ignored the pitiful eyes of the little employee's sister and resolutely left the Beast Pavilion. Back home. Yi Tian couldn't wait to start fusing the Beast Control talent and the Transcendental level talent. The first thing he started to fuse was the high-level Beast Control talent, and he easily fused successfully, leaving only some sweat stains. After cultivating for half an hour, Yi Tian began to fuse his Transcendental level cultivation talent. It should hurt, right? Yi Tian guessed. This is the process of promoting an extraordinary level cultivation talent to a higher level cultivation talent, and the pain brought by such a promotion process is definitely greater than any before. Taking a deep breath, Yi Tian began to fuse. Pain. The pain of the heart. It is 10 times more painful than a woman giving birth. If it weren't for Yi Tian's willpower far exceeding ordinary people, maybe he would really faint in pain. In Yi Tian's consciousness, a second seemed to be longer than a century. I don't know how long it has been. Yi Tian finally got rid of the pain. It hurts so much, I really don't want to go through it again. Yi Tianko is not the truth. If there is such an opportunity, he is willing to bear it if it hurts twice as much. How's the talent? Yi Tian used the copy talent to check his talent. At this time, he saw a whole new level of talent. Cultivation talent, Morning Star. Morning Star cultivation talent, is this the level of transcendent cultivation talent or above? Yi Tian was full of expectations for this level of cultivation talent. Chapter 98. I'm already at the limit of a great martial artist now, and I can't test how many times the increase in the cultivation speed of the Morning Star cultivation talent is how many times that of the transcendent level, so I can only start after breaking through to the Grand Master realm in the future. Yi Tian suppressed the surprise brought by the Morning Star cultivation talent, and immediately began to study the Beast Control talent. Through the Beast Control talent, Yi Tian was shocked to find that he could cancel his relationship with Xiao Jin and Xiao Zi at any time, because the Beast Control talent could extract and strip the soul light. Yi Tian took Xiao Zi and tested it, and found that it was easy to complete the Beast Control and recognize the master, which was no different from the previous one. But when he forcibly recognized the owner with Xiao Jin, he found that he failed, and he had no choice but to let Xiao Jin take the initiative to recognize the master. After testing again and again, Yi Tian came to a conclusion. Beast Control talent should have something to do with the soul. I am only the limit of a great martial artist, and Xiao Jin is already a top fierce beast. From the realm point of view, Xiao Jin's realm is stronger than me, and the soul is also stronger than me, so I can't control the beast and recognize the master of Xiao Jin. Yi Tianming realized. In general, the high-level Beast Control talent is still very strong. As long as the realm of the Battle Blood Heavenly Dragon is not higher than him, he can forcibly control the beast and recognize the master. Yi Tian took out the Battle Blood Heavenly Dragon egg again, and found that the vitality on the Battle Blood Heavenly Dragon egg was even stronger, as if it was about to gush out. It's coming soon, it feels like it will be able to give birth in less than 10 days. Yi Tian speculated. 10 days is not a long time, and he can wait. So, in the next 10 days, Yi Tian only comprehended the sword intent with peace of mind, and put aside other cultivation for the time being. Flash. 10 days passed. This day. Yi Tian felt the shock of the space around him, and immediately understood that the Battle Blood Heavenly Dragon was about to be born. Immediately, he took out the Battle Blood Heavenly Dragon egg, and opened the villa's soundproof formation and hidden aura formation. Sighed. Xiao Jin stared at the Battle Blood Heavenly Dragon egg with wide eyes. It was no stranger to this egg, and the owner often took it out to look at it. Before, it didn't think there was anything magical about this egg, but now it felt that the coercion on this egg made it very depressed. Soon, the coercion grew. This is not a suppression of strength, but a suppression of blood. Fierce beasts pay attention to bloodlines, and they grow entirely by bloodlines. For example, because it is a top-level bloodline talent, even if you don't eat treasures and fierce beast meat, you can refine your bloodline and flesh body with the heaven and earth yuan qi alone, and grow to the top-level fierce beast level. This is the benefit of the top-level bloodline talent. But now, as a top-level bloodline talent, it has been suppressed in the bloodline. The egg that the master got back can't be the egg of a king beast, right? Jean was stunned. I don't know why, it always feels that with the birth of this egg, it is about to fall out of favor. I guess it's an illusion. Xiao Jin comforted himself in his heart. However, it wasn't wrong at all, it was indeed about to fall out of favor, because Yi Tian was about to prepare to make it Yi Yu's beast pet. The beast pets that a person has are limited, because the soul endurance is limited. In order to be able to control the battle blood dragon, Yi Tian has already dissolved Xiao Zi from the relationship of recognizing the master, and let Xiao Zi recognize Yi Yu. Soon, he will ask Xiao Jin to recognize Yi Yu as well. So, Kim's worries are right. On the ground. The blood dragon egg shook violently. Suddenly. Click. The eggshell of the battle blood heavenly dragon, which was so strong and indestructible that even the Grandmaster could not destroy, cracked a crack. Over time, there are more and more cracks. About half an hour passed, and the entire battle blood heavenly dragon egg cracked open a huge opening, and a head protruded out. This head is very similar to the dragon's head. Yi Tian has never seen a dragon either, it is completely based on the legend of his previous life, and after the head of the battle blood heavenly dragon stretched out, his body also broke free from the eggshell. Soon, a small dragon more than a meter long appeared, and its whole body was blood red. Without wings, not a Western dragon, but an Eastern dragon. Check. Yi Tian used the copying talent to check the talent of the battle blood heavenly dragon for the first time, and his heart was full of expectations. Species, bloody dragon. Bloodline talent, dawn level. Strength talents, top. Defense talents, top. Speed talent, medium. Bloodthirsty talent, top. Flying talent, advanced. Dragon flame talent, high. Healing talent, medium. Dragonine talent, advanced. Bloodbone talent, medium. Dragon soul talent, medium. The top 10 special talents are almost comparable to Yi Tian's current talent situation. Of course, if Yi Tian wanted to copy more talents, it would be easy, but it would be a waste to innocently copy some useless talents. He has strict requirements for the replication of every talent, and he will not copy any talent that is useless to himself. The talent of the battle blood heavenly dragon is really perverted, but unfortunately there are only 3 top-level talents. Yi Tian said with a slight dissatisfaction. If you let the battle blood heavenly dragon know Yi Tian's thoughts, he will definitely scold. Are you looking for a fierce beast with a talent that is more powerful than me? Soon, Yi Tian no longer paid attention to the 10 special talents, but paid attention to the bloodline talent of the battle blood heavenly dragon dawn level. The dawn sun level should be a talent that surpasses the morning star level, but I don't know how many levels it surpasses. Yi Tian said darkly. Immediately, he felt extremely sorry. He followed the path of cultivation, not the bloodline of the fierce beasts, so even if the bloodline talent of the battle blood heavenly dragon was demonic, he would not dare to copy it. Once he copied it, his bloodline would become the bloodline of the battle blood heavenly dragon, and he didn't know what the sequelae would be. But he knew very well that in the future, he would not be able to cultivate like humans, and he could only advance like fierce beasts. This seems to be very good, but when he reaches the limit of the battle blood heavenly dragon level, how can he improve? It is impossible for him to copy stronger beasts, otherwise the bloodline conflict is no joke. He can only copy the higher level talents in the battle blood heavenly dragon. But if the Shi Sun level is the highest among the battle blood heavenly dragons, wouldn't he be able to improve? Choosing a bumpy path, or even making copying talent useless, with a brilliant path of infinite progress, Yi Tian will naturally know how to choose. It's just a sun level talent, and there must be one among humans. Yi Tian thought so. First admit the battle blood heavenly dragon control beast. Yi Tian hurriedly fought against the blood heavenly dragon and used his beast control talent. Although the battle blood heavenly dragon is a sun level bloodline talent, it is only a mid-level fierce beast now, and it is not difficult to control. And the battle blood heavenly dragon had just been born, and he saw Yi Tian at first sight, and he was very dependent on Yi Tian, so Yi Tian easily completed the control of the beast and recognized the master of the battle blood heavenly dragon, and successfully subdued the battle blood heavenly dragon. Hungry, eat. a message came from the mind of the bloody heavenly dragon. The next moment, the blood dragon ran to the eggshell and slowly began to chew. As soon as the indestructible eggshell entered the mouth of the battle blood heavenly dragon, it automatically melted and entered the body of the battle blood heavenly dragon. Yi Tian was shocked to find that when the battle blood heavenly dragon was eating the eggshell, the aura on its body became more and more powerful, and when it finished eating the eggshell, the aura on its body suddenly surged and suddenly stepped into the level of a high-level fierce beast. In addition, the blood-red scales on its body have become tougher and shiny. This talent is against the sky, and the growth rate is too fast, Yi Tian said with emotion. Fortunately, he controlled the battle blood heavenly dragon in time. If it was later in time, the battle blood heavenly dragon stepped into the top fierce beast, he would have to cry to death. The copying talent is still cooling, and when the cooldown is over, copy the blood-devouring talent of the battle blood heavenly dragon, Yi Tian planned to say. Chapter 99. Yi Tian's copying talent is still about 20 days away from the cooldown time, which is still very early. During this period, in addition to comprehending the sword intent every day, he cultivated a relationship with the battle blood heavenly dragon. Since the battle blood celestial dragon has just been born, its spiritual intelligence is not yet complete, and just like a human baby, it needs a certain amount of time to grow. Moreover, Yi Tian discovered one thing: the battle blood heavenly dragon likes the blood of fierce beasts very much, and it has to absorb a large amount of fierce beast blood every day. Even if it does not have the blood of fierce beasts of the dragon's blood, it will drink it. For the battle blood celestial dragon, the blood of the fierce beast is similar to milk, which can make it grow. Yi Tian saw that the battle blood heavenly dragon was growing day by day, his body was getting bigger and bigger. Even if he consumed a large amount of fierce beast blood, he was extremely happy in his heart. However, with him and the battle blood heavenly dragon, two blood-consuming households, the fierce beast blood needed for cultivation in the future is probably massive. Fortunately, he has a lot of fierce beast blood, and there is no shortage of fierce beast blood for the time being, but I am afraid that he will have to go to the wild often in the future, otherwise it will not be enough for cultivation at all. A few days later, Yi Tian made a decision to dissolve Xiao Jin's confession and let Xiao Jin recognize Yi Yu. Because of this, Xiao Jin complained for a long time, but he still honestly became Yi Yu's pet. In fact, it is not a shame to become Yi Yu's beast pet. After all, Yi Yu has now taken the heavenly soul flower given by Yi Tian, and his cultivation talent has transformed to the top level, and it is certain that he will become a grandmaster in the future, and he even has a little hope of becoming a king. Therefore, Xiao Jin quickly recognized that he had become Yi Yu's pet. The day before the copying talent is about to cool down, Yi Tian withdrew from the comprehension of the sword intent, exhaled lightly, and muttered, "I have finally realized the sword intent to 1:9, and it is not in vain that I have been crazy in the past few months. 1:9 sword intent, as long as you comprehend a little more, you can reach 2% of the sword intent, and 2% of the sword intent is the threshold for cultivating silver-level sword skills. That is, he can cultivate silver-level sword skills. It is said that many silver-level sword skills have special effects, and it is not as simple as increasing combat power, so he is very much looking forward to it." Another day. The cooldown of the copy talent ended, and Yi Tian had two more chances to copy the talent. The first opportunity naturally gave the blood-devouring talent, which was the top talent of the bloodline type, and it was exactly the top talent he needed. Once he has copied it, he can really break the limit of blood refining, let the refining of skin, flesh, bone and blood all step into the realm above the limit, and then try to hit the last step, break the limit of the 5 internal organs, and then he can cast a perfect foundation. Fusion. The blood-devouring talent was integrated into Yi Tian's body. The makeover has begun. 10 minutes later, Yi Tian successfully fused the blood-devouring talent, and soon knew the true use of the blood-devouring talent. Devour the blood and come back to life. Yi Tian suddenly felt the rebellion of this talent. It's a rejuvenation, and it's even more rebellious than the healing talent. The healing talent only heals the injury, but it does not heal the vitality, because the vitality is linked to the vitality and can be recovered without healing. For example, Yi Tian cast some forbidden techniques, which consumed his vitality, and the healing talent could not replenish his vitality, but as long as he had the blood-devouring talent and devoured a large amount of fierce beast blood, he could draw vitality from the blood of the fierce beast to replenish his own vitality. What a rebellion! Earned. Yi Tian was overjoyed. With the top-level blood-devouring talent and the top-level healing talent, no matter how serious the injury is in the future, no matter how strong the sequelae, he will be able to recover quickly. When the top-level blood-devouring talent arrived, Yi Tian began the purple blood alchemy technique. At this time, Yi Tian was shocked to find that the blood-devouring talent and the purple blood alchemy technique could perfectly cooperate in cultivation, because the blood-devouring talent could instantly absorb a large amount of high-level fierce beast blood and store it in the depths of the blood, while the purple blood alchemy technique could draw out the power from the depths of the blood and refine the blood of the whole body. Therefore, when urging the blood-devouring talent to cultivate the purple blood alchemy technique, the speed of progress was too fast. At this rate, Yi Tian was sure that he would break the limit of blood refining within 10 days, which was much faster than breaking the refining skin, refining meat, and refining bones, which was an unexpected joy. Of course, the fast rate of progress means that more beast blood is consumed. In just a few days, Yi Tian's stored fierce beast blood was exhausted. No matter how many billions he spent to buy a large amount of fierce beast blood, this made up for the consumption of high-grade fierce beast blood. 10 days flew by. This day, Yi Tian finally felt the limit of blood refining. Broken. The blood-devouring talent and the purple blood alchemy technique gathered a huge amount of energy, instantly breaking through the limit of blood refining and stepping into a new realm. Then, Yi Tian's blood underwent a tremendous change. The blood was like mercury, and even contained a faint golden light. At this time, his blood was already one level higher than that of ordinary people, and he was already evolving towards a higher level. But at present, even if the limit of blood refining is broken, this blood level can no longer be improved so far. The next step is to break the limit of the 5 internal organs. The 5 internal organs are too complicated, and it is almost impossible to rely on talent, so you can only borrow the gravity formation to crush the internal organs and reshape them, so as to break the limit. Yi Tian planned. If you are an ordinary person, you don't dare to do this. Even if you do, you must prepare a large amount of high-grade healing liquid, and the time it takes is very long, and you have to rest for a long time to heal after trying once. But Yi Tian is different. I have a top healing talent. I can heal injuries quickly. As long as the internal organs are not completely broken, they can heal quickly. Basically, I only need to heal in time. Unless there is a problem with the head, there will be no way to recover. Yi Tian has this self-confidence and can break the limits of the 5 internal organs. Right now, he needs to find a gravity formation with a strong enough gravity to assist in his cultivation. Otherwise, there is no way to break the limit of the 5 internal organs. Gravity formation? I remember that there is a cultivation tower in the demon sea bass, and behind it is invested by several big families. Yi Tian recalled. That cultivation tower has a large number of vitality formations, gravity formations, and formations that assist in cultivation speed, reflexes, and combat effectiveness, which can be said to be diverse, but it also costs a lot of money to enter the cultivation tower, and basically only rich people have the financial resources to cultivate the tower. Go to the cultivation tower. Yi Tian went out and went directly to the cultivation tower. Demon Sea Bass, Central Area, Demon Sea Cultivation Tower. The entire cultivation tower is 500 meters high, with 50 floors, each layer 10 meters high, and each floor has a large number of cultivation rooms. At the entrance of the first floor of the cultivation tower, there are special people who charge fees. Yi Tian took out his identity card and said, "The highest level gravity room, how much is it a day?" "The highest level," the staff member said, "the highest level is the king level gravity room, which is for king level cultivation. There are only 3, and it has been requisitioned by 3 king level adults, and the second level heaven level gravity room is enough for the top grandmasters. You are just a great martial artist, there is no need to use such a high level gravity room." "Then give me a heaven level gravity room," Yi Tian said without hesitation. "Well, 50 million a day." The staff spoke. Chapter 100. "I'll pay for a month upfront," Yi Tian said. 1.5 billion a month. The staff looked at Yi Tian in some surprise. They couldn't believe that Yi Tian, a great martial artist, was willing to spend 1.5 billion to go to the heaven-level gravity cultivation room to cultivate for a month. This is a ruined act. Some grandmasters didn't dare to cultivate in the heavenly extreme gravity cultivation room for a month, at most a few days of cultivation. And the real use of the gravity cultivation room is to break the bottleneck. With the help of gravity, you can better break the shackles of the physical body and promote to a new level, so there are not many people who use the gravity room. The really popular is the vitality cultivation room. If you cultivate inside, it is much better than the outside, and it can speed up your cultivation. Yi Tian quickly paid 1.5 billion and got the key to enter the heaven-level gravity room. The heaven-level gravity room is on the 8th floor, and anyone who has not activated the formation at the door can enter it. The staff introduced. Yi Tian nodded knowingly, and took the Yuanli elevator to the 8th floor of the cultivation tower. He found an unmanned gravity room at random, and after entering, Yi Tian opened the defensive formation and the soundproof formation, so that no one came in to disturb him. It's so rich that the heaven and earth yuan qi is at least 3 times as strong as the outside. Yi Tian sensed it and said in a low voice. This is still a gravity room, not a yuan force room, so you can imagine how much yuan qi concentration is in the yuan force cultivation room. However, cultivating in the Yuanli cultivation room all the time is not something that ordinary people can support, because the Yuanli cultivation room can be more expensive than the heavy force cultivation room. If I can arrange the formation, I can arrange a Yuan force cultivation room by myself, then I can speed up my cultivation, and my cultivation can be improved much faster than my own penance. Yi Tian thought. But this matter is not in a hurry for the time being, and he will try it after he enters the Grandmaster realm. At present, the most important thing is to break the limits of the 5 internal organs and build a perfect foundation. Yi Tian checked gravity, and there was a book in it that was dedicated to how to use gravity. The gravity of the celestial gravity room ranges from 1x to 1000x, with warriors suitable for 1x to 5x gravity, elite warriors suitable for 5x to 20x gravity, great martial artists suitable for 20x to 100x gravity, and grandmasters suitable for 100x to 1000x gravity. Yi Tian used the gravity chamber for the first time, and he didn't dare to hold it up, so he turned on 100 times the gravity. Rumble. A huge pressure hit, and Yi Tian suddenly felt a shock in his internal organs, and he was actually injured. In fact, with his realm, he can withstand 100 times the gravity, but this is the first time he has used the gravity chamber, and his internal organs have not yet been accustomed to such a high gravity before he can be injured. Yi Tian turned on his healing talent, and his injuries recovered instantly. About 10 minutes had passed, and Yi Tian had completely withstood 100 times the gravity. 100 times the gravity is the limit that a great martial artist can endure, and I have to withstand a higher gravity to be able to break the limit of the internal organs. Yi Tian said with a sigh. So, he turned up gravity. 101x gravity. 102x gravity. 103 times gravity. Yi Tian increased little by little, and there was nothing else in the rest of his body, only the internal organs could not withstand gravity, and they cracked a little bit, but Yi Tian turned on the top healing talent all the time, so the injury recovered in an instant, and there was no danger to his life at all. Time passed day by day, and Yi Tian's tolerance limit was also increasing. Half a month has passed, Yi Tian has been able to withstand 108 times the gravity, but he still has not touched the limit of his internal organs. 110x gravity. 115x gravity. 120x gravity. Yi Tian increased his gravity again and again, and soon a month passed. In desperation, Yi Tian continued to cultivate in the gravity room for another month. Breaking the limits of the internal organs is more difficult than others. Yi Tian also understood this. After all, he tried to break the limit of the 5 internal organs, and did not use the corresponding talent. But he knew very well that this solution was feasible. 124 times more. Yi Tian exhaled deeply. At this time, it was already the 50th day that he had come to the cultivation tower, and he had already withstood 124 times the gravity, and the later he went, the more difficult it was to increase the gravity. And he also felt a kind of shackles or limits. Maybe 125 times is to break the limit. Yi Tian calculated. So, after resting for a long time and returning to peak condition, he turned on 125 times the gravity. Click. The internal organs were all shattering, but fortunately, Yi Tian's top-level healing talent was quickly recovering the internal organs. Break, repair, shatter again. It's a cyclical process, and the pain in it is simply unimaginable. But in order to be able to build a perfect foundation, Yi Tian is fighting. A few hours passed. Finally, at a certain moment, the shackles in the dark were completely broken by Yi Tian. Rumble. Countless heaven and earth vitality poured into Yi Tian's internal organs, making the internal organs stronger and stronger, and soon they easily withstood 125 times the gravity, and even the internal organs still exuded a faint colorful light. It worked. Yi Tian was ecstatic. Just as he was excited, the real change began. The skin, muscles, bones, blood, and internal organs reacted in response, and a stream of dark energy poured into Yi Tian's body, and the body underwent an inexplicable transformation. Countless impurities have been squeezed out from the depths of the body. These impurities are almost black, exuding a foul smell, and are all kinds of toxins, impurities and dirty things in the depths of the human body, which cannot be discharged at all under normal circumstances, but now they are squeezed out in the inexplicable transformation. This metamorphosis lasted for an hour. It stinks. Yi Tian looked at the impurities on his body and frowned. Fortunately, there was a special bathing place on the 8th floor, so Yi Tian hurriedly went to wash his body, and then returned to the gravity room. I should have a perfect foundation, and I already feel that the defense talent, strength talent, Vajrabone talent, and blood-devouring talent have basically merged with all parts of the body. Yi Tian inducted. Maybe the talent has changed. Yi Tian guessed. Subconsciously, he took a look at his talent. This. Yi Tian was a little confused, his talent situation had changed dramatically. Among the changes are the defense talent, the strength talent, the Vajrabone talent, and the blood eater talent. Defense talent, mystery, pseudo. Strength talent, mystery, pseudo. Vajrabone talent, mystery, pseudo. Bloodthirsty talent, mystery, pseudo. These 4 talents are no longer top-level talents, but have become mystical talents, but they are followed by a pseudo-word, indicating that this talent is a pseudo-mystical talent. Above the top talent of the special class is the mystical talent, which is different from the cultivation talent. I thought it was an extraordinary level talent. Yi Tian muttered. He was very curious about this sudden mystical talent, so he rented the force measurement equipment of the cultivation tower to test the amplification effect of the mystical talent.